Hey everybody, it's David here. Welcome to the show. David Wilcock, and this is The Great Revealing. And here's our funny cover art. That's what the hair is going to look like again pretty soon, you guys. I'm going back to a non-lion's mane type of appearance. I have to say, the attack has never been worse. We've had such bad wind that I was up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've never gotten back to sleep. Richard Whitney, thank you very much. Wow, we started with a $200 donation. That's pretty incredible. David, thank you so much for all the truth you convey, the wisdom of your understanding. I've been following you for almost 2 decades, and your dedication is awe-inspiring. May peace, love, and light be unto you always. God bless you. You are a very brave soul. Thank you. Scarlet Fire says, mullet. Love the hair. Superman curl. Hey, Superman's actually in the show. Superman Returns. But honestly, you guys, I am under massive attack. This is clearly a directed attack. We had 27-mile-an-hour wind last night. I'm depressed. I didn't get any sleep after 2 o'clock in the morning. I was just lying there. The wind has been incredibly violent. But at the same time, it's like wearing off right as we do the show. Let's see if I can fix this up a little bit. Yeah. Make it as wild as possible. So yeah, I have been outrageously suffering. I'm not happy. I don't really even want to be here right now. But you know what? Even if I'm in a shitty mood, I do a great show. That's the way I roll. And I'll get into it pretty quick. But yeah, this is obviously a targeted attack. It's obviously the result of weather manipulation. This is not normal at all. It's been so violent. It's been so crazy. I'm very upset. So, yep, they got it. They got me to... I wasn't going to delay the show again because you know what? We go through the whole week. We don't have any violent wind. Sunday, exactly during the show time, exactly at noon, my time, massive violence every week. This is what they're doing. You can call me a conspiracy theorist if you want, but I think you guys get it. And I think the reason why this is happening right now is that we are already experiencing this mass scenario that I've been telling you about. They're already selling off their houses. It's already very much on like Donkey Kong. You know, things are just crazy. And so anyway, we got some donations here. Amin Nazaruddin says, David, thank you for all your hard work, dedication, transparency, and being a soldier of truth anchored in humor. I hope we get to work on technology for the new paradigm. My team is finishing a commercial-free energy prototype. Yeah, if you think you've got something, by all means, send it to us. Let us know what you got. Alive and Thriving says what Richard said. Kerry Robbins, it's been a terrible weather in UK Midlands, constant clouds and rain, can't see the sun or sky, it's very unhealthy. Yeah, I mean, look, there's no way that you can stay awake in the middle of this kind of a weather situation. I live in 8,600 feet, and it's a disaster. It's a huge disaster. But supposedly by 2 p.m. it's all going to be over. So again, I'm running on 3 hours of sleep. This is the worst I've ever been attacked for one of my shows. But I just wasn't going to change it. I wasn't going to make it Monday. I already did that. I have had it, says Leslie Lamar. Other people were saying that too. So yeah, let's just get into it because, you know, probably the best way for me to feel better is just to lose myself in my work. So again, raging disastrous wind has been keeping me awake since 2 o'clock a.m. It has continued unabated. I have really been suffering. And another thing that, you know, is just relevant information here. Thank you, Angelo Munoz. Thank you, Paranormal Truth Seekers, who says, severe weather through Georgia this morning. Seems it's always windy now. Love your show. Would love to have you on my live stream sometime. Thank you very much for that. So anyway, what we're going to do is just carry on and keep on going because there's nothing else I can really do. I didn't want to delay the show again. I don't want the evil to win. But I have been scrambling to put this show together. I ran out of time, so I was doing alliance slides literally right up until we got on the air. Because I'm just behind, you know, it's like, I don't know. Let's not keep talking about it. But anyway, interestingly enough, the show is It's dying off right now. Sorry if you hear any background noise. You probably won't because I have really good noise cancellation technology. But we are in the final phase of this cosmic context to what we're seeing in the world. Very few people understand this. But the Alliance, as I've said before, is a secret group in the U.S. military intelligence community that I was first briefed upon by Pete Peterson back in 2009. Pete Peterson is the one who introduced me to Stavatti Aerospace, and I got another one of our printed models. I 3D print these in my own garage. This is our SM-39. This is a fighter jet that actually is the fastest jet that will have ever been made. It goes Mach 4, that's NGAD, or Next Generation Air Defense. And because of its unique characteristics, it actually serves as a spaceship. It can fly outside the atmosphere, which other planes cannot. Robert Kennedy, thank you very much. And wow, you guys, you're showing up for me today. We're already at 3,000 people. See, that's starting to make me feel better. So the Alliance, in 2009, I met this guy who ended up introducing me to Stavatti Aerospace and said, the guy who runs this company that does the planes I just showed you is the world's best designer of airplanes and spaceships, and that there are multiple designs that he made that are being commonly used in secret programs, such as the idea of Area 51, such as the idea of off-planet bases, such as the moon or Mars. Somebody has to actually build that stuff, and so Chris not only has the knowledge to do anti-gravity, he can do it 8 different ways. He also has the knowledge on how to do free energy, and we have several different approaches to that. Why wouldn't we already have this technology? Because it frees you from having to pay for gas. It frees up 70% of your energy bills. If you have free energy, it opens up the whole world to you. Plus, with the anti-gravity component, with space travel, we can go into space. We're no longer land-bound. And so these evil people who have been messing with us for so long, and messing with me again last night, the most violent storm I've ever had before a show, woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've never gone back to sleep. I've been awake ever since 2 o'clock in the morning, you guys. So this sucks. I mean, I'll see if I can get through this, but we got to just keep on blasting. So if I miss your donations... Earth Angel says, hi, David, I prefer your wild look. Well, I probably do too, but the problem is that I've been working with Stavatti Aerospace now for many years, and we're getting to the point where people want to meet us and they want to put in gigantic $1 billion, $2 billion donations. We got 3 different parties like that right now circling. I'm going to meet with at least 2 of them when I go on this trip. So to say this is a big deal, quote unquote, is an understatement. Now, again, for most aerospace, those types of investments are small, but because our stuff is a lot less expensive, for us, these are huge things. So I'm not really excited about flying. I'm not really excited about leaving the house, but, you know, it's going to happen at the end of February no matter what, unless there's some very big disruptions that precludes that. So back in 2009, Pete Peterson was a major insider. He came forward on Camelot. And we had 3 or 4 videos with him that came out, all 2 hours long. And it was dazzling material. And the result of this was that he introduced me to Chris Beskar in 2009, but I didn't actually join Stavatti until basically 10 years later in 2018. And what got me to join it wasn't that I wanted to make fighter jets. It was that I wanted the free energy and the anti-gravity, and I realized that this company needed my help. And without my help, it probably never would happen. So the Alliance, as I was told, was a group that wants companies like Stavatti Aerospace to come out into the open and bring out forbidden technology and tell us the truth, which is that there is a cosmic battle going on, and both sides are secret, but the evil is very evil and the good is very good. And then when it gets even weirder, both sides have actual extraterrestrial support. Yeah, so there's evil extraterrestrials involved in this and good ones. Roger Zabarik says, we cannot thank you enough for your input in these crazy times. Hope your turkeys are doing well. They've never popped up again, which means they're sleeping very peacefully this year. So is Chris cutting his hair? No, he probably never will. But he kind of ties it back. I like to have it wild. I'm never going to tie my hair back. He's just got that kind of hair where he can get away with doing that. So what is the Alliance exactly? The Alliance is a group in the military that started at least in the 1950s, was augmented by the contact with the human extraterrestrial called Valiant Thor, who showed up at the Pentagon in 1957. Frank Strange's book, Stranger at the Pentagon, details all this. And the Alliance was formed to be able to expose something that is much darker, much scarier, much more evil than you could ever imagine. It's actually working right now on Earth. And it's become fairly obvious to people that something is going on, but still few people are aware of the depth to which this goes. So why would I say that somebody's messing with my weather? Well, because that's one of the things they love to do. Weather warfare has been going on for a very long time. And I think given how important my work is to the Alliance, I'm absolutely going to be attacked. So it's just pretty much a guarantee that every Sunday we're going to get this massive, massive, disastrous wind like a tornado or a hurricane. You know what? I still showed up for you, man. I still showed up. I did not delay the show. I said, you know what? I'm just going to run with it. And actually, it is already getting quieter, but it was 27 miles an hour, pretty much right up until airtime. It's been very, very disruptive. So that's just a little bit of it. Both sides have weird UFO reverse engineered craft. So both sides have things that you would think would be quote unquote alien spacecraft. And both sides are not only here on Earth, but they're off planet. So it's a very strange situation. But the negative side is in cahoots with evil aliens like reptilians, greys, and insectoids. Not that all of them are evil, but many of them are. And their goal ultimately is to create as much death and pain and suffering on Earth as possible because they feed off of that. It actually represents a workable energy for them that they use for their own, if you could call it that. It's like energy that powers the computer. They need that almost like electricity or like oxygen, water, and food and sunlight. So this is very serious. It's very real. The battle is incredibly deep. I'm fighting for this show with everything I've got on 3 hours of sleep. It's freaking insane what happened last night. I mean, the smashing. I don't want to keep going through it. It's been very, very bad, you guys. Very, very bad. And I know that they did this on purpose. Michael Larson, David, do you believe the B2 and B21 have anti-gravity and can travel much faster than they stated? No. No, I don't. The B21 is $704 million. This is going to cost you $85. But it's actually better in every way. So we intend to have these go into mass production. And it will be the fastest and best jet ever made. Our own airline and, aircraft manufacturers, there really is no competition. So we need this technology to get out there. It's a very fascinating thing that's going on. As you know, I've been anything but rich. I've been extremely broke for the last 3 years. Hopefully we're going to get funded. This is about to change. I did take out a small business loan because in the midst of everything else that's going on, I was horribly attacked with a 1-inch thick subpoena. They're still coming after us. They're still trying to drag this thing out and demand more information. They're asking questions. So we are very close to taking this to court. I need $20,000 basically to do that. So I now have that from a business loan. And I'm ready to go if I have to. And in that motion to quash, we're going to blow the whole lid off of who this was, what happened to me, why we think they're doing this. So they would be very well advised to not keep escalating, but they are escalating, and I expect it's going to keep on going, and I expect I'm going to have to go to court, and we're just going to take it. But this is all, it's the same thing with this one guy who keeps attacking our company, saying that we're fake. We're going to be suing him too, and you're going to learn everything when that comes out. So yeah, the battle is very real. All the same stuff that you've seen happen to 45, the Don. It's a standard element of my life, constantly being attacked, death threats, terrorism, extortion, lawsuits. It just goes on and on and on. And then this horrific, horrific weather that we've just been through. So what is the Alliance exactly? We talked about the bad guys. Well, the good guys are working in secret, but they're bringing out all this very intense information to us. And it also has very significant international components. Thank you guys for being here. We're up to almost 4,000. Both sides of the war are almost completely covert. And as I said, Both sides are assisted by NTI, non-terrestrial intelligence. I don't like NHI at all, because to say non-human intelligence is totally bogus. These are human beings. They're just human from a galactic template that makes humans wherever it can. They might be aquatics, they might be reptilians, they might be insectoids, but they're all going to be human, more or less. And another really surprising thing is that the mammalian humanoid, like we are, is by far the most common in our galaxy. So most of the extraterrestrials visiting us look like us. And there's some that look exactly like us. They could blend right in. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Or they might only have subtle differences like their skin color or the color of their irises. Some of them apparently have violet pupils. Some of them have a diamond-shaped iris. So this is what we're all going to be learning very soon. UFO disclosure is so much bigger and more profound than people could ever realize. This is not just like, oh, wow, yeah, there was a Roswell crash and they reverse engineered it and gee whiz, we have spaceships. It's like, no, we're surrounded by a galactic family, you guys. We're surrounded by beings that have been here since before we were even cavemen. In fact, 542 million years ago, we had the Cambrian explosion. All of the basic genres of life appeared on Earth 542 million years ago as if it was dropped in. And so there are ancient ETs called elders that have been all through our galaxy and built stargates and portals. And we have one on Earth, at least one of the ancient stargates. But if you go through it, you get really sick and you get what they call transdimensional disorders. So we're not really evolved enough yet on the human level to use stargates, but that will probably change because, again, we are going through an ascension experience. There is a 25,000-year cycle that apparently happens on all the different planets throughout our galaxy actually run by this 25,000-year cycle, which ultimately is based on our sun being binary and orbiting another star, which is Proxima and Alpha Centauri. And so the Mayan calendar tracked this movement and predicted that in 2012 we were going to have some type of birth. The Mayans said birth into a fifth root race, whatever that means. Some of their inscriptions make that pretty clear. There's many other prophecies. The Bible's the one most people are familiar with, the rapture, the ascension. This is not just unique to Christianity. This is a worldwide religious prophecy. Alive and Thriving says Saturnian connection. Thank you very much. Yeah, there is a connection to Saturn as well. So the bottom line, folks, is that we are not alone. We never have been alone. We are in a very, very intense cosmic battle between good and evil. The negative ETs create and control a global elite. There are laws in the universe based upon the fact that it is a spiritual universe. So those universal laws require these beings to not openly invade. That's why we don't have an alien invasion. We never have had one. But there is the equivalent of a very serious alien invasion that's gone on since at least the time of Babylon, all the way back to Sumer, all the way back to the oldest civilizations. They were praying to evil gods and doing things like burnt offerings, burning infants alive to appease these masters. It happened in Carthage, then Rome conquered Carthage. They brought in that technology with beings like Baal or Baal and Moloch. And it really works. If you actually are willing to practice that level of evil, these beings will show up for you. They will become visibly manifested, and they will be able to honor your wishes and help you become powerful and wealthy. So this all started in Rome. Rome is still the center of it. We're going to have another focal point on that today, about how the Vatican is the spiritual center of this organization. So what happens is there's a technology, if you will, that these evil beings have. They bring it to every planet. And you got to draw a pentagram, and you got to light candles, and you got to wear robes and masks and chant. And then you got to do an atrocity. And once you do the atrocity, the beings will show up. And I'm being very circumspect in how I talk about this. For me now, it's just like washing my hands. Oh yeah, black magic, Satanism, evil. Sunday, every week, this is what I get to talk about. I'm kind of trapped in this. I hope that they do the job pretty soon so I don't have to keep talking about this every single week and getting attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked. I'm tired, you guys. I'm tired. 3 hours of sleep last night. Anyway, The global elite is not a joke, man. This is very real, but what people don't realize is humans aren't smart enough to do this. This is an alien thing. If you play along, if you do the ritual magic for them, they will reward you by making you wealthy, by making you politically powerful, and they teach you how to create a global control system. And as we've said so many times, Aleister Crowley, the father of modern Satanism, was instructed on how to do this stuff by a gray alien called Lam that showed up around 1917. The original version of the gray that showed up was called Awas and showed up in maybe 1911. So these beings are very invested in making sure that the elites on the planet are conducting these evil ceremonies, because those ceremonies allow beings in our lower astral planes on Earth to manifest into materiality. So yes, demons are real. They can project into our reality, which might be comforting to Christians, but probably not to anyone else. This isn't something people really want to be true. They don't want these beings to exist. They don't want there to be a way that you can make them appear. But these people actually do this, and they joke about it. They are constantly making references to it. And there are spiritual laws in the universe that you have to tell people what you're doing. You can't hide it from them. You have to hide it out in the open. So they keep on doing, things in the Super Bowl, halftime show, the Grammys, music videos, video games, in television shows and movies, Olympics, all these different public ceremonies actually represent to them ceremonial magic. Ernie Perez, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Please tell me medbeds are real and Nasara is going to happen. Medbeds are real, Nasara I'm not sure about. But something like what Nasara promises will happen. So again, the negative side is very real, and the people who begin participating in this are implicating themselves in severe criminality, and they have to hide it out in the open. They have to keep telling you what they're doing. They act like it's funny. They think it's a joke, but everybody gets very, very traumatized in these ceremonies, and that's part of how they have a bonding with each other. It's so intense that they really become like a family, and they call themselves the family. Whereas the positive angelic ETs reach out to people who end up giving spiritual teachings, and this is where our great religious scriptures come from. This is where levitating saints come from in the Catholic and Christian traditions, as well as in Tibetan Buddhism, as well as in Sufism. All over the world, you have people who attain superpowers through being good people, through being kind, loving, peaceful, forgiving, and staying in meditation. The Tibetan formula for the so-called rainbow body activation is 13 years of no negative thoughts, and I haven't even started. But at the same time, because of where we are in our timeline, we are now going through a human evolution in which our own bodies will be changing into something that is a transitional body between third density, as it's called in the Law of One, that's my main spiritual text, or fourth density. There's a transitional form that we're going to have, and it's going to activate this year. And what's interesting is that the cosmic trigger that creates Ascension is caused by our own revelation of the evil that exists. That's why I called this show The Great Revealing. They were intending to do this too. The negative was intending to do a revealing, as they called it, but theirs would have been very traumatic and evil, and it would have led to the open reveal of greys and reptilians controlling our planet, if enough of us would have gone along with the agenda. So what they have to do on the negative side is disguise themselves to work. They have to work through human proxies. They have to convince these human proxies on their own free will to serve and promote evil. And if enough people buy into this agenda, which is all served up to you through deception and trickery, if enough people buy into it, then they get to actually conquer the planet for real and show up in person. That's not going to be happening. The positive angelic ETs did interfere with our timeline through the work of people like Saint Germain, through the work of people like Valiant Thor, who appeared in Pentagon in 1957, and he gave us the plan, which, it was already in existence, but I think there was a lot of work that was done to make it better, including the donation of a time-viewing technology. It turns out every UFO is a time machine. They have this thing that the Roswell being came out of the Roswell crash holding this thing they call the cube. And you hold it in your hands, and the top opens up, and it creates a hologram in 3D. And wherever you think that you want to look, it will show you that place, and it will show you that place in space and in time. So inside your UFO, you hold onto the cube, you meditate on where you want to go, you can see it in the holographic display, then you decide you want to go there, the UFO opens up a wormhole through space and time, and then you go to that place. So it does appear that the Alliance has a time viewing technology, that this is the only way they could have done this. And what we saw with the plan is, again, 4547 was highly involved in this. And even though the media is telling you to hate him, that should be your first clue not to. Because in fact, it's highly controlled. People used to say, oh, I wonder who the Antichrist is going to be. He's going to come in, he's going to be really evil. No, dude, this is way more than one guy. The whole planet is infested with this stuff, and the Alliance has been cleansing it very, very consistently. But there's going to be a moment where they have to get the big names, and that's where we're probably going to have temporary martial law. It's not a bad thing. Has to happen that way. Emergency message broadcast on your phone. And we could be very, very close to that. But again, most of the time, apart from like Valiant Thor, these positive angelic ETs do not appear in person. They appear only telepathically. And you get telepathic thought transfer from these higher beings. And so reading about this, Steve Schuster just donated. Thank you very much, Steve. $50. I love it. Thank you. So these beings reached out to me in dreams, and I was having all these crazy UFO dreams throughout my whole life, meetings with robed human beings that had glow coming off of them, which then turned into Obi-Wan Kenobi after I saw Star Wars in 1977. And so they kept really reaching out, and I even had a dream where a UFO flew over me and it shot down a telephone. The telephone started ringing. I'm like, well, how could I actually make contact with these types of extraterrestrial beings? And I'd read The Law of One. It was derived telepathically. And at the same time, Art Bell was talking about remote viewing, that this was developed by the military. And it is a technology that incorporates keeping your ego out of the feed. You have no emotional reactions. You have no analysis. You're not supposed to think about what you're hearing. You're supposed to get your mind out of the way, go into a deep state of meditation, mind awake, body asleep. And then in that state, normally what they do in remote viewing is they look for things like a remote area. And the sizzle that was always on Art Bell was that they have a 99% accuracy rating on viewing a remote target with no front loading. You don't tell people what they're going to see, but you write it down on a piece of paper. Then even the conductor doesn't know what the paper is. It's just random coordinates. And the conductor guides the remote viewer around the site and says, okay, now I want you to explore that one area you were looking at. Now I want you to go higher and look at it from the sky. Now I want you to tell me if you can smell anything. Now I want you to tell me what it feels like. Do you have any textures you can feel? And it goes on. And eventually what happens is the person becomes bilocated. They're aware of being in their physical body, and they're aware of being at the remote location at the same time. And they describe it again with 99% accuracy. This is not in dispute. This is a fundamental fact, and the remote viewing research found that anybody could be trained in this. So I ended up using remote viewing protocols from 1996 to 2000, and I modified them according to the work of Joe Mason, who has the website greatdreams.com, and I met him in 96 online. And he was using a similar technique, but he called it the dream voice. And he said, if you wake up in the morning when you can still remember your dream, you listen. Instead of viewing like clairvoyance, you're doing clairaudience. You're listening to what you hear in the background, and then you write it down. No matter how weird or crazy it sounds, it's supposed to be garbled, it's supposed to sound weird, and you write it all down. That's what I started doing the morning after we spoke, and it was November 10th, 1996. And right away, this is a voice that clearly was some type of angelic extraterrestrial force. They did not want to be called aliens. They say they're human. And this began predicting the future with stunning accuracy to the degree where I'd have a stack of cassette tapes. I began dictating it on audio. And the cassette tapes would be describing what happened to me right before I sat down and began transcribing. So I used this from 1996 to 2000, and I created thousands of pages of this material, and a lot of it didn't make sense. I ended up publishing it on my website right on Valentine's Day, 1999, which is exactly where we are now in the time loop. We have been having these amazing weekly time loops that have been going on since last September. And the time loops are all on these cassettes that I have right here. So if you look at this box, okay, I was recording these on audio cassettes. That was the only, digital technology wasn't even really good enough back then. 96, you didn't really have a good digital recorder. I mean, maybe they were starting to come out, but I couldn't afford it. So I used cassettes. And it turns out that even though I ended up creating 7 books out of all this material from 2022 to 24, that there were 21 tapes missing. And I kind of knew that because in book 4, there's a whole period in January and February where there's very few transcripts, and then it really kind of picks up again in March. But yeah, January, February, there was a lot of missing stuff, and I didn't even remember, but it wasn't until 2006 that I actually first transcribed these, partly with the help of an admin. I did the rest by myself. There were 4 tapes that I never even got done doing, and I didn't finish the last 4 tapes until I went to Canada. And when I went to Canada, I got extremely, extremely sick with COVID, and I had to live through that, or, barely live through that. And what ended up happening is that we now have the material from the beginning, like January 1st, 1999 is really where it started. Maybe a little bit in December 98, there was one of those. But it's mostly January and February 1999, and we have been reading those transcripts to you every week. Stephanie Marsh, thank you very much. We're already at 5,100 viewers. So even though I feel like crap, you guys all showed up for me, so thank you. And the reason why I feel like crap, again, is because we've had 27-mile-an-hour wind, which is basically almost like a tornado. Your body won't let you sleep through a tornado. Your body says you're in danger. You have to wake up. You can't go back to sleep. So whatever, I'm here. So these time loops have been going on since last September, and the overall message of the Michael Prophecies is that we are building up to stunning global events this year. In fact, the Michael Prophecies portray 2025 as the year that we will have some type of human ascension experience that goes into a transitional phase. We can't even really comprehend what this is going to be. Everyone will be affected. The sun apparently gives off some type of energetic release, and we all begin having a much higher consciousness, similar to being dosed out on psychedelics. You won't even need to take any chemicals anymore. It will be beyond the point, because the law of one says it's 100 times more harmonious in 4th density than 3rd. So I think everybody is immediately going to get a lot happier and a lot less warlike. So the Michael Prophecies, again, I dictated it from 96 to 2000. I put it up on my website beginning in February 99. And then I just kind of forgot about it. And I didn't really know what a lot of it meant. It was very encrypted. It wasn't until September of 2021 that I began rereading this stuff and realized, holy crap, it's talking about the events of 2020. It's talking about the virus that everybody got. It's talking about the inoculations. It said that these were necessary things for us to have a non-catastrophic rapture. So these events, as upsetting as they are, and the fact that people have died from getting sick and whatever, and the fact that we had, some very suspicious things happen in November of that year, and we've been living in this really crazy situation where they're obviously trying to force all this stuff on us, and many people identify it as evil. Well, yeah, guess what? This is an alien agenda. But the aliens are not as strong as the good guys. Jesus came here to set the record straight. Jim Garrigus, what's the good news you have for us this week? Sorry if you're not enjoying this. That's kind of an insult, but anyway, he gave me $250, so I guess I'll just take the hint. Look, there's a lot of things going on, but I always set this up in case we have new viewers, so you just got to roll with me. Curious EL says, thank you, David and team, for all the hard work you do to make Earth the land of Eden once again. Much love to you and your spiritual team. Check out Looney Tunes, says Walter Haynes. You'll get more education. Where is his flying car? The flying car is coming. Again, we're getting funded, so just hang in there. So 2025 is where the good stuff happens. And I have to talk about the negative because that's part of the show. We have the Great Pyramid Timeline. I've talked about that. It flags 25 as when the suffering stops. Saint Germain in 1700s told people that Jesus, Buddha, and a bunch of angelic beings are all going to return in the year 2025. You can look this up in Alice Bailey's books. Yes, she's considered negative, but this is totally real. We found out from Linda Moulton Howe's source that the EB from Roswell talked about that they were going to be coming back on a massive level in 2025, and that they were going to be using souls that were angelic souls to help them, that a lot more of these souls would begin appearing 30 years before 2000. I was born in 1973, so I appear to be part of this initiative. That was mind-blowing. We talked about the song In the Year 2525. It mentions Judgment Day. It seems very much telepathically influenced. We have Luis Elizondo, even people in the Biden administration. Apparently everybody's thinking ETs are going to return on a massive level. The year is off. It's 27 instead of 25. But otherwise, it's the same stuff. And then we have, of course, my books, the Michael Prophecies. It's the product I'm selling here. We're going to give you a great deal on it this week. From 96 to 2000, the time loops were saying 2025 is when it's going to happen. And those time loops were unfolding as I would do the books. So in 22 and 23, I was unpacking this information. And as I was writing the books and reading new stuff, because again, I've got, 4 years of this material to go through, and I can't do it all at once. As I was reading it, it was describing current events. The Afghanistan war, the Chinese drone scare, talks about Kamala, talks about Biden, talks about Obama, talks about Trump, on and on and on and on and on. It definitely refers to the alliance, definitely refers to this letter, definitely refers to their favorite number, 17. There's codes of the number 17 in there. And it very much describes everything that's going on. So it appears that we're dealing with a positive, benevolent, angelic initiative. But yeah, Jim Garrigus, again, you might not like hearing about the negative, but we all have to do that homework. We're all going to be forced to deal with this. And part of why I'm out here giving you this information now is so that you don't get as traumatized as everybody else, that you're not one of those 99% of the people who would need to go to the hospital as they learn the truth. We're going to be okay. This is not something where we lose. This is something where we win. But again, the great revealing of the evil is necessary. It is an absolutely necessary step which leads us to call upon the positive. And when we do that, we then actually authorize these positive ETs to return on a massive level. So as the truth becomes known to the public, people will get down on their knees, they will pray to God, they will cry, they will be so upset about it, as apparently some of you already are. But I mean, if you watch my show, it's the same stuff I say every week. But anyway, when we go through that mass grieving process, calling out to God, this allows them to return, these higher angelic humans. And there's many of them. There's 35 different species we're going to be introduced to, apparently. So the Michael Prophecies says this is going to happen in 2025. Just recently, we had Jim Goodall, who was an insider, revealing that he was talking to people who work at Area 51 or Groom Lake, and they said, well, I'll be able to tell you everything that I know, but only in the year 2025. So there was another one. That was the 7th. And then just last week, we had this dazzling show about the 144-year Hindu cycle called Maha Kumbh Mela, in which it says that this is an event where demonic forces are overcome by good, and we now have 450 million people in India meditating on world peace, bathing in the Ganges River. It's incredible, and it's all happening right now. All of this data is correlated with reincarnation, and in particular the idea that I might have been Edgar Casey in my past life. So here is the photo comparison. This is Edgar at his desk. It is a shocking similarity to how I look. And if you still don't see it, here we are side by side. So you can't fake your own face, folks. It's like really funny when people try to debunk this. There's no way to really debunk the facial similarity. And as I've said before, Dr. Ian Stevenson interviewed 3,500 different children, many from the Middle East, who claimed that they could remember their past lives. He was able to audit their memories and find out that the things they claimed to remember were actually provable, and that once you proved this, and you could determine, yes, this kid remembered being somebody else, you go look at the picture of that somebody else they remembered being and compare it to their face in the present, and they look the same. Especially as you go through adolescence into adulthood, the adult face is, because, you know, puberty changes your facial features. Your jaw grows more, your face starts to change, and so a kid can look very different than they do as an adult, and you can't even really predict necessarily what a kid is going to look like as an adult until they grow. So I look less like Edgar Cayce when he was a kid, but more like him now. I mean, this is crazy. Look at the shape of the nose. Look at the shape of the lips. Look at the chin. Look at the brow. We both have this kind of Neanderthal, very intense, high-duty, you know, frontal lobe brow. The eyes look exactly the same. The ears are very similar. And in fact, we've had several different reincarnation researchers. They all confirm, yes, it's a facial similarity that started with Ian Stevenson. There's now Professor Jim Tucker, University of Virginia, used forensic police face matching software and confirmed that, in fact, reincarnations have a forensic face match that you can determine on a computer. This is about as good as anybody's ever seen on a reincarnation case. It doesn't get better than that. There's plenty of other reincarnations where the facial similarity is good, but not this good. So it's quite amazing in and of itself that my face looks like that. And the source that Cayce was channeling identified as Archangel Michael. So when I read Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods, in 1996, somebody just gave me a nice compliment here. Thank you for all you give to us. Deep gratitude, says Joy. Here we go again, David, says Riot Press Comics and Toys. It really looks like you, David, says DJ Reborn, New York City. Kennedy Miss Gimmons says, self-gratification is achieved through helping others. Love and joy in your heart explodes when you realize you have changed someone else's life for the better in any way possible. Love is beautiful. M. Nicolaris says, you look smarter than Edgar Cayce. Okay, there's insults, there's trolls. Look, the whole point is I'm going to do the same stuff every week because even if you're watching the show regularly, we always have newcomers. We got 5,500 people right now. You guys really ought to give me a break. I mean, honestly, there's such nasty, nasty evil in the comments. It's crazy that I even look at them. But there's enough of you that are positive that we keep it going, and we have a team of 8 people just to take down all the hate. It happens. Imhotep donated 100, says, my dream from 2018 about a solar flash showed me 8 huge pulses of white light. Each lit the whole sky for 3 seconds. The probable time is the 10th to 13th of March, or likely April 25. Well, yeah. And Melissa Martin, thank you, says, it's a lot of complicated material we need to review. Anita Constant says, give your P.O. Box again so I can send you a check, please. It's P.O. Box 3700, Nederland, Nederland, Colorado, 80466. Why do people bother trolling? I don't know. You're good, David. Keep her going, says Justin Henderson. Anyway, you guys are great. Most of you guys are fine. It's just a few, and they're very, very nasty. I don't know why you would watch this show if you hate this so much. Like, if you can't handle a review of information, you know, you don't have to be here. But please don't write nasty stuff. You're not helping yourself karmically, to say the least. Anyway, when I read Graham Hancock's Fingerprints of the Gods in 1996, we find out that 35 different ancient traditions of spirituality around the world, basically all of them, predict a solar flash or ascension experience, and it appears that we are in the final ignition sequence. I thought that this was going to happen in 2012, and in fact, we did have something happen in 2012. Paranormal Truth Seeker says, trolls are deterrent, means you are on the right path. How can I help spread your words? Well, first of all, I'd pick a different name than Truth Seeker. We already have a troll show called that. It's very, very nasty. But anyway, yours is paranormal at the beginning, so it's different. So anyway, we're in the final ignition sequence right now. and everything is coming to a head. Instead of 2012, it looks like it was 2025. So the Alliance is continuing to give us posts, and they say we should pay attention to the actual war. We have more donations coming in. You guys got my back. Elizabeth Arnold, thanks, David, for all you do. Hang in there. And Bonnie Demlong, who's donated many times, says, you are amazing. And we're 5,500 people. So, you know what? That's 5,500 reasons for why people want to hear what I have to say. And yes, there's always a review at the beginning. But you know what? It helps because that way we're not leaving out newcomers. And newcomers are the lifeblood of this show. You know, if there weren't new people coming in and I just tried to pick up where we left off, none of this would make sense. So giving you this information in condensed form is very important. Keeping it ongoing. Yeah, my eyes look really burned out. I'm extremely tired. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, you guys. So anyway, and that's because of the wind that was obviously deliberately intended to happen. So there is an actual war that's very different than the war that we think is going on. The Alliance made this post on Sunday. So this is something that happened a week ago. And it says, the man admits transporting to Super Bowl. I can't really read any of the rest of it for obvious reasons. If you don't know why, then you're just not paying attention to the war. And they say, pay attention to the actual war. So what do they mean by actual war? Well, first of all, the translation is this is a proxy war between angels and demons, between good and evil. The actual war is evil that wants you to engage in the most evil stuff you can do, of which that post is a great example. So what we do with it each week is we start out by reviewing the most sizzly stories. Now that he's back in office, it's become very exciting. It's moving very fast. So we're going to take it through one day at a time. This is how we begin. So as of Monday, he's talking about how she got booed out of the stadium. MAGA is very unforgiving. That's the Great Awakening. People are aware that major entertainment figures are not necessarily doing the right thing. There have been many, many examples of her having evil symbolism in music videos, in Grammy Award ceremonies, all that kind of stuff. And so many people are aware of it now that there's literally this incredible booing as soon as she shows up on the monitor, which is sad. I mean, sad for her. And I don't think that people deserve that. But, the public gets really upset when they learn the truth about this. And then we find out that the FBI found these secret records. There's something like about 3,000 or 2,500 of them that nobody knew about. And all of a sudden, oh, look at what we found. Allison Queen says, my dad had a reading from Edgar Cayce, so thank you. And that's you. Please talk about his comments about Canada. What exactly does he mean? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Anyway, let's keep on going. So now we're into Tuesday, and we're seeing that there's an investigation now of people whose net worths have exploded after this bombshell comes out, and the walls are closing in. It's very exciting. You really should be following the news right now. We see that the war in Ukraine is coming to an end. He's offering a land swap to bring it to an end. And then we see that there are still drone sightings going on. There still could be some type of blue beam event, fake alien invasion. That is absolutely on the table. Now even the FDA itself is confirming that there are, contaminations that we're seeing that exceed regulatory safety limits from 6 to 470 times. So what the hell does that mean? Well, that means that there's stuff in there that's not supposed to be there, and it's alive, and it's probably not good either. So this is coming now from the FDA. Wow. I mean, it is the great revealing. We are in it right now, folks. And then they're talking about a lab that was found in Canada that makes Breaking Bad look minor league. There's almost no enforcement on the border. And this is all going to come out in the open, that they're trying to poison people, get them addicted to things that will kill them. That is the negative alien agenda to a T. That's where it all comes back. They want us to be suffering. This was a huge one, folks. So Jim Garrigus, if you're sad about my content, this should perk you up a little bit. And again, thank you for the donation. 10 days before the files are going to be released as of the 11th. That makes it this Friday. Glenn Beck confirms the full and complete list will be released in the next 10 days. He claims on the very first day as director that this list will be made public, and therefore he needs to be confirmed. I got to be very circumspect in how I read this, but you can read it yourself. This is part of the nature of the beast of what I have to do here. So this is incredible. I mean, wow. And that would be this Friday, my friends. So think about it. At the same day, very same day, that we're only now less than a week away from D-Day, and they might try to do something before then, because that's when it all comes out. We have Representative Anna Paulina Luna saying she's going to be releasing the truth about UFOs as part of this commissioned work that she's doing. And I watched that briefing. It was dazzling. She is set to lead a task force aimed at declassify the list, the files, and other top secret documents. Her mission also includes uncovering the truth of Martin Luther King, events in 2001, origins of various illnesses, and UFO disclosures. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer appointed her to lead this task force. So that is dazzling. If you don't believe what I'm telling you is going to happen, it is. And again, don't get bummed out just because I described the negative to you. We got to man up and we got to face this thing. You can't cleanse from a problem if you ignore the problem. If your foot is in pain and it gets infected, you can't just ignore it. You got to treat the infection. So that's what the Alliance is doing. And again, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of stamina to face up to the truth. But here's Paulina Luna, who's got this commission that's just going to blow the lid off of everything. I mean, and UFOs are in there. So we're going to learn a lot that we don't already know. S. Nort Schnorrimore says, I think you are amazing. I now understand the drops a little bit more. Thank you very much. Luna is the moon, truth, polarity, and shadow. Cypril 1231, I'm confused. 27-mile-an-hour wind is classified as a strong breeze. No, that is not true. It's 27 miles an hour average, and it has gusts that go up to 70 or 80, which is anything above 77 is hurricane force. Okay, Jim Garrigus, thank you very much. He says, apologies, not intended as an insult. I love every minute of your live streams, and he donated another $250. Thank you, Jim. No, I totally accept your apology. Wow, look at that, 5777. We got exactly 5,777 viewers right now. Jim, I'm sorry I called you out, buddy, but I just, I'm probably a little bit more salty and sassy than usual because I'm only on 3 hours of sleep. Thank you, Jim. That was awesome. And, I'm sorry if you guys have trouble dealing with the truth, but it happens. Dennis Rourke, thank you for the donation. And, that question we can't really answer, but anyway. So now going back to our slides, we're up to Wednesday, where there is a highly productive call with Putin. Thank God, right? Does anybody want war to happen? Does anybody want the planet to get nuked? It says right here they are ready for peace. And the meeting is being set up on Friday. And then right as they have the meeting, we had that attack on Chernobyl. It just so happens. Well, this development of the peace with Russia is directly predicted in this week's Archangel Michael time loop. So now read as he goes into more detail about what's going on. This should make everybody very happy. No matter who you are, if you like being alive, this should make you happy. I had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with Putin discussing UK, Middle East, energy, AI, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. Well, we know AI has a seed of evil in it, so it's interesting if they talked about that. We both reflected on the great history of our nations, the fact that we fought together in World War II. Russia lost tens of millions, and we lost so many. We talked about the strengths of our nations, the benefit that we will have in working together. First, we want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in this war. He even used my strong campaign motto of common sense. We both believe very strongly in that. We agreed to work together closely, visiting each other's nations. We also have agreed that respective teams will start negotiations immediately, and we will call Z to inform him about it, something I'll be doing right now. He doesn't have to be involved in every one of them, too. I don't know why he said that. I asked Marco Rubio. There it is. That's the key highlight I wanted to make for this one, and that they are starting negotiations immediately. We agreed to work together very closely, start negotiations immediately. He's asked Marco Rubio, Ratcliffe, National Security Advisor, to lead the negotiations, and he believes they will be successful. Millions of people have died in a war that would not have happened if I were president, but it did, so it must end. No more lives should be lost. I want to thank him for his time and effort and release of Mark Fogel, a wonderful man I personally greeted last night. I believe this effort will lead to a successful conclusion, hopefully soon. So again, the key here is negotiations, which I strongly feel will be successful, and I believe this effort will lead to a successful conclusion. That should make everybody happy, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. We don't want this to continue. So then they say, earlier in the game here, February 6th, they've started a full audit of the $100 billion that have mysteriously vanished, and we know what this is going to turn up. It's all been grifted away. Now this comes out, this is on TG, so that's the other platform where they post, and they say things that are a little bit more edgy than they can get away with on X. It says right here, the community notes were funded by, and I've been saying Z instead of those letters. So, you know, this would imply that X is becoming a better place to live. And in fact, our own attacker has not been attacking in the last 2 weeks, so maybe his money got cut off as well in this process. That would be great. We're almost up to 6,000 in the first hour, so thank you guys for being here. So yeah, the money for these people to attack is being taken away. And then it says right here, just in, the Su-57 and F-35 are sharing airstrip and airspace at Aero India 25, which probably relates to Mahakumbh, that 144-year cycle thing, for the first time in history. Not even since World War II has this happened. So wow, this is incredible. And then what do they say below here? This is very edgy. The alliance involves military cooperation. You are all witnesses. Well, they've said that before, but that was so over the top last week. I was like, let's just hold on and not release that one until they give us more proof. And now we have that proof. So I'm honored to share this. They have already formed an alliance. They are already working to make sure that we're going to be okay. And you are all witnesses to this. And then they said this on the 12th on the same platform. Have we confirmed that this alliance exists now based on all of today's news, which I was just reading you? Yes, absolutely. Something is going on. They're both working for the good. The peace negotiation really already happened. This is all just for optics. So that's fantastic. Because this is the best classified intel you're ever going to get right here. So then on the 13th, they posted this, that Z has a very bad week, and here's why. As top U.S. officials arrive at the Munich Security Conference, the realities of the momentum coupled with the U-turn have led to a clear mood shift. Great news continued tumbling out on Wednesday, where Tulsi was confirmed and Mitch was the only no vote. That's really amazing. 70,000 federal workers have now accepted a buyout. That's why there's so many houses for sale out there. And then Clandestine wrote this. After she was sworn in, he says he spoke with both P and Z and says everybody wants peace. Notice the timeline. Right after she was confirmed this morning, he starts posting about these negotiations. And she's the head of intelligence. Are they related? Perhaps. Maybe he was waiting for his highest-ranking intelligence position to be officially confirmed, which means we're safe then, before proceeding to this next phase of peace negotiations. Very exciting. Given her comments on these various things and the establishment's claims that she is an asset, it seems there might be strategic timing going on here. Many different dots are connecting. And then that brings us up into Thursday. This is a huge, huge win where RFK was confirmed as the secretary. You can see that right here in a post from News Nation. And then Peter Bernegger wrote this, that CISA has been ordered to place their group on administrative leave, and they have played a key role in the second paragraph in a variety of unpleasant things. And so, wow, it's all happening so fast. I mean, I'm just kind of overwhelmed by this. And then Guy Smith says they need to be shut down. They are the architect of these various things, the whole 9 yards, blah, blah, blah. And then he put this poster in there. Then on ZH, which is the website that I'm always quoting from, zero and then the last word hedge, is a grand bargain in the works between the U.S. and Russia. A root and branch overhaul of post-war global order could be under consideration. And here's another one from Thursday. both China and Russia. He's saying, let's cut our military budgets in half and let's get you guys back in the G7. That's incredible. I mean, all the things that we want are happening. And then in our last show, we talked about the 144-year cycle. It's happening in India right now. And then immediately thereafter, the Prime Minister, in the middle of this big ceremony, flies to America and does a gigantic trade deal. And it's all over the news. New deals on trade, energy, artificial intelligence. This is multi-billion-dollar deals. It's bringing lots of wealth into our country. And last week we had discussed this 144-year cycle culminating now. It's called Mahakumbh Mela, symbolizing the victory of gods over demons. And it's a 144-year cycle, 1,200 years old at least when they started counting it. Starts on January 13th, expected to conclude on February 26th. It's the world's largest peaceful congregation of people, 450 million people praying for peace. And the meditation effect reduced crime and terrorism by 72% with 7,000. So just the sheer volume of people praying for peace practically guarantees that we're going to get results. So again, this cycle begins on January 13th, and the inauguration was only a week later on January 20th. And then that number 60 popped up. We had lots of interesting synchronicity around that. But again, the main point is the inauguration is right in the middle of this 144-year-old cycle that pinpoints the year 2025. So if this is like the biggest thing ever in Indian history, I found out about it because we had investors from India who had to delay their trip because they wanted to go bathe in the Ganges. What in the world would cause the Prime Minister Modi to leave them in the middle of this epic, once-in-a-lifetime event and come here? Well, we talked about the fact that the name might have encoded prophetic information about 2025 and where we are right now. So the third word is kumbh, and it's very similar to the last three letters of trumpet. The B, if you add another loop on, if you take away one of the loops on the B, it turns into a P. And similarly, the K and the R are very similar. All you have to do to make a K into an R is put a bar on the top. So kumbh and trumpet are very, very similar words. And then the second word is maha, like make America healthy again. So you got maha and then you got trumpet. Then it gets even better, as I said, because the fourth word is mela, like Melania. So you got Mahakumbh Mela is actually like this. But it goes even farther than that. You know, and I do believe this is intentional, that the higher beings gave this guy 1,200 years ago the words so that we would decode this in 2025. The first word is Prayag, and you just separate the two words and it becomes pray for the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. She has a very key role in this. So pray AG, Maha, Trumpet, Melania. Wow. And all we had to do is just slightly alter what we've already got, add some things, and boom, it turns into that. So that is dazzling. And I had just talked about this, which should make anybody in India very excited. And then all of a sudden he flies over here and they're doing gigantic deals. So I do have to wonder if 45 used this amazing synchronicity as a provocation to say, hey, come on over here, let's make a deal. That's very likely. Then now we're seeing Rogan is going out there, bringing out the truth about how blacklists, everybody like me in the independent media is being blacklisted, global propaganda. And then we see that he was confirmed to lead. So this is really amazing. And there again is that word maha, just like Mahakumbh Mela. Now we're into Friday. And this is where the official announcement is made by 47. Or this is actually RFK saying it. Thank you. As a boy, I sat in the Oval Office where my uncle led on the issues of health and fitness. Now, 6 decades later, I stand with a transformational leader who fully grasps the public health crisis our nation faces. I couldn't be more thrilled. So this is a really interesting, both sides of the aisle coming together coalition, not just like things that are going to trigger people on the left, but they should be very happy about this stuff. And I ask you, would all of this be happening if the cackler was in power? I doubt it. I really doubt it. It would probably be a lot worse. Then we have the vice president who goes over to Europe and does a very sizzly speech where he is saying that, free speech should not be criminalized. And they got all upset about that. And we can see that right here. So you don't have to read this, but we're going to read the text below. But this again talks about the India thing. I am thrilled to welcome the Prime Minister of India, my friend Narendra Modi, back to the White House. There is a truly special bond between the U.S. and India, the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. So, yeah, is that a coincidence with my show? Probably not. I think everybody got really excited when I pointed that out. And the Alliance is always signaling me week after week. If you watch the show, you know that. So, there's a new synchronicity going on in this week's time loop with Miami. The Miami Circle is mentioned. And then right here, it says 90% of the flowers we buy on Valentine's Day are imported through Miami and then shipped nationwide within hours. You'll see where that pops up. This is another kind of sad thing. I really do pray for everybody to have healing. We find out liberal women are the most likely to feel lonely, and they're also the least likely to be completely satisfied with their life. Only 12% satisfaction versus 37% on the conservative side. Well, again, it's really sad because these people have been enslaved. That's my opinion. If you supported this agenda that's been publicly promoted, you've been lied to, you've been dragged around, they want you to think that you're getting what you want, but you got to accept more and more stuff that makes you feel bad, and you're like, well, I got to have my team win, so I got to get behind them even if I don't like what's going on. Well, that's how the evil works. The evil wants you to feel like you have to support it even though it goes against your beliefs, and if they can push you far enough that way, then we ultimately authorize a massive alien invasion, which nobody wants that. Then another piece of news on Friday is that Chernobyl was attacked. They probably hoped that it was going to blow up on the side of the wall right as the peace negotiation is happening. And so high explosive drone pierces the shell of the plant. It's really, really terrifying, but thankfully nothing seems to have happened. It wasn't explosive powerful enough. But yeah, tell me that's a coincidence? BS. Then we also find out, somebody alerted me to this on my Twitter post when I posted this show link, that Washington, D.C. is having a massive sell-off of properties. Some people are trying to downplay this, but it's obviously real, and we can tell why. The wildest stuff is happening near D.C. Here it is, Arlington, Virginia, which is really the closest city. Everything is being put on the market. I mean, look at that. Look at all the listings. Coming soon, and you see all the green where it says coming soon, that's what it says. Or new. It's almost all either new or coming soon. And I wrote, oh my God, that is crazy. Well, why do you think they're selling their houses? Because memes like this are going around. Yeah, it's childish, but hey, you gotta have a little bit of comic relief here once in a while. This is the original Dr. Robert Reed burrito alien. It's totally fake. It's a very badly sculpted fake alien head. But this meme is going around, and it made me laugh, so I figured, yeah, let's throw it in the show. The poor people of Los Angeles, right where I used to live, are getting hammered. That's the next thing. But first, we got a couple big donations here. Eric Weinstein, Birkenschimpf says, Eric Weinstein claims of unified strong and weak forces in his geometric unity theory. Thank you for that. 2011, Kathy D. Thank you, David. Love you from Australia. Hope Australians will also see great changes here. God knows we've been through a lot. Bless you for who you are and what you do. Celebrating your first super chat. David, have you thought of getting and using a sound machine or a fan to block the noise that might help you get better sleep? I don't think you have any idea how disruptive this is. I can't sleep in it regardless of the fact that I don't hear anything. I'm not hearing noise. It's the violent movement. It's the actual motion of the wind over the house that wakes me up. I sleep with earplugs in. I got them actually right here. I use silicone earplugs, and I had them in my ears right up. And actually, the wind has now stopped. Believe it or not, everything's kind of calmed down. It's finally gotten nice, which I knew would happen. We're at 1:12 p.m. So thank God, man, because this is just horrible. But anyway, David B. My Valentine says, Vanessa Pastrana. Well, a lot of people have asked me for that, but I'm very humbled. How's your daddy? Angry daddy, that's what I'm talking about, Tom Cornett. I have had it. David, you and your brother have screwed up far too many times. You just keep on making the same mistakes over and over and over again. I'm supposed to stand here looking at you boys and not get angry about the stuff that I'm seeing. Well, I have had it. Oh my God, I burned myself. There you go, little angry daddy. Honestly, like, I have to be inspired to do comedy, and I am just so tired. I mean, I'm like a zombie. The DS attack with the wind gave me 3 hours of sleep. That's it. So I'm sorry if I'm not as funny as I usually am. Deborah Nicholas Paul says, always look forward to Sunday. Thank you, David. Thank you very much, Deborah. And then Guitar Rhonda, thank you for doing these shows. You are the greatest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christ is the Sun, says Juan Jose Vasquez. I'll buy you a new house somewhere warmer if you want this summer. I think I'm going to have the money to get out of here, and I absolutely intend to. It is a freakish nightmare that I got trapped here after my divorce. This was only supposed to be a summer home, and back then I had a fat cat lifestyle that could afford that, and I've been totally broke and trapped here, and there is nothing worse than being stuck in this wind. It doesn't matter whether you can hear it or not. The motion and the sense of danger just wakes up your body. So I've been awake since 2 o'clock in the morning, nonstop. Anyway, poor Los Angeles, where I used to live before I moved out here, they've gone right from the biblical fires to mudslides, and you still can't drive on the PCH or Pacific Coast Highway. So PCH is fully closed, and it will remain that way from Chautauqua to Carbon Beach Terrace in Malibu, which is a huge strip, until further notice, with no estimated time for reopening and more rain on the way. Mudslides have totally ruined this highway. Avoid the area, plan for delays. So you got to understand here that if the PCH isn't running, you got to drive up through crazy little back roads in the mountains like Piuma and Las Flores Canyon, if you could even get to that. I mean, it takes people an extra hour to get home. So even if your house wasn't destroyed by the fire, you're going to spend 2 or 3 hours driving to and from work each way because you can't use the PCH. PCH is a single point failure. So LA is really suffering, and I hope that they can get this cleaned up fast. Another thing we found out about on Friday is that the internet searches provide us with information that DC is in a full panic mode. BleachBit, wipe my hard drive, send my money to an offshore bank. This is all the kind of stuff that they're looking for. And so definitely the arrests are already happening. It's not occurring the way we thought. It's happening while he's in office, and some people are asleep and they're not even aware of this. And then we see, again, they posted in the General, which is another Alliance source, 36% surge in unemployment filings in D.C. That is crazy. In just the last 2 weeks, 70,000 people accepting the buyout offer. Wow. Big things are happening, folks. And Friday is when the files drop. So get ready for it. Now, the European leaders say they're horrified after the sassy speech from Vance. Then we go into Saturday, and now we see that the alliance is directly going after the R's. This again was on ZH, that he's being accused of misconduct with at least 6 different individuals over the course of 3 decades. Now, normally they would be protected from this. The media would never cover this. You would never even hear about it. But what's happening? Now it's out in the open. That's pretty exciting if you understand where this is leading. And now even the Italian mafia is not safe. 130 people have been arrested in the biggest crackdown against them in decades. Wow. They were using encrypted cell phones which were smuggled into jails. So this is all coming to a head, folks. Depressing piece of news came in, which is that Los Angeles is not going to do anything more than a 6-inch cleanup of the soil. And it was the top post on Nextdoor for Friday. Oh, look, Palisades is going to become a big toxic waste dump from here on. You click on that link, it takes you here, where the LA Times is saying that the feds are not going to test the soil after the cleanup, and this will potentially leave contamination behind. They're trying to say, oh yeah, all we have to do is scrape off 6 inches of topsoil and everything's going to be fine. But if you read the article, it says at the Paradise Fire and other examples, toxic material leaches a lot farther down into the soil than 6 inches. And again, I think that 45 will fix this too, but this is what the state government right now is trying to get away with. They don't care about you. They don't care about safety. They want to keep it quick and dirty and cheap. And they're just going to use these graders and take off 6 inches and say, we're done. This is awakening the people in Los Angeles very quickly. They don't want you to be healthy. They don't want you to be safe. This is a dangerous situation, and you can't use the PCH, so everybody's really upset. Another really obvious sign of interference is the desperate DS attacking Elon and going public with something that never should have happened. I'm sorry that it did, this paternity scandal. Here it was on ZH again. He is the father. Secret birth occurred 5 months ago. And so we'll read a little bit more about that. And so this is, evidence that people were now touting, where stopping birth control and Adderall was one of the best things I ever did for my mental health, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, for sure. So she's not on birth control anymore. So this is how it started at the top, which we just read. And then the meme says, how's it going? Well, this is what she just posted the other day. And we'll read, Elia lacta est. We'll read what that means in a second. That's pretty weird. So this is what she wrote. 5 months ago, I welcomed a new baby into the world. He is the father. I have not previously disclosed this to protect our child's privacy and safety, but in recent days it became clear that tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause. And I really wouldn't want to talk about this except that it's big news and the Alliance mentioned anyway. And they're trying to throw him off. I intend to allow our child to grow in a normal and safe environment. For that reason, I ask the media honor our privacy and refrain from any invasive reporting. Well, at the same time that she posted this is what she wrote at the top. So it actually turns out that this in Latin means, are you ready for this, folks? The game is milk. The game is milk. Why in the world would she say that? That's what I found out. I put it into Google Translate. This is typing it in. It says it detected it as being Latin. And then the translation, the game is milk. So, audience participation time, folks. I'm going to jump over to camera 5. What do you think she means when she said the game is milk? Who is she milking? What is she milking? What is this going on? Keto, naturally, she did not disclose this because she signed an NDA and she was getting paid. She is a grifter. The kid needs to be fed. That could be one definition. The game is milk. She's breastfeeding. She's breastfeeding. Isn't that crossing the Rubicon? Slippery slope. Milking the game. Ha, ha, ha. Milking him for money. Yeah, I mean, that's... You could look at it either way. It's very interesting that there's two different ways. Linda Paul says milk means she wants money. Marilyn Jackson, she is milking Elon, milking for the money, milking this scam for all it's worth. Says Eldon Elder. I report she's lactating, milking the cow. The game is the grifters. Probably lack of sleep. It's no rest, 24 hours a day being a mother. Mr. Beast's chocolate feastables. What about the movie Milk? I hadn't thought about that. Alia iacta est says the dice have fallen. Ah, that could be another definition. Interesting. Andre Feller said that. Talk about red panda koala. We did before. We're not doing that again. Alia iacta. Let's see. Is it iacta or is it lacta? Yeah, you could be right. It could actually be iacta. And so what again was iacta? It is Latin. Anyway, somebody had that before. The dice have fallen. Okay, so maybe she didn't really mean to say the game is milk. It means the dice have fallen. Okay, fair enough. It's you got to be really, really careful when you disclose something like this, that you don't give the wrong impression. That's really hilarious. The dice have fallen. The game is milk. You can decide. Oh my God. Anyway, so then, this is another one that everybody's now paying attention to. She says, and end scene. And do you remember, just a week or two ago when I ended my show with and scene, I apparently was telepathically seeing this in the future. She says, and end scene, just like I said. And then Wagner Chief says his forces will pull back. And then he responds and says the pullout method, speaking personally, I obviously prefer the pull-in method. Oh my God. So, look, here's my point. I do think he's really just a horny guy. I mean, you know, they're saying now in the media he's got 12 different kids, three or four different mothers. If you dress up as a Red Lobster, that definitely shows that you're ready to get in the game. You know, you want to wear those feathers. And you know, I had the same issues 12,000 years ago. My alleged past life, Edgar Casey's past life, is Rata. The big problem I had was going around and being promiscuous. I've had 12,000 years to think about it, get punished with karma and poverty. I'm definitely not going to do that again. So I'm going to be a one-woman man always. And if anybody asserts otherwise, then that is a lie, because I already know I'm not going to break that rule. And, you know, it causes problems, and this is an example. They're trying to use it against him. Either way, I still want him to legally save us trillions of dollars. So I'm now going to quote the immortal Danny Brinkley, who said, "Why would I want to fire somebody who's making me money?" Yeah, I mean, okay, he's a horny guy, but that doesn't mean that I want him to stop saving me trillions of dollars. I don't want to fire somebody who's making me money. So then she wrote this: "I appreciate the kind words. I wish I did not feel the need to make a statement. Kids should be off limits. I will be spending time and logging off for a while." She said that on the 14th, but then the next day she jumped back in and says, "It is interesting he is responding to this clearly in jest screenshot discussed with his team months ago in a documented call. Obviously there was some sort of weird settlement or NDA going on. Now he decides to respond to it publicly from an account that posted da-da-da-da, as if, ooh, salty, he wasn't asking me to have more children just last week. Yikes. I would like to take this offline for our children's sake. I've been attempting to do so for weeks." Well, the problem is that he's in the crosshairs of the DS. It's not going to be happening. Birkin Schimpf says, "Do you know of Eric's theory? Would you meet him?" Well, I don't know Eric's theory, so we have to start with that. Oh, Tiny T. Alea Iacta Est translates as "the die is cast," indicating that decisive action has been taken. There is no turning back. It is famously attributed to Julius Caesar when he crossed the Rubicon River. The die is cast. Okay, got it. Atlantis Rising. David, where did you hear that about Casey? I've been an ARE member for over 20 years. I never heard that before. Well, that's the whole point. The ARE, the Casey administration, will not acknowledge this. They will not talk about this. We got the face, we got the astrology. So, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. So anyway, this is what's going on. It's a very sad thing. I feel bad for both of them. And, you know, it just shows you that you can't make a mistake. You can't screw around. You can't have extramarital affairs. You can't screw people over. If you try to go up against this evil, they will throw everything at you that they've got, and they will try to make you look bad. That's what's happening. The die is cast. Okay, it doesn't mean whatever it was about the milk. Sorry about that. I thought it said lacta. Anyway, now the Saudis are discussing this Gaza plan. That's a good sign. That means peace is coming. Louisiana has acknowledged that they're going to stop promoting this. The Surgeon General said that. That's a very big piece of news. It's probably going to go a lot wider than that. And then Zelensky is saying, oh, you know, he begged to meet in person, but he's not getting that anyway. And then he comes out and asks for $250 billion more dollars. Like, wait a minute. You lost 100 out of 170. Why would we give you 250 more? Do you just think, I don't even want to get into it, but like, it's just absolutely insane. So very big events are on the horizon in our near future, and we may well see the emergency message system appear. This was the last thing. This is hot off the presses, 11:11 a.m. this morning. It's the last thing I put into the show, and they're showing Air Force One in flight. So that's what's going to happen when they start doing the arrests. And remember, the list is dropping on Friday, so this could be the week where it happens. And that's a very, very provocative post they just made, you guys. 21-second video. Says, post 21, at this point, we are far enough along. We can paint the picture without jeopardizing the operation. So this could be the end. I mean, maybe I'll actually get a week off. I have to say, doing what ends up being a 5-hour show every single week, it's terribly exhausting. I don't ever feel like I have any time off. I don't ever feel like I can breathe or relax. I've been building this show since Thursday. And again, the Alliance slides, I had 5 that I couldn't even get done with. I've been working literally right up until the moment I'm on the air. I was up since 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm attacked in every way possible. It's just very, very intense. But I did get a business loan. We can fight back against the subpoena. We're going to take it to court. You're going to learn everything that happened in my filing if we do go that route. Hopefully they can back off. I doubt that they will, though. They're just very, very aggressive. They clearly have anger towards me, and they want to implicate me in a crime, even though I'm not a defendant in this countersuit that they filed. So, this is pretty good. I'm at the 1.5 hour mark. We got 6,500 people watching, and we are already up to the beautiful Archangel Michael time loops, which in many ways is my favorite part of the show. So, I told you about that. I showed you the cassette tapes I got right here. Again, what we're doing is these were dictated from January to February 1999. They did not get into the 7 Michael Prophecies books. Book 4 is the first, it's like the first 4 months of 1999, but it doesn't include 21 of these tapes that are in here. They didn't get transcribed until 2006. They were in one file called January 99 1_N, and that was the only place I had the transcripts, and I didn't find that when I was doing the book. But then I found it later on. So when I went back through it, I'm like, oh my God, all this stuff is time looped. And if you've been watching the show, then week after week, we're reading off of these transcripts, and all I have to do is literally read it in linear order, and it's just unbelievably accurate to everything that's going on. And this week, again, does not disappoint at all. In fact, there's a tremendous amount of material to get through this week, and it's all essentially, remember, I used remote viewing protocols, so this appears to be authentic. I believe that it's authentic contact from angelic higher consciousness, angelic intelligence, with the leader of this angelic group being none other than Archangel Michael. And Archangel Michael is said in the Bible to be the highest angel, helping Jesus, personally responsible, Archangel Michael is, for the defeat of Satan. No pressure. And apparently Archangel Michael represents the collective masculine consciousness of humanity when we go through the Ascension and we're fully into 4th density. So it is a group consciousness, but it individuates as if it were a single voice, because in the higher realms that can happen. So last week we were at February 13th. We're just going to pick right up where we left off. Just a little bit from last week, and then we're going to hit it again. So I have dreams and readings, and sometimes the readings talk about the dreams. So this was a dream with Don T, which is an obvious reference to 45. And there's many of these because he was my best friend in high school, and then I gave him that pseudonym when I put these transcripts together for publication online in 99. I said, well, I can't use his real name. I got to give him a different name. So I changed it to Don T, and now that seems highly prophetic. So anytime you see Don T, it's basically talking about you-know-who. So I was showing him the map of my room in the house I grew up in, 621, and my bed had strange marks on it in this map, and it looked like some kind of blueprint. And it reminded me quite a bit of diagrams of sacred geometry from ancient temples. So I believe that this is talking about how the higher beings have to use intelligent energy in the form of sacred geometry in order to communicate to me telepathically, which is what we're seeing right here. Believe me, these time loops this week do not disappoint. A big theme was altruism and service to others. I kept doing good things for other people. The first example was chiropractic work, neck cracks and back cracks. And when I unsealed this, it was July 3rd, 2006. I was living in Santa Monica in a basement apartment. And I had just gotten chiropractic work done from somebody named Vahe. And my female friend Laurel had recommended him, and I finally went to see him. So I got immediately back from him. He had just given me a chiropractic adjustment. And then boom, I unsealed this thing from 7 years earlier, 7.5 years. And I had a chiropractic adjustment. And again, this is not anything unusual. Even though 7 years elapsed, I go and I get a neck adjustment, which would be great to have right now, actually. My God. See if I can get some cracks. Yeah. So no, I literally come back from getting my neck adjusted. I sit down, I transcribe the tape, and the first thing it has in there is a chiropractic adjustment. And it's still happening now after 25 years. We're in 2025. These were done in 1999, but they reach right through. So it's very strange, but it appears that Archangel Michael is able to see completely throughout linear time. And so he's reporting on what's happening in 2025 back in 1999. In order to preserve free will, he has to disguise it a little bit. He can't actually say people's names. And plus, with remote viewing, it's very difficult to get specific names. But, you know, Don T is pretty darn specific. So again, this is talking about the telepathic work, the sacred geometry. At this point, as I was saying last week, I was having drama with this woman named Marcia. She had kind of lured me in and then started being really abusive to me and the farm community I was living at. Everybody ended up hating her. But nonetheless, despite the drama, my website was fully published. It was actually on the night of the 13th, but basically Valentine's Day. I refined it on Valentine's Day, so we'll call it Valentine's Day, which is interestingly time-looped with when I was building these slides. So exactly 25 or 26 years later, I guess. 26 years later, yeah. 26-year time loop. So Michael was very complimentary in these dreams and readings towards me. And so this is the next one we got. This is from Valentine's Day. Right next to the house I grew up in, there was this pile of rotting, disgusting material. It was like visible gravel, but it had all this horrible smelling stuff in it. And we were shoveling it out and removing it from the area. So again, based on all the context week after week, I believe this is a reference to draining the swamp, getting rid of the rot, shoveling it out. It's a grotesque process, but in this case, 621 represents the White House. And sure enough, look at all the people selling their houses, all the new listings. So this is happening right now. Then Michael comes in and he speaks in usual, very cryptic language. Craft a meat cleaver in order to do all this. Well, in the meat cleaver, you're cutting off the fat. That's exactly the language that's used for budget trimming. Oh, here's Beverly Adams. I'm aware that you're a deep tissue massage therapist. My husband is a chiropractor. We work together. Miracles. Yes, I know you said that before. So anyway, I do get regular massages. And in fact, you want to see a scar? Check this out. Look at that. I'm getting cupping done. And it actually causes bruising because that's how hardcore I am about my own healing, you guys. So there's one there. There's another one right there. That one happened to get really, really horribly black and blue. They don't usually look that bad. But, like, yeah, I'm very intensely dedicated to healing. There's these kind of rubbery cups that you put on. And then what that does is it breaks up the fascia, the knots in the fascia. And dang, that's a big bruise, I know. Cupping is intense, but it evidently helps. Well, I'm going all out, man, and I got to say, I've really done an amazing amount of healing. Beverly Adams understands that. Thank you for the donation. So again, it says craft a meat cleaver in order to do all this. Well, the meat cleaver is literally designed to trim the fat, and that is exactly the wording that is used for budget cuts. We got to cut the fat out of the budget. So here I am having a dream about the house I grew up in, which represents the White House. In dream symbology, that's what I think it is. And we're shoveling out this gravel that's literally infested with, like, fecal matter. We're shoveling the crap out. We're draining the swamp. And then Michael says, meat cleaver, which wouldn't really make any sense. I mean, that's the problem, you know. Back when I had a group discussing this, nobody really knew why he was saying all these things, but they're only... because it wasn't made for 1999 when I was reading it to my group. It was made for 2025, 26 years later. So yeah, this is very prophetic. Craft a meat cleaver in order to do all of this. We are speaking of you cleaving off those portions of personality that have held you back. This is talking about what the Alliance is doing for all of us. And this is very good. And so as I unsealed this on the 13th, I said this is prophetic of the awesome house cleaning and trimming of the fat that is now being done. An unprecedented number of corrupt, wasteful institutions are being chopped off and shoveled out like garbage in the present. So then Michael says, we sincerely applaud your efforts to have launched your website last night. Even though it was long overdue, you completed it just the same, and for this we are ecstatic in your terms. This was effectively my public debut. Nobody really knew who I was before this. It is fascinating how these readings are time-looped into the present. I'll have a much larger debut with the Alliance soon enough. Again, the Alliance keeps signaling this every week, and I think they're going to, bring me out on a big scope and tell everybody about this. I'm quite confident that's going to happen in the future. So now we're going to get more detail about the shoveling in the dream. A biological team was healing the environment. They are working predominantly with bears, like the Russian bear, making peace with Russia, but also with horses. And horses in dreams represent sexuality. And again, the DS is trying to give us corrupted sexuality. They're trying to do all kinds of strange things. They were doing health examinations of these animals and categorizing them. So the biological team represents the Alliance. This is also weird because my massage therapist has 2 horses who she is trying to help heal and rehabilitate. And this is also now prophetic of the healing of our relations with Russia the bear as well as Maha. Make America healthy again. Oh, by the way, not only was it my... You ready for this? This is funny. I also have cut marks on my arm. You can see there's one right here on this side. And then I got another one on the other side, I believe. Because, it really does work. But what happens is you tear through old scar tissue and your muscle tissue, and then it bleeds a little bit, and you get these scars that come up. So, yeah, I actually got another one right there. So, boom, that's the cup. Okay, so, yeah, cupping hurts like hell, by the way. So I get tortured. But it really works. I mean, I'm almost completely scar tissue free in my muscles now. I had a very big childhood injury in my right hip, and we are healing that, and it's incredible. So even though it looks painful, it really doesn't hurt, and I feel great, and it's really healing me in amazing ways. So wow, not only are they shoveling out this crap, not only did we have the meat cleaver trimming the fat, then the biological team is healing the environment. Well, that's Maha. And it's also healing bears. Well, that's the healing of the issue with Russia. So this is how the dream is preserving our free will and symbolically predicting what's going on. So very, very cool. Doing health examinations, that's exactly what RFK is up to. And all that stuff is coming out now. If the animals weren't healthy, they were figuring out whatever was wrong and trying to help them. Some of the bears had rotten teeth. One was missing an eye and looked gory. Some were just rotting and decaying. Again, this is talking about ending the war in Ukraine. Now, a very attractive woman tried to grab this dead bear carcass and was dragging it along, and this crap was flying out of the body and landing right between her shirt and her breasts. And dreams are weird, huh? It's a very grotesque metaphor, and the entire area got grotesquely swollen. And I said, this is likely indicative of past illnesses and the damage from various treatments. Because again, skin problems are one of the main ways that you can see this. So this is a very graphic metaphor. But then her eyes did some really funny things, defying normal humanity. They grew onto a much larger size than they should be, as she expressed surprise. Just a couple weeks ago, we showed you the image of BB with his large eyes. Here's the being with large eyes again. So that's part of the time loop. And the scene was treated with great humor. So these beings are helping us get healthy again, make America healthy again. And this clearly shows, as I say, the woman is an ascended being or a human extraterrestrial, and it's prophetic of how they're helping us clean up our planet. And we're now at 6,300 viewers. So thank you for being here. She put her hands over her chest and pushed down like she's squeezing a zit, and all of that stuff came blasting back out as she did this. It was really disgusting, but she was just laughing and nonchalant as she did it. So they really are draining the swamp on a collective level for us. It was strange enough I realized I was dreaming. So this is a very graphic metaphor of the draining of the swamp and the healing of our bodies and whatever they might have shot in there. Then the same day at 10 o'clock, right after we're talking about Maha and all about the health and the Russian peace, they actually mentioned Don by name. And I didn't have anybody I knew named Don except for my father at the time. So this is highly curious, right? I heard that Don heard that you are playing a familiar game. So at this time that it came through, I wrote this when I transcribed it. I had not yet renamed my high school drug buddy, Don, for the purposes of putting this on the website. I didn't do that till 1999. I didn't know who Don referred to. Well, now we can clearly see who it is. And the familiar game they're talking about, I heard that Don heard that you're playing a familiar game. The familiar game is good winning out over evil. This is an archetype. So what are we talking about? We're talking about you're playing a familiar game. It's the game of good versus evil. It's the game of the light triumphing over the darkness. Shadow only exists where the light is absent. So that's pretty darn accurate. Craft a meat cleaver, trim off the fat, shoveling out this crap, healing the bear, squeezing this garbage out of the body. The angels come back, and they've already said that if somebody was damaged through any treatments they got, they will be healed as we go through this first wave of ascension. So even if you're worried about your health declining, if you can just hang on throughout the rest of this year, you're going to be okay. So this is dazzling. Now we're into the dream part. I was trying to get together with a girl I really liked in high school. It wasn't working out. We were up in an attic trying to lie on a bed together, but it was covered with cobwebs. And I'm hearing the Tori Amos song, God, sometimes you just can't come through. Do you need a woman to look after you? So then I noted here that I just reconnected and am talking with an ex-girlfriend who I've now known for nearly 18 years. She texted me out of the blue on my phone. I haven't allowed anybody to talk to me except my buddy Artie. But I said, you know what? Yeah, I'll talk to Anna. We're using that code name for her. I still had this funny toy that she gave me. This is a toy that she gave me back when we were still together. And it's like a lion man. And I had kept this in my bathroom in Los Angeles. And so I photographed this for her and sent it to her. And she was amazed that I still had it. So again, I'm not in any hurry to get into an involvement. I don't think she is either. But like, we're just talking. It's all good. But there's definitely stuff in the time loop about this, which is fascinating. And the bed with the cobwebs could also be prophetic of this thing with Ashley St. Clair and Elon as well. That's another possible interpretation. So the message could be, since it is Valentine's Day, I might have made a bad decision. Where I'm thinking about Marcia now, back in 99, as I said that. I had that dream where a woman was turning into a vampire, which is obviously not favorable. And it is fascinating that when I unsealed this, it's the day before Valentine's Day. At the time, it was warning me about the two women in my life, Marcia and Sabrina. My therapist actually thinks Anna is a good person for me to be talking to. And Anna never abused the access to me. That's one of the things I told her. Like, she's known me for 18 years. She never tried to leverage me or use me in any funny way, which is great. So then Michael comes in and says, blessed be those opportunities to discover the farthest and deepest reaches of self. It was okay for a time, and now you realize the letter of the law remains standing still and solid as such. You needed to find a way to make it clear and concise, memorable enough that you would get to the point and the message would come through. And as I dictated in 2006 when I was transcribing it, this was a metaphor of the ordeal that happened with Sabrina. We really were not able to get along. We both had severe childhood trauma, and the relationship was just very, very dramatic and just constant suffering, really. I think we both were not really ready to handle the relationship, but we did it anyway. So, you would get the point, the message would come through, the letter of the law is standing still and solid. And I think, again, the point is, in a relationship, you discover the farthest and reaches deep, yeah. I'm so tired, you guys. I'm only on 2 hours, 3 hours of sleep. Discovering the farthest and deepest reaches of the self. So then Michael says, you are in one of those memorable moments of time now, and we need your life to remain as uncomplicated as possible. So for now, just for now, keep that in the forefront of your consciousness. So then I say here, I'm in no rush to get into another personal relationship. However, my dreams are encouraging me not to remain alone at this point either. So we'll just see how things pan out. You will not be led astray, Michael says. Now is not the time for you to be considering such things. Put a blanket over yourself and continue to warm the light within you through this self-loving that we so advocate. And yeah, I've been through a major healing. Plus, interestingly enough, this very morning I had to put a extra blanket on my bed because the wind was so bad and it was so cold. I had just done that, and then I go and I transcribe this, or unseal it rather, And Michael says, put a blanket over yourself. So there's another time loop. So again, I think in the future it's going to be okay, but I'm finalizing this idea of being able to be alone with myself and not have any trouble with it. And that's good. You will find that indeed night turns into day, and old portions of the personality long discarded will be brought back. And I write here, since multiple current dreams predict a future relationship, I'm now nearing the end of the prolonged healing process Michael has prescribed for me. Anna and I also had discarded our relationship and barely spoke to each other over the last 18 years. And then it says, night turns into day, meaning like sadness turns into happiness. Old portions of the personality, which could mean a relationship, long discarded, will be brought back. So that's a pretty exciting time loop, and I want her to watch this show. We'll just see where it goes. You know, I'm totally open-minded. Prophecies continue the next day on the 15th, 9:22 a.m. I was seeing the outside of the human ear as a manifestation of the spiral of life that Michael has been talking about in previous weeks. The dodecahedron figured in, and I saw that. And so it's like the idea that the human ear is a manifestation of sacred geometry, that the spin in it is this dodecahedral shape. That was very prominently mentioned in the dream. But don't forget that we had talked about BB, the human ET who had no ears. In the last dream from the day before, we had the eyes get bigger. And then here is BB, as we said, he's got bigger eyes, and look at that, no ears. The original drawing actually had him with a different looking nose. And as I said humorously last time, I think he looks like BB King. And of course, it's not exact. I mean, some people are like, ugh. But anyway, the point is, this was just a funny thing to do. So in honor of EB, I hereby knighted him as BB. Then there was something in the dream about a rock band. It was the band Kiss. They were not wearing makeup, Gene Simmons especially. This also freaked me out, you guys, because the day before I unsealed this for the show and made a slide out of it, I was considering licensing the classic Kiss song, I Was Made for Lovin' You, to use in our upcoming car commercials. Of course, we'd pay very well for it, so Gene will be very happy, and the other members of the band who still get the proceeds, whoever that is. It seems very appropriate for a sexy sports car. I love that song. It's the one disco type of song that Kiss really did, and I think it would be perfect for a commercial with a car. So we'll probably also license Aerosmith so Steven doesn't get jealous. That's the only Steven I really want there to be is Steven Tyler. But unfortunately, we have the other Steven as well. So then, very sadly, from the 16th to the 17th of February, my microphone malfunctioned. And so I was thinking that I was recording. I was talking into a little microphone, and it did not work. So the tape was blank. And then I only discovered the problem on the 18th. And so I lost that day as well, because by the time I figured it out, the microphone had been broken and it didn't record anything. So this is interesting because, again, I was like, uh-oh, the time loop is starting to wear out. And, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for continuing to support me. We're still at 6,100 people. I guess some people have to drop off because they live over in Europe and it's too late at night. So that's always going to happen around the 2-hour mark. That's okay. The next thing was that I start to dream again and record it again on the 19th, the sacred geometry, and I never used an external mic again. I always used the onboard mic. So this was another sacred geometry dream. This featured me working extensively with, Michael just said the words, the global grid. In the dream, it was my old math teacher, Mr. Houston. That's his real name. Started out with, and it's interesting because we might go to Houston. That's one of the places we might have a Stavatti plant. It started out with geometric theorems in the class, and it wasn't even his class right away. He wrote problems on the board, and the first one looked like a Pythagorean triangle, where the edges are 3, 4, and 5. The numbers on the sides were similar to frequency numbers that I've been writing books on that at the time for the website. Second one looked like a triangle of 1 and 2 in terms of length, where it was a square root of 2 diagonal instead of square root of 3, which is what it should have been. So as I say here, one of Casey's past lives is Pythagoras, as it says in his readings, so that's interesting. This is probably a past life memory coming up. Suddenly the class was over, the sacred geometry class. Everyone was handing in their assignments, and I hadn't finished the first one. He was already writing 2 other things on the board. He'd erased the original problem. I told him, look, I'm just not going to be able to get this done in the way that you'd like it to be done. So then I wrote this morning. This is prophetic of the fact that I could not hand in the assignment. I had to work at the last minute, and in fact, the wind was so destructive the last few days that I couldn't sleep. I've had severe sleep loss, and I was still working on the Alliance slides right up until airtime, and I couldn't get the last 5 done. So we already saw in the other dream sacred geometry around my bed. The sacred geometry refers to this time loop and the telepathic contact. And so, again, it somehow knew that I was going to get all damaged and not be able to finish the slides until right before we went on the air. And that, again, the sacred geometry refers to the time loop. That's fascinating. Also, I began paying off my college loan on this very day of February the 19th. And I wrote, the weirdness of this dream could be related to the fact that I'm finally facing up to my college loan. I called them on the phone, agreed to send out some money. The guy was basically saying if I sent $360, another frequency number, the number of degrees in a circle, they would start me out on a monthly payment and then I would be up to date. Well, just last week, I finally had the money to pay $2,200 towards my remaining Arizona tax bill, which was 2 backed up monthly payments of $1,100. So again, amazing time loop, because here I am again, paying off my old debts with monthly payments. There's a big feeling in me that I have to overcome, I said after the dream, where I just feel like I'm always going to keep dodging this. I didn't want to put money towards it. I also know the whole thing could be knocked out with only $15,000. That's how much I owed on student loans for college. And 15 is not necessarily unattainable, because I was getting a book published. It didn't end up happening, but it would have been a $10,000 advance. So again, $15,000. Just yesterday, I got a business loan, and my lawyer told me that the minimum I'm going to need to fight back in court against the subpoena is $15,000, but maybe $20,000. So again, the $15,000 figure is dazzling because it directly relates to the money that I just raised for my own legal defense, and now it's not even a big deal compared to back then. Fascinating time loops once again. We had another donation come in. Thank you guys for being here. David, back in the day, you talked about SG-1. Now I'm still watching it, as well as Stargate Atlantis. Is the GFL good guys? They keep popping up on my timeline. I'm not sure who you mean by GFL. Galactic Federation of Light. I don't know who that is. But anyway, yeah, the Goa'uld on Stargate SG-1 represent the reptilians. And I was told by my first insider, Montauk Daniel, that the seasons 1 and 2 of Stargate SG-1 are profoundly full of disclosure. So yeah, it's definitely something you can find out there. Anyway, going right back into it, a huge new reading came in on the 20th of February 1999, and this reading is very interesting. It was, again, talking with my client, Nancy. This was a woman who was in this competition with this group that she thought was satanic. There were lawsuits involved, and now I finally remembered what it all was in 2006 and wrote it into this transcript, which we'll see. So, Michael starts talking right off the bat, 7:22 a.m. He says, open up the humanoid vault, and you will find those buried archives within the self bearing repetition yet again. This could refer to the mass return of humanoid ETs, like ancient archives of contact with them, and they will be repeated yet again. Biblical events will be happening in the present. So that's an Ascension prophecy, the Galactic Family reunion. We commend you for your efforts in releasing the stranglehold that you have upon your own records at this point. So then I say, this seems to be thanking me for finally transcribing my huge backlog in 2006. So opening up the vault, finding the buried archives, and we commend you for releasing the stranglehold upon your own records. So that really blew me away while I was transcribing it. They knew I was going to be doing it much later in time, 7 years later, because they had all these time loops into that time. So now I'm going to read it again with a different interpretation. Buried archives, and then releasing the stranglehold upon your own records. This could also refer to my willingness to participate in the subpoena, where I submitted 12,000 pages that prove I did not conspire against the company that is suing me. I released the stranglehold upon my own records. This is the subpoena again. And, you know, the main thing they were asking me for is, we want every single piece of communication that you ever had with this individual, with anybody else associated with him. We believe that you are guilty, da-da-da-da-da. And so you have to give us the evidence that proves your guilt. It's basically what it says. It's freaking crazy. I mean, if I had the money, we could have taken it to court right then, because I signed an NDA and a settlement agreement. It's not even supposed to be something they could ever do, but they did it anyway. But again, this is very fascinating because it says here, repetition of buried archives. That's exactly what you do in a subpoena. Releasing your own records is exactly what I had to do in 12,000 pages. And it's deeply upsetting. It's all this personal stuff. Somebody wants to hurt you. You don't want to give them all your personal stuff. But I'm being commended for that because, again, I know I'm not guilty. So then in the dream, I was staying at a hotel, trying to get down to the bottom floor of a building in an elevator. And there were all these black people there talking about a bicycle they had. And one of the girls said they hadn't stolen the bicycle yet, but this implied they were trying to steal whatever they could get their hands on. So this is partly about said rapper who you've heard of, and it's also prophetic of the looting after the fires and the film of him attacking his girlfriend in the hotel. Because remember, that attack happened in front of an elevator, and so again, this is all prophetic. It's talking about the looting. After the fires, lots of people were being looted. This made me very uncomfortable. I had a room on the bottom floor. I tried to get away from these people. Again, this is literally reenacting the scene where that abuse occurred that everybody saw. I got inside the elevator, pressed on the down button, and the ceiling started collapsing in on me, and I thought it was going to crush me. Well, this is symbolic of her getting hit in the video. When I pushed on it again, the movement stopped. So again, this is prophetic of the horror that people are feeling when they watch the video of the attack in the hallway near the elevator. And then they learn of the true evil that's going on of these people who are presented to you as if they're good people. When I got down to the bottom floor, I didn't have my bicycle. I felt like I had to go get it. When I tried to get out of there, I tried to flip the switch to get back up to the elevator. Then the elevator started to collapse in on me again. It was very unnerving, similar to the thing in Star Wars, the garbage dump that he gets crushed in. Bicycles and elevators symbolize ascension. This is talking about how they have done everything possible to try to hold us back and crush our spirits, but now, thankfully, everything is changing. The mob caught up to me. They wanted me to allow them to use the bathroom of someone whose room wasn't even mine. I thought it was mine at first, but it wasn't. I told one of them that they could use the bathroom, and then they brought an armada of both Caucasian and black people in. So it isn't just one race. They had all been waiting for this opportunity. And again, this is prophetic of them invading our privacy. The bathroom is our most intimate space, and we'll see a little bit more on that as it goes on. I felt very uncomfortable. They were going to try to do something criminal in the bathroom, and I didn't like that. And as I say again, this is prophetic of the parties, the horrible things that took place, and it was in his bathroom in particular where there were countless bottles of this spiked oil. They were going to do something criminal in the bathroom. So they show you the hallway scene in the hotel by the elevator, and they show the crushing of the elevator, which is referring to her being hit. Then they take you into the bathroom, and something criminal was going to happen in there, and that's again where all of this GBH was located. Very interesting, huh? So then Michael comes in with his voice and says, think about what God would say if he was given the opportunity. It's going to take a few minutes to get your cosmic pilot's license. Wow, that was interesting, because I was unsealing this and building the slides immediately after we had a board meeting on Thursday. We were discussing major strides of developing our own airline with a European partner. This man, the head of the company, already specializes and has his own airlines, his own airline, at least one. He wants to enact a massive business plan in March and meet us in person. So it will take a few minutes to get your cosmic pilot's license. And sure enough, he wants to meet with us at the beginning of March, which is only a few weeks away, hence the analogy of the few minutes. And the cosmic pilot's license is because we're also building hover cars and ultimately spaceships. So this is, again, very time-looped, talking about Stavatti. And again, this is our SM-39. And this is $85 million a unit. It's as affordable as any of the current jets that are being sold, like the F-35 or whatever, but it outperforms everything. Mach 4 is the fastest speed. It can fly into space, and it's very, very badass. So, yeah, this is very exciting. These time loops are very exciting. None of the after effects, Michael says, seem more impaired than normal. And again, what happens when you take GBH? It has after effects that impair you, so that's pretty interesting. However, with the appropriate steps taken in the right direction, there can indeed be a confluence of events leading up to the glorious finish. This is prophetic of our own success as well as that of the Alliance in defeating pure evil and triggering a planetary ascension and galactic family reunion. The confluence of events is also a special term that's in the Law of One that refers to the ascension. If you go and look that up on lawofone.info, and the glorious finish is the ascension. So this is an ascension prophecy. And again, if they're right about everything else, why would they be wrong about ascension? So simply boil the water to get down to the core of what's inside. Sometimes heat is necessary to remove the sediment and the particles inside. If you're thinking this is about LA fires, you're absolutely right. And to purify the water. Michael is telling me to stop unsealing for now, 6:20 p.m., because I need to boil water to make my broccoli for dinner. And I just recently cleaned all the sediment out of the pot that I use with vinegar, and I'm now keeping it clean. So literally, I had just removed the sediment and the particles inside, the pan that I needed to boil water in, and I was hungry, but I was trying to get the show done. And Michael, because I felt like I'm not close enough. It's already Thursday. I got to get this done. Michael said, nope, you got to go boil water and make dinner. So in 1999, he's talking about the fact that I had cleaned my pot. You need to boil the water. And again, it was like reaching right into my mind in the present. You need to stop reading this now and go make dinner. Plus, obviously, also, it's talking about the microwaves and how microwave energy boils water faster than other things. And that's what we're seeing, unfortunately, in the case of fires, is this type of boiling that causes this to happen. We talked about that before. So sometimes heat is necessary to remove sediment and particles, purify the water. And as I say here again, this is prophetic of the LA fires. The sediment in this case would refer to demonic energy that was rampant in what they called in code Sex City. So in the Japanese Shinto tradition, you purify the demonic through fire. So that's another layer of meaning that's prophetic about the present. And Michael likes to do that. In your case, the imminent destruction of the Miami Circle did not occur. And again, this was prophetic of the LA fires, which had imminent destruction, but I did not have anything like that here. Richard Hoagland was able to save the Miami Circle in February 1999. It was like a Stonehenge. They were going to build a high-rise there, and he was able to get it saved and turned into a park. And as I said here, I think it was Hurricane Mitch, right? Miami was not destroyed by the second big hurricane of late 2024. So again, that shows that hurricane didn't work, even though the LA fires did. The imminent destruction of Miami did not occur. Well, this was very strange. Again, Zero Hedge, the very next day, talked about 90% of flowers being imported through Miami for Valentine's Day. That really blew me away because they mentioned Miami, and the very next day, Miami's in the headlines. I'm like, ooh, wow, another time loop. I love this stuff. Simultaneously, we see your own sacred archives of the past being unfurled for public display. This is again talking about the subpoena and me doing these shows now for the first time. You get a gold star for your efforts. This is another reference to the subpoena and how I had to surrender my sacred archives of the past. But let's look at that gold star. Do you remember that last week in the live stream I featured a gold star from post 60? The top members of the Alliance are less than 60 people. And if you watch up there, I animated the number 60 with a gold star. And the Alliance had featured it 3 times in 1 week after the 60 came out to get my attention to read that post. So that was really cool. They said you get a gold star for your efforts. And thus, he says, when we want to find fast food, We go back to that time in your life when the fast food existed where you live. That way we don't have to eat fast food in the present moment. Well, RFK was just confirmed today, the day I was unsealing this, and he is going to stop the plague of toxic seed oils and chemicals in our food supply, which is especially the most vulnerable is fast food. It won't exist where we live anymore, like line 2. We go back to that time in your life when fast food existed where you live. That way we don't have to do it in the present moment. So this is another beautiful Make America Healthy Again prophecy on the day that he gets confirmed, and this is his main job, is to purify our food and water and air. Boom. They're talking about purifying the fast food. I would love to be able to buy fast food, but I never do because it's so toxic. I'd love it if that would change. Just the other day, you had a Christmas tree covered with lights and ornaments to view those ornaments of the past. But if this is the metaphor we are working with, then perhaps we will use the Christmas tree in the present. On the way home from my last massage at night, I noticed multiple houses around here in Colorado still had their Christmas tree lights on the outside. So there again, Christmas tree covered with lights and ornaments. Perhaps we will use it in the present. And then I had just noticed and really paid attention to, oh, isn't that strange? I mean, I don't usually have a night massage. We usually do it during the daytime, but she couldn't get a babysitter. So I'm driving home at night, and here's these beautiful Christmas lights, like the lights I got over here, colorful lights that are clearly Christmas lights. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. People aren't taking them down after Christmas. They still like the lights. 2 or 3 days later, boom, here it is. Christmas tree lights in the present. It blew my mind. I love this stuff. When you stop looking at all the differences out there and instead start to see the similarities, you will find the doppelganger comes from within. It is you. The previous paragraph, as I said in 2006, mentioned a Christmas tree that I did look at just the other day. So I had seen a Christmas tree back then when I was transcribing this in 2006. The mention of doppelganger is also very interesting. I was just talking about doppelgangers on the phone with my friend Artie, who I'm still talking to now in 2025, right before I resumed the transcription. So Artie and I had a conversation in 2006 about doppelgangers, and then they mentioned the doppelganger back there in 1999, 7 years earlier. How weird. But then it happened again, because the same text again, you find the doppelganger comes from within, it is you. I was just watching Goliath, Season 4, Episode 1, the night before, and at the 30-hour and 49-minute mark, Billy McBride, the lead character, calls his former beautiful woman, female partner, Brittany, and says, I am looking at your doppelganger right now. And I had just unsealed this the day before. I remembered the word doppelganger. As soon as he said doppelganger, I'm like, oh my God. And I ran over, I paused it, I ran over, and I put this in on Valentine's Day. It was dazzling. So then Michael comes in and says the influence of Saturn will do its work as it squares the nodes. So now he's talking about an astrology aspect, which gives us a time reference. Saturn squaring the lunar nodes. And those are the balance point of the lunar orbit is called the nodes. There's a north node and a south node. Saturn at 9 degrees is squaring the nodes. That's what that means. And you can time out when it's going to happen. It happens about every 2.5 years, roughly speaking. So too will you experience joy and upliftment by confronting those phases of the past that are old and buried. So monarch astrology says Saturn squaring the nodes relates to an impasse around authority and authorship, institution, complexes around shame and guilt, responsibility, and boundaries. So isn't the new administration setting boundaries, taking responsibility, and trying to get through this impasse that we have from the authoritative institutions from the previous administration? And once we go through that impasse, once the Saturn influence does its work to square the nodes, we are experiencing joy and upliftment and confronting old and buried phases of the past. So this is dazzling. Saturn square the nodes is exactly what we were in before. But now what we're heading into is Saturn conjoining the node. That's a different thing. The Saturn conjunction is coming on April 21st, which is a prophecy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So this is totally talking about the alliance cleaning up the impasse from institutional authority and getting rid of our shame and guilt, taking responsibility and setting boundaries, which then leads to joy and upliftment by confronting old buried phases of the past. This is crazy. Okay, so Saturn squares the North Node roughly every it squares both at the same time, by the way, North and South. Roughly every 2.5 years. It takes Saturn about 29.5 years to complete one full orbit around the Sun. Square aspect occurs when they're 9 degrees apart in the zodiac wheel. Key points about Saturn squaring the North Node. Here it comes. This is all talking about what we're dealing with right now. This transit can signify periods of challenges, self-doubt, and obstacles related to your life's purpose or direction, which the Alliance is now moving through. Growth potential. While challenging, this transit can also be a time of significant personal growth and development as you work through these hurdles and develop greater discipline and responsibility. So look at that. It's all talking about exactly what the Alliance is doing. Michael used a cool astrology aspect to give us another prophecy. That's a higher intelligence at work. So again, this gives us a major prophecy. April 21st, 2025 is when Saturn will be in conjunction with the nodes. So I expect that April 21st could be a very big day because this astrology governs our lives on Earth. So it says right here on Google again, Saturn will conjoin the North Node on April 21st, and it may help people take responsibility for their higher calling, which is what the Alliance is doing. They're listening to the higher calling of angelic beings, the Christ, Archangel Michael. It's a cosmic calculation representing your ability to align with your purpose, destiny, and fate. And Saturn represents structure, accountability, and self-discipline. That's exactly what this administration is doing, creating structure and accountability, helping people get things done to accomplish their goals. Wow. So again, to review this, Saturn influence will do its work as it squares the nodes. You'll experience joy and upliftment by confronting phases of the past that are old and buried. And again, we're getting through that impasse of authority and institution, setting boundaries and taking responsibility. So this is just a quick rundown of some of the main events of 2025 in astrology. You can read that in your own leisure. There's another really cool one coming up in August and December. Uranus, Neptune, Pluto are making a triangle. In October, December, Jupiter is trining Saturn and Neptune. So North Node indicates experiences you need for your spiritual growth. So at the time that this was coming in 1999, Saturn square the nodes was precisely when my girlfriend Sabrina ended up moving into my house. It says right here at the top, planetary aspects as of November 1st, 1999, which is right around when she moved in, and lo and behold, Saturn squaring the North Node. So it also was time looped into 1999. And it said here, you know, at first when we got together, I experienced joy and upliftment, but ultimately our relationship caused me to confront phases of the past that were old and buried. So it had all these layers, multidimensionality. We were both in deep processing of past trauma, and this was also when I started remembering my parallel life, showing her drawings I had that were very scary. So Michael says this dream was meant to illustrate that the size of the wallet does not correspond to the size of the heart. You need only take the direction you are going in, analyze it, and allow it to flourish even more than it already has, and all will be made revealed to you very soon afterwards, hence our title, The Great Revealing. Well, sure enough, the size of the wallet does not correspond to the size of the heart. This is very prophetic. Why? Because what we're doing is we're auditing all the weird expenditures, and they're acting like they have a big heart. The previous administration acted like they had our best interests in mind, but the size of the wallet does not correspond to the size of the heart. In fact, it's just the opposite. They've been stealing money out of our wallet. So the direction is already happening. We analyze that direction, and it will flourish even more. All will be made revealed to you very soon afterwards. This is the Great Revealing. This is what we're expecting. By Friday, the list is going to come out. The DS may do some very intense stuff to try to stop that. So buckle your seatbelt. This week could be very intense. What you will be receiving on Monday, which is tomorrow, is a new wish to be correct. Simply allow the slideshow to develop a few more pictures, and we will find you adequately situated in the most intense understandings. The very first time I unsealed this was January 11th, but I was doing it really fast. I didn't really read it very carefully. But I said, fascinating. This refers to my slideshow on Sunday, and then the fact that I get this normal intense massage after my show on Monday. And again, I showed you the bruises. So, and it's also very interesting because this is prophetic of the fact that I had this very intense wind, and that the wind was so bad that I couldn't get my show, I couldn't get the slideshow done. The slideshow needs a few more pictures that I couldn't get done because of the intensity. So it's got all these layers to it. It's beautiful. Then it says, there was already a point that we wanted you to make. As you continue to explore it, we will continue to provide you with further data. Then I asked, is there any relationship in this dream to what Nancy was telling me about last night? Remember, we had the bicycle being stolen, the elevator that was crushing in on me, and I go into the bathroom, and, you know, there's criminal activity in the bathroom. So now I wrote this in 2006. Nancy was madly in love with a Latino guy who had finally finished his term in prison. On the very same day that he got let go out of prison, his car collided with an old man who drove right out into the road in front of him. He really had no choice but to have a collision because the old guy was, you know, blind, couldn't see where he was going, and the collision actually killed the old man. It's like instant karma. How horrible, right? Her boyfriend then immediately went back into prison, even though the death was clearly the old man's fault, and the old man's family ended up getting a huge insurance settlement. Well, Michael ends up saying it's a good thing that they did, but Nancy was a client who now had asked me for, whoops, sorry, I guess I had my dorky sunglasses on so that I don't burn my eyes, and you guys didn't see this anyway. Sorry about that. So now you get to see it. Nancy was madly in love with this Latino guy. On the day he got out, he collided with an old man who drove right out into the road, and the collision killed him. And here I was wearing my dorky old man glasses. That is so funny. You guys are all, please put, you don't have to be mean. Man, people are so freaking mean. Yes, I'm sorry. Every now and then I make a mistake. You don't need to be mean. Most of the people are just laughing about the glasses. But even though, and these are old man glasses, but they have this shielding on the side, so when I put them on, none of the light gets in. That's why I use this particular kind. But these are archetypal old man glasses. But again, considering that I only slept 3 hours last night, I'm doing great. So let's keep going. So the old man's family got a huge insurance settlement. This was a freakish situation. The day he got out of prison, he gets hits this guy and kills him. It was only as a result of having this guy, Eric, describe a similar collision he had with an old lady. This was somebody I guess I knew in LA, that I was able to remember any of this from so long ago. Another synchronistic connection for today. Nancy was so lost in herself over this issue that she actually wanted to file a federal lawsuit to try to get the money back from the family of the victim and get her boyfriend out of prison. So I do think this is very much related to the so-called revenge countersuit, which includes a subpoena that I got. The countersuit came because the original lawsuit was filed by the person who's now being countersued, and he lost. So I think symbolically the crash of getting out of prison relates to, you know, the fact that she wanted to countersue. Michael clearly tells her she's in the wrong. You shouldn't try to do this. You shouldn't try to get revenge on this old man and his family. And so here again, I'm in the middle of this weird, massive lawsuit right now. And so I think there's a connection there. The boyfriend had instant karma on the very day he got out of prison. This seems to be a prophecy of how the DS keeps having instant karma as they try to fight back. Everything they do to try to get out of their prison time with their setups, their lawfare, things like what we just saw with Chernobyl and the like on Friday, it all keeps backfiring. Chernobyl did not have a nuclear meltdown. And now we are seeing massive sell-offs of houses in Washington, D.C. So this is very interesting. Michael says, the relation is more that of the post than the tree. In more familiar terms, the situations in dream linguistics featured the doves of peace rather than the booming cannons of war. So once again, this is prophetic of how 45 is ending wars, and We are in a post-DS world. Their tree, remember, the relation is more of a post than a tree. The tree with all of its branches of corruption is being cut down. And a post could be holding a hangman's noose, actually. That could be part of the message as well. But again, the main point here is the doves of peace rather than booming cannons of war. When we apply this to our individual situation here, we find it is not necessary to fight fire with fire, but rather allow the smoke and steam to rise, gently manipulate the steam to produce a steam engine, as this force alone can be very powerful and move the entire train down the tracks. So, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, yes, I think part of this is prophetic of the LA fires. It says it's not necessary to fight fire with fire, because again, we couldn't stop that from happening. It had to happen. Allow the smoke and steam to rise and manipulate it to produce an engine that will now power the train. Well, again, people in LA are awakening. The number one story on Nextdoor was, oh my God, they're not going to clean up the toxic waste. They're only going to take off 6 inches of topsoil and then tell you when it's safe and it's really not. So all of this kind of beatific, childlike wonderment that they had with their government is all collapsing now. Like, wow, they really don't have our best interests in mind. They don't want to spend the money to heal us. They want to do it on the cheap, and they don't care if we get sick. That's what produces the steam engine that powers the great revealing, that powers the awakening. Plus, here's another level of it. Manipulating steam to produce a steam engine, it turns out that one of the main things we're going to be doing is designing our own new jet engines. In fact, for the SM-39 here, there's jet engines that we're going to have. If you look at the bottom of the craft, the air intake is down here. And then this whole entire area, all the way up to here, you look on the back, this is the outflow. So we're going to be making new jet engines that go through this whole entire expanse. And that's part of what allows it to go so fast, is you got to have a really, really long jet engine. So that's going to be an entirely new technology that we will make on a proprietary basis. And this is a major part of what India needs from us. India has built airplanes that don't have the right jet engines, and so they need our jet engines because GE is not selling to them anymore. And so they have aircraft that need engines, and they don't have engines for them. So we're going to be supplying them with that as well. Grandiose manipulations of power and other selves, Michael says, are not necessary for this to come about. Instead, we find that the circle inscribes the square triangle. The dull and sharp points of the physical world are mirrored in the spiritual, where they are cast out and replaced with the smooth curves of the circle. Obviously, it's very metaphorical. And it's interesting because he's describing a circle and square, a square and triangle inside a circle, right in the middle of while we're finalizing the Stavatti hood ornament for our electric vehicles and our airplanes. We need, and we've already decided it needs to be some kind of circular logo, and we had already thought that it might need to have sacred geometry in it. And now Michael is describing something just like our logo. Well, we're not necessarily going to do that, the square and the triangle, but the fact that it's geometry inside a circle, that's exactly what we're working on. So again, this just tripped me out like crazy, you guys. It's wonderful. I don't want to have to be derogatory about the whole thing. The point is, there are a number of different circumstances for how this all could occur. A federal lawsuit is not one of them. And so the Trump administration is not using federal lawsuits but from the Department of Justice to prosecute crime. Instead, it's happening directly through DOJ, the firing of people and institutions who are corrupt. They're not using lawsuits. They're actually going right in there, and they're just taking executive actions. They're finding the corruption. And although there's a number of different circumstances for how this could occur, a federal lawsuit is not one of them. So don't be derogatory about the whole thing. Plus, another layer of this is that a federal lawsuit was originally filed and he lost. And so what I got subpoenaed on was the countersuit to that federal lawsuit. Michael says it is not necessary to go to such an extreme length in order to fulfill the prophecy of everything and everyone wanting their desire to get out. So stop fidgeting around and look at the bright side. The whole constellation of events has yet to occur that will make this more obvious. This is prophetic, that the whole constellation of events is talking about mass arrests, and then again, everybody's going to know what's going on. So look at the bright side. This will fulfill the prophecy. Everything and everyone's desire to get out is going to happen, and it will be very obvious. It is not necessary, this is the Alliance's work, to try to use brute force as often as you might think. And again, we thought this was going to be like martial law, military arrest. So far, it isn't. It's happening in a very different way. No brute force. Instead, he says, simply be present in the moment and realize what it is that is occurring here. So we were expecting mass arrests through brute force, like we see in Post 34, but instead everything is happening through legal and lawful means. It is very exciting. It's like literally line by line, it's prophetic. It's incredible. Now they're explaining the dream. David's bicycle represents a bicycle into the higher realms, the vehicle of transportation by which ascension might then take place. Well, this is drones and hover cars, and remember, the people representing the DS, the music industry, were trying to steal the bicycle. And this is also talking about how Stavatti's been interfered with for so long, and we haven't been able to get funded. That is, as you feel an ability to ride it or feel that it is going to be stolen by others, so too do you then think it necessary to take evasive action, which is what the Alliance is doing, and to retrace your footsteps back to the original source yet again. So again, it's prophetic of our business of doing hover cars, and we had to take evasive action as well against our trolls. There is some noise in the bleachers as all of this continues. This is talking about, people being upset by what they see. Now they actually use the name Don. You know who that is. And that's what he's doing. He is donning the shining armor of light. We find that there are still many opportunities for the others around you to channel this sense of righteousness into an active after effect that produces positive results. So again, we just had the name Don. I misspelled reference. Sorry about that. There is noise in the bleachers when he appears at events, right? Because people are screaming when they see him at sporting events and stuff. And the Alliance is channeling this sense of righteousness into an active effect that will produce positive results. Don the shining armor of light. This is incredible. Again, you do not need to force the issue past the point where it now resides. That means the Alliance is doing it all peacefully. There's no need to use force. As David realized in this dream, the others who needed to use the bathroom were not actually intent on stealing his bicycle. He was aware his own room was separated. By continuing to work on himself through the betterment of his own spirit, protection existed in that matter. So again, all you have to do is work on yourself and the planet will heal. That's the point. You do not need to force the issue. It's all happening peacefully. All manner of available life forms in the higher realms can be called upon for your service. The case that can be made is a strong one, and it does not need the scathing light of a federal lawsuit to be brought to bear. This is again talking about Doge and what they're doing to bring everything down. And thus, although David's ego mind suggested strongly that we wait before doing this, because I didn't want to do the Nancy reading right away, I was like, oh my God. Our response has been somewhat different. The fact of the matter is that the participants in this golf game, and we do stress that it is a golf game. What does 45 love to play? Ah, that's right, golf. So he's looking at this whole thing like a golf game. They are working at a leisurely pace. They're doing it one hole at a time. It's not like we thought it was going to be where everybody gets arrested all at once. If you do not have a golf cart, you will still get to the ball. So again, he loves to play golf, and we are seeing this played out one hole at a time, very patiently. The golf cart may also refer to drone sightings. If you do not have a golf cart, you will still get to the ball. And they had just said the word Don. So isn't that crazy? I mean, it gives me chills. Like literally, I got hair standing up on my arm. I mean, 2 iterations of the word Don. And then they immediately talk about his love of golf, and that the way that this whole thing has been strategized is like a golf game, one swing at a time, one hole at a time, leisurely pace, but people are learning the truth. It's so amazing. Oh, we had a bunch of donations come in. Wow. Gerald Watts says, God bless the Don. Jeremiah Thompson, hi David, you are a much loved, beautiful one. Thank you for everything. I think I bought all of your wonderful courses, books, and offerings. Your contributions to us are so much appreciated. Celebrating your first super chat, Jeremiah Thompson. I love it, says Ricardo Guzman Jr. Such anger between Canada and the USA. Hockey last night. I'm Canadian. I love the trumpet. Sally Ritchie Color. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's 47. Marna Erich, yeah, I know he's 47. The point is I'm using code words. You want me to use 47, I can. I know you're a good supporter, so I'm not blasting you. Anthony Walster says, I'm sure this comment will get overlooked. Apparently not. I believe in you personally, as I know most of us here truly cherish your words and wisdom. You are loved and dearly cared for in heart and spirit. Thank you, Anthony. And thank you, Marna. Kennedy Miss Simmons. Love, joy, care, empathy, kindness, compassion, understanding, non-judgment, sympathy, all part of our new planet. No anger, hate, jealousy, just love, peace, and admiration. Brock Badger, good work, brother. Keep up the good work. I took David's anti-gravity course, and honestly, he should be paying me to teach that course. That's pretty presumptuous. But hey, you know what? People can say whatever they want. You want to come out here and do this? How quickly will you get 6,000 people watching your show, right? Whatever, boy. Nobody else has got this kind of stuff. But, you know, there's lots of arrogance out there. It's just part of the game. I'm sure your technology is great. Although this settlement might upset you, it is important to remember the family of the entity who passed on will now be satiated in a way never before possible. For you to go after the money they received is in a sense a death spectator game, wherein you are not acknowledging the validity of their own pain and suffering from this accident. So again, I think this is really just more personal for her, but I left it in because the countersuit is not acknowledging the validity of the pain and suffering that the original lawsuit was about. In other words, he lost the suit, but the actionable evidence is real. And, you know, I think it's all going to come out pretty soon. You're going to hear about this one way or another. Your lawyer might have similar advice for you as well. This case does not need to be made into such a high level as that. There's not necessarily any raw physical evidence to bring it about. Now, if someone were to ask you, where's the beef? The answer would be in the public's eye. Isn't that strange? All around you, then, we see the faces of those others who could benefit from this knowledge. You also see the outlets by which this knowledge could be given. And 47, thank you, Marna, we'll just go with that for now, used to sell steaks. And Stavatti is also affiliated strongly with a beef company. I've talked about them before. Plus, right as I unsealed this, I had just had beef instead of bison for dinner, which is, pun intended, very rare. Ooh, wank, wank. Had to put a little joke in there to keep things moving. But again, what had happened was that there was actually no bison available at the grocery store. I needed food. I had no other choice. I normally don't eat beef at all, but I had to buy steak, so I bought 3 beef ribeyes, and I had eaten the second to last one, I guess. Or no, the last one. It was. I ate the last one because it was expiring on the 10th. It was 3 days overdue. I had the last steak, and then I didn't really want to eat beef. I prefer bison dramatically. But then they mentioned beef as I'm unsealing this stuff. It was so amazing. So you see, even though they're serving the needs of the client in 1999, it's also constantly time looping into the present as well. And I'm giving this in the public's eye, and I'm seeing your faces in the form of your comments and the outlets by which we're giving this knowledge. When you combine those things together, you have a recipe or formula that indicates you must move on and bring this out to the public. I think they're talking to me. It all starts in the moment you begin to acknowledge the inner fire within you. Use that fire, as we said, to make steam instead of trying to burn others around you. Well, that's what the LA fires have done. It's made people really start to wake up. And very interesting. It appears difficult and unsavory if you were to sue against the family of those who just received a loss. That is not necessary to do. The settlement was designed in some ways to lighten the situation for you, but in those initial moments of feeling righteous indignation, is it not easy for you to then feel the need to strike back in anger and mount a vicious countersuit so the perceived injustice does not continue? Well, yeah, my subpoena is from this countersuit. So this is all very interestingly time-looped. Understand that forgiveness is the key to passing into fourth density. Forgiveness is that pattern set forth by the Christ when he was first placed upon the cross and throughout his entire life in general. The moment you begin to forgive others is the moment you rise into the heavens on the cloud of your own being. Isn't that beautiful? I love that line. It's so beautiful. You will indeed walk among the chariots of the fire. chariots of fire, and also know that you have ascended. So don't fret and fume about the small stuff. Yes, it is an inconvenience, or so it would seem, but the barber will still continue to cut hair. Why the hell would they say that? Ah, that's right. Chariots of fire is like a UFO, and the new UFO egg whistleblower is named Jake Barber. Ah, and his egg, the 20-foot egg that he was recovering, could be considered one of the chariots of fire Michael is speaking about. So again, yeah, it's a client reading from 1999, but they're more interested in getting the time loop into the present, while also telling her, please don't try to countersue these people and take the money back when their father literally died, you know? So again, amazing. Chariots of Fire and Barber, it's totally talking about Jake Barber. Michael Larson just donated and said, God bless you, David. You are doing a great work for the world. Thank you. So, no, I'm not a vegetarian. In fact, we already know who this person is. So, good enough. Okay. Happy Appearance Day. Mary Rees says, Angel Michael has chosen you to inform all the evil darkness of our government that has been exposed by God's light and truth. Whispers to Heaven says, Jesus came and declared all food is clean when he said it's what comes out of a person that defiles, not what goes into the mouth. I'm not going to say that. David Coran says, thank you, David, for helping me stop smoking cannabis. My dreams have become great and they are much easier to remember. Paul Cannon, student, master, may I send you an email? And the master answers, of course, but your email must have no attachments. That's really, really funny. Beverly Adams, I would like to buy shares too. You can still write Stavatti. We still got, I think, 18 slots left, I believe, if people wanted to invest. Jesus wasn't even his name, says Juan Jose Vasquez. Yes, we know that. It's Yehoshua. Charlie Winter, great job today, David. I love the show. Well, I think we're going to get through this reading, and then we're going to take a break for the bathroom. So let's just blast through the last of this, because I don't want to stay stuck in this one. The shoemaker will continue to repair the soul, pun intended, right? It's like the soul of your soul. So you may walk forward and not feel the pinch of the ground against your feet. Simply receive the blessings that come when you transcend your human nature and instead realize your divine nature. The divine nature of all things illustrates the law of one and how all beings and all thought forms are connected in this manner. Beautiful, beautiful verbiage. Simply remove yourself from the equation and discover how it is that you are acting out the principles and purposes of the one. It is not necessary to guillotine others to bring this about, as they have already placed themselves in the guillotine for you. This is obviously talking about the DS. And I say here, there appears to be a gallows built in front of the WH for upcoming sentences. Well, I think a lot of people are just going to end up getting prison sentences. We don't need to execute everybody. I think that's the point that Michael is making, and he's made that point many times. It is not necessary to guillotine others. But definitely, we also... Oh, shoot. I happened again. You guys, let's go over here. If I wear my glasses on screen, I'm sorry. Again, I'm only on 3 hours of sleep. So, I do believe a lot of people will just get prison sentences, but I also respect the judge. If the judge declares certain penalties, then, that's what it's going to be. So not everybody is going to get a death penalty, though, and that's very important. That's what Michael is talking about. They may be afraid that they will. Alive and Thriving says, or Yeshua, Joseph Bar Joseph. That's right. So, moving on. Here we go. And thus, as we have said before, these are straw men. A straw man is something that isn't really a threat. The DS is not really a threat now. The Alliance has got this. Plus, as I wrote on the 13th, everyone has a straw man that's assigned to us at birth by the DS. Your straw man is given a series of stock numbers, and this represents how much money you are expected to earn throughout your life. Those stock numbers are the codes that appear on the money. And therefore, when they steal money, they're stealing money that has people's codes on this. So this is a very strange thing. Some people think that you actually can go and bill the IRS off of your straw man account. I would definitely not recommend doing that, but this is a funny thing that you've heard about if you've ever really studied this stuff. don't do it. If you accept one piece of postal mail that has a zip code on it, you cannot take your straw man money out. But theoretically, I think it's like $9 or $10 million is what they expect everybody to earn. So each person has 10 barcode numbers, and they then issue you you become a stock. They call that your straw man. So then they print money based upon your stock number. So actually, there are dollars that have repetitions of the same stock number, because each person's stock number is on a total of $10 million of currency. And there might be up to 10 numbers. So it's like $1 million per number. So this is a very strange thing. Multiple insiders have talked to me about this. But again, the main point is this whole system of them trying to steal your money, now they are the straw men, and it's all falling apart on them. If any lawsuit should be filed, it should be more specifically against the police department, not out of spite against the family. This is just talking to her now. In your own way, do you not see the possibility this was an angelic gift at just the right time for them, possibly rendering service in an impossibly wonderful format you cannot now see? I don't think she liked this answer. I think this was the last time she got a reading. Michael did not want her to sue the victims. If this were to be true and they accepted this wondrous gift, when you come along and want to remove money from them, they will become extraordinarily angry about that. Well, this is clearly talking about the draining of the swamp and how all the money is being found, that it was all being stolen. In a sense, you would be telling them it is their fault the loved one died and that they do not deserve to grieve, as it was supposedly his fault, but in the eyes of the public, this would not be seen as a valid point. Understand, circumstantial evidence is strong in this case. You can use that evidence, but it is important not to strike at those who are innocent. Rather, strike at the guilty, and understand that the energetic motions of which we speak come about when you yourself are able to climb to the top of the telephone pole and make sure that the wires are connected. There again, Michael's at it, because I first unsealed this on January 11th, and right before I unsealed this, I was looking at images of downed telephone poles caused by the LA fires, and nobody had power. We want you to ride the wires. Remember that dream where the Alliance was riding in on asparagus? That was last week. It's another reference to that. Know that divine guidance is streaming in every moment. Before there is any other car wreck or any type of activity along those lines, you need to draw more attention to what is happening. In the midst of this attention, we can make a clear point of how Henry has been affected by all this. And I say here that the car wreck is oddly symbolic of the 2 recent plane crashes that just happened. This in turn allows you to bring awareness to the issue. When we speak of future probabilities, you understand there are still 2 ways everything must go. We do see that with your continued efforts and diligent persistence, always reminding yourself to stick to the Christ principles, you may have the success you are looking for. It has to do with the degree of effort that you are willing to put in and the degree of commitment that you have to keep a positive attitude when you speak to the public on these matters. As we've already covered this material in the past, it is not necessary for us to repeat that this is the culmination of your mission here on Earth. They're talking to all of us in the present. We are about to go through a massive dimensional shift, you guys. Your mission is a spiritual one, involving the ascension of the planet and its inhabitants. And thus you will have a much easier time when you focus on corruption specifically, which is what the Alliance is doing, instead of being distracted by trying to bring money back from those who just were awarded it. However small it might be to the insurance company, it was large enough for them. It makes a significant difference. In your case, the whole situation revolves around your ability to point the light of truth to the dark corners. Again, this is what the Alliance is doing. Do not be distracted and fail to realize where that corner is and how something like this could be brought about. Again, rely on your legal advice, talk with honesty and realism about the probabilities regarding any particular action. We've already been through this with you before, and thus we do not need to remind you how much you are loved and how much we seek to protect and to guide you. This is for all of us. Just remember that you are indeed a living and loving part of the One, and a part that needs not be supervised by us. You can get through this on your own, and thus it is not necessary for you to have these updates on a moment-by-moment basis. They're basically saying, please stop asking us crazy questions in these readings. And she didn't. Again, this was the last one. Many surprises still await you, and you will find out what they are as things progress. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Then it goes on, and this is also interesting. 1:29 p.m., now it's not Nancy's reading anymore. It's for us. He said, since any locomotories in any case must provide forward motion, let us not call into question those vehicles by which the change is produced. This is a possible vague reference to drones, vehicles that produce forward motion, but it's a strange thing, isn't it? And then Stavatti is now producing electric vehicles as well as civilian military aircraft, including hover cars. So again, this is prophetic of the fact that we're doing this. Instead, simply admire the fact that the change has indeed happened. Again, I'm showing you this. Everything we told you was going to happen is now happening. We build and define our thoughts by the ways in which these things function. And then I said I cued on a bunch of words here, including war room and submerged pyramid. Right before I unsealed this, the first very fast looking at it that I did on January 11th, I had just watched Natalie Winters in The War Room. So that blew me away. And again, it's talking about, patriot movement. Admire the fact that the change has indeed happened, like they're reporting on War Room. And then I say I was just lying here in bed, and again, this is prophetic of the complete loss of sleep the night before the show, as I wrote this morning. I was trying to get out of my body, and suddenly I found myself in a bathroom somewhere. I pulled some great ascended tricks in this dream because I was aware I was dreaming, and I became lucid. I began reading my grandmother, Nana, a poem I had written on a piece of paper. This transitioned into spontaneously composing what I was reading. I basically started doing a psychic reading with Michael right on the spot. I didn't hear anything on the receiver of the telephone from her. Furthermore, I was probably not actually speaking to her at all. I realized it was all stuff I was saying in my head, but my mouth wasn't actually moving to speak it. This is what triggered me into full lucidity. I realized it had to be a dream. Then I started to try to project out of my body within the dream, which is more difficult because now I would be going into an even higher energy body. Well, obviously this is talking about Ascension. Then I found myself in 621, the house I grew up in. I went down the stairs and I was shouting clarity now and putting my hands in front of me to keep everything solid. This is actually William Bowman's technique that when you're in a dream, if the dream starts to fade away and everything turns gray, you go clarity now and you put your hands out like this. And you can make it sharpen up that way. That's what I was doing to stay in the dream. I knew from studying shamanism books, Don Juan Carlos Castaneda, that one of the great exercises in the higher realm is to keep one object focused so it doesn't change. So I walked into the living room, the fold-out table was open, the leaf was out the same kind of way we would have done it for Thanksgiving dinner. I don't know if it was all the way folded out, but I know that half of it was. And Thanksgiving is when the Mary apparition visited me. That's why I highlighted that. There was a gift on the table which I didn't try to open. There was also a roll of tape. The important thing was a bouquet of thin, short flowers. I can't think of the name. They used to grow in our yard. And it was the snow crocus. They were grass-like and purple in color, roughly clover-shaped. Using thought, I telekinetically removed the flowers from the vase, and then with my mind, I shattered the vase. This was a cool dream. I then put the vase back together, and I reassembled all of its tiny glass pieces. Now, this was another really crazy thing, you guys, because I had given my massage therapist a spherical chandelier the year before. Let's cut to the wide shot here. So, if you look here, this came from the local Turkish shop, and all of these designs are made of tiny shattered pieces of glass, like a vase that was broken, and they put the broken glass back together. That's what it is, right? Well, guess what? The same thing, as you see right here next to me, that same company, that same store was selling beautiful big round chandeliers like this. And last year I bought my massage therapist one, and when I went in on Monday, she had finally gotten it hung up after a year because there was all this dispute. The landlord didn't think that it would work. They didn't want to hang it on the wall. They were worried about the electricity. We couldn't get the circuit breaker. It took a whole year to get that thing hung up. So it had just gotten hung up, and immediately after I see that, here it is, the shattered vase that's then reconstructed out of pieces of glass. It was mind-blowing. The time loop was mind-blowing. It is made of broken colored glass pieces that are all glued back together, just like we see on my set. Okay, so finally, we're up to the last big one, which is February 21st. And what I'm going to do now is I definitely need to take my break. So we are going to bring that out to you now. I'm going to do my break. And Nobody wanted to watch the shoveling video, okay? But you're going to get to see the shoveling video now, whether you like it or not, because I got to keep things fresh for you guys. So anyway, what I did, I'm just showing you how hard it is to live here and the cool organic patterns that I shovel into my driveway. I'm going to run upstairs and take a quick pee break while you get to watch me doing artistic shoveling in the driveway. I think you'll enjoy it. It's beautiful scenes of the outdoors, beautiful scenes of snow, but it also gives me a chance to pee. We're at 57:50 right now. Some of you guys are going to leave and come back later. That's okay. This is the halfway point of the show. Probably less than that. I think we're more than halfway done. It's probably not going to take 5 hours to go through all this stuff because I'm making a good pace. But anyway, without further ado, I'm going to mute my microphone and take you through the joys of shoveling out here in this incredible cold weather. You'll get to see it now. So here we go. Okay, my microphone is back on. I've turned it back on, and now I'm going to show you the shoveling video while I go take a leak. Here we go. And action! It's only going to take me a short time to shovel all this up, but I love how I create my patterns, and in fact, we can see how it all turns into something that looks like a weird natural formation. When in fact, it's just, it's me practicing my own type of artwork. And I like it, you know? Makes it more bearable to be spending 3 years in solitary monastic isolation at 8,600 feet. And I say that laughing because I've actually really enjoyed the 3 years, you know? So it won't be this way a whole lot longer. We're about to get funded, things are happening, so life is going to keep on cranking. But yeah, that's my snow story. It's a beautiful thing to do. And I don't know how long this is going to take, but the main thing I wanted to get done is just to get that broken glass in the garage and take care of all this crap. It'll be probably an hour of shoveling, and then it'll be clear. And now we're not at risk of it melting and turning into ice. But I have patterns I'm going to follow. I'm going to use the same lines and make it look cool again. So that's it for now. Now this is starting to get fun. I've got my patterns and I'm burning into the snow with my extra wide cow plow. And I'm starting to make some inroads and get this thing all set up. So this is fun for me. It makes shoveling more interesting. And you got to keep doing it, because if I didn't, this would cause us incredible trouble. So there you have it. We're starting to make patterns in the snow, and eventually we'll have a shoveled driveway. Well, I've hit another nice interlude shape here. As it's paring down, it's now starting to look more like geometric lines and feathers. This is one of the last stages before it's all clean. I got to do something to pass the time as I go through this. This is now my 4th year in a row, and the shoveling stuff has been one of the ways that I've tried to stay sane. So look at all those patterns. It makes it fun to do this, sort of. Okay, so here we are now, halfway done. So there's still really interesting patterns left. And I shovel each one of these in one swoop, and they disappear. Then we have a clean driveway. In the meantime, I get all these interesting organic effects. Holy crap. This wind is, as you can predictably imagine, quite brutal. Yeah, look at all that airborne snow. Anyway, this is super intense, but I'm creating my break videos. So it's fun to go through this stuff and look at it. And the wind is coming and going. But, you know, for me, it's a lot more fun to put organic curves in. And it's also about controlling where the snow ends up going and creating a snowbank over here. And then once I get to the snowbank, I'm going to be throwing it all over the side with a smaller shovel. Can't do that with the wide one. But anyway, the next step of this is going to involve it being just about done. And so that's when I'll film again, but here we are in David's wild, wild wilderness. It's quite a cold day, and very bad wind is going to start happening tomorrow. So we got to get ahead of that.
Yeah, my microphone failed. It's okay.
All kinds of stuff can happen. Ice can form. So we got to get this done. Woo! All right, here we go.
Now here comes the final.
Okay, we are calling this mission accomplished for now. The patterns are still somewhat visible, but now all the snow is gone. Everything can melt in the sun without turning into ice. So we've essentially cleared the danger, and I got to get that snowbank over there. But otherwise, everything looks good. We got a nice, even perimeter. There you have it. Another day in paradise. In the glory of mandatory shoveling.
Boom, we are back. Did you miss me? It wasn't that long. I ate some food. I feel better. And now we're going to get right back into our show right away. So no harm, no foul. We only lost about 200 people or something like that. That's good. Thank you for staying with me. Put some eye drops in. My eyes are so freaking red from just the horror of only sleeping a couple hours. But I'm making it. We're getting through the show. So anyway, here we go. The time loops continue the next morning. And this is a very exciting reading. This is a reading that's really personal. And it's not a client reading, thank God. I'm, sorry that there was some client data in the other one, but Michael worked through that as best he could while answering her questions about whether to countersue these people and try to get their money back when their father died. Like, you probably don't want to do that, and you probably don't want to ask an angelic being that question. But again, when I had clients back in the day, they could ask just about anything. And later on, from these types of experiences, I learned that I needed to coach people on what to ask. So here we go. Let's hit it. Right away, he talks about the LA fires again. The list of your fire-worthy fireworks seems to be the locomotion that we have in the present. So locomotion is like a drone, right? The idea that drones might have been involved, and fireworks, that the drone could create fire. Now, he already talked about, in last week's show, electromagnetic beams that could be involved in that, right? The fact that they will cower over what comes across these airwaves. Well, think about what the airwaves are. They're actually microwaves. Fire-worthy fireworks coming across the airwaves, locomotion, very interesting, huh? The fact that they will cower, because that's what's going to everybody in LA cowered over this, right? It was a horrible thing. They're still suffering. PCH is closed. People are driving an extra hour to get home. This does not change the fact that the speed of our software is literally twice that of the Earth, meaning they have much better drones than what we got. So we also just discussed in today's board meeting data centers. We're going to have to do a data center anyway, and there's very elaborate protocols on safety and security for that. Our company is going to need to have a data center, but it turns out, 47 just announced $500 billion invested in data centers. So we're kind of like stupid if we don't build our own data center, especially because in Niagara Falls, we can get power at an absurdly low cost that nobody else can beat. We can get it for, I believe, 1.8 cents a kilowatt. And then we had, I forget who it was, I think it was Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and they were bragging that they had it for it was either 28 cents a kilowatt or 32 cents a kilowatt. We're like, dude, we got 1.8 cents. And also in data centers, you need to cool them off, and we're up in New York where it's cold, whereas a lot of these are being built in Texas, and then they have to pay for air conditioning. So we can beat the competition on a data center, and all of the classified material is eventually going to be migrated to these data centers. So we had an intense discussion about this in our board meeting, and then lo and behold, right after the board meeting, they say the speed of our software is literally twice that of the Earth. It's like, it's a time loop of the data center. Plus, it's obviously more importantly talking about the LA fires and what comes across the airwaves, that this was a wave-driven disaster. The 6 o'clock viewing of the news media regarding these issues, they know this was going to be headline news. Obviously, nothing like the LA disaster has ever happened before. It's much bigger than an earthquake. There's still a house left over that you can rebuild from if you have an earthquake, but this just burns everything. The 6 o'clock viewing of the news media regarding these issues states that the physical sphere encompasses many things. And I say this is also prophetic of how arrests have already begun becoming a part of the major part of the nightly news. Disclosure is on the way very soon. It has already begun. We still got 5,500 people, so we hardly lost anybody for my break. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Understand that the dream you had this morning, which we're going to hear a little bit about it, okay, but then we're going to pick up on the following week. Because this reading goes on for so long, I'm not really going to unpack the dream this week. But you'll see it next week. The dream you had this morning has more to do with triggering past life memories in studying the Edgar Cayce readings, specifically for yourself, and less to do with any immediate present or future circumstance. That is important. So again, let's talk about the Cayce thing, because this is going to be very important. At the beginning of the show, I showed you the facial similarities, which are astounding. I mean, look at him there. It's my face. I mean, it's crazy. And we saw that picture right there, which is just, I can't change the way my face looks. It's not like I could have faked it. I just look exactly like him. Plus, I have the same types of abilities. Then there's also this astounding astrological connection we keep talking about week after week. Many of these aspects are very, very tight. Even on the loose level, they're all in the same signs, same year of the ox, and the moon is in exactly the same degree. This is billions of one odds against chance alone, what we got right here. But most of the alignments are much closer than 1 out of 12, as I said. And you can see that here. If you know how to read charts, look at this chart. It will blow your mind. Mars over Mars, Venus over Venus, Sun over Sun, Moon over Moon, and it goes on from there. It's crazy. Johnny Barnett found out again that even the death chart of Cayce is aligned with my birth chart. There's astounding aspects that are very tight here, as you can see that he's circled. It's beautiful. So again, these two pictures show how similar we look. And Cayce was doing medical readings, unusual treatments, and when Archangel Michael came through Cayce, his body levitated and he had a supernaturally loud voice. So I want to remind you what the book of Daniel said about Michael. We're going to read these again. At that time, which I guess is right now, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will arise. There will be a time of distress such as not has happened from the beginning of nations until then. But at that time, which now appears to be 2025, the Hindus had it for 1,200 years, your people, everyone whose name is found written in the book, will be delivered. So Michael will arise, and Cayce literally rose off the table when Michael spoke through him. The time of distress, such as not has happened from the beginning of nations until then. LA burning down, all that stuff. Yeah, that fits. Very much so. Multitudes who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake. Some to everlasting life, others to shame and everlasting contempt. That's the mass arrest scenario. Most of us will awaken when we realize that this evil really exists. But yet it's there and we have to face it. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens. That is the light body activation, man. Archangel Michael brings it on. Archangel Michael comes in, activates the ascension, awakens people who are sleeping in the dust of the earth, and those who lead many to the righteousness will shine like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, roll up and seal the words of the scroll until the time of the end. Well, now we're unsealing all these readings. It's so amazing. Daniel 12:1. Then there were 2 Casey readings, which again I wanted to read to you just because it's contextually important. Casey apparently built the Great Pyramid. It was originally a monument to the Christ. In that lifetime, he was known as Rata. There were many, many readings about Rata. And Casey, was told that he was going to return as somebody who was more like Rata than Edgar Casey. And so this is the prophecy where that happened. Rata and his followers must return, and they called him the priest, so when they say the priest, they mean Rata. This priest may develop himself, doesn't mean he will. I guess I've passed all the tests. Starting to lose my voice, because I had sore throat from staying up, not sleeping. This priest may develop himself to be in that position, to be in that capacity as a liberator of the world. And it says a, not the. So this is not messianic. There's many other liberators. The Alliance is doing it. 47 is doing it. I'm not the only one. Please don't take it the wrong way. A liberator of the world in its relationships to individuals in those periods to come, for he must enter again in that period or in 1998. So 1998, it was actually October 1997 when I went back to Virginia Beach. So I got there 3 months or 2.5 months ahead of time. And it was only once I got to Virginia Beach, the home of the Edgar Casey Center, that everybody starts recognizing that I look exactly the same as Edgar Casey. And this was a big buzz. I mean, people were really, really excited about this. It was not taken lightly. I had a study group that formed. I was reading my readings to these people. Jean Reeder was one of the people in the study group. She's now deceased, but she was Casey's son's secretary, Hugh Lynn Casey's secretary. She believed I was the real deal. Everybody in town believed I was the real deal, except the top management of the ARE. The readings expected me to go there and present myself to them, which I did. I have the same face, the same astrology like I showed you. And they were like, F you, we don't believe you. Get the hell out of here, basically is what happened. And they said that even if I was Edgar Casey, I was of no use to them. They didn't like the fact that I had a history of using cannabis. They didn't like the fact that I was from New York and they're in Virginia. It's like the North versus South. They didn't like the fact that I used curse words. In New York, everybody dropped the F-bomb. It was no big deal. But they were still genteel Southerners and they did not like my sassy mouth. So I was essentially run out of the ARE, but all that happened in the year 1998, and the guy I spoke to said, oh, every week we got somebody who comes in and says they were Edgar Casey. Well, not with this kind of face, not with this kind of astrology, and now, all these years later, nobody else has ever done anything like Michael Prophecies. I've never seen it. I mean, if there was, I'm sure I would have heard about it. So it says that he could become a liberator of the world. Now think about what's happening with these readings. We are very literally paving the way for an ascension this year, paving the way for the Alliance to get the job done. It talks about Don. They mention the name Don. They're mentioning all these things that are happening in the time loop. So this is the prophecy that actually speaks of what we're doing, just like the one in the book of Daniel. Michael will arise, and then the righteous shall shine like the sun and the stars forever and ever. It's really, really freaking amazing. And as I've said before, there is another prophetic passage as well that we got to look at. And this is 262-49, where they ask, what is meant by the day of the Lord is near at hand? The answer is that as has been promised through the prophets and sages of old, the time and half time, which means, again, the fourth density shift, 3.5 to 4 is what they're talking about. Time times and half time is 1 plus 2 plus a half is 3.5, right before fourth density. The time and half time has been and is being fulfilled in this day and generation. We will live to see the ascension. Soon there will again appear in the earth that one through whom many, and this includes many in the alliance, through whom many will be called to meet those, and I'll put in parentheses, angelic beings. So someone will appear in the earth who will call many to meet the angelic beings who are preparing the way for Jesus' day in the earth, his day. Jesus will return. The Lord then will come, even as ye have seen him go. And the quote, even as ye have seen him go, is a Bible quote where it says that he departs in a cloud. He will return even as you've seen him go. So this is a UFO prophecy that UFOs will return. I've talked about this in my videos, that Jesus is shepherded around by the angels, and they use the flying disc, with the traditional flying disc with the bubble on top. That's their technology. So no disinformation can hide that, because you go back to the Fatima prophecies in Portugal, 1917, Mother Mary appeared in a disc, just like Jesus was taken away from the earth in a disc. After he had ascended, when he finally left for the last time, a disc picked him up, and in the Bible they called a cloud. And it said, he shall return in a cloud even as you have seen him go. So this is very, very fascinating, because it said that Jesus will return in a UFO. And this is, again, not just one being, but many angelic beings. Many will be called to meet those who are preparing the way. And those who are preparing the way refers to angels. So this is a dazzling quote. It's Edgar Casey, 262-49. So I wanted to give you those again, and now we're going to go right back to the time loop. So understand that the dream you had this morning, Michael says, has more to do with triggering your past life memories of studying Edgar Casey's readings specifically for yourself, and less to do with any immediate present or future circumstance. And again, come back next week and you'll get the whole dream. I haven't even built those slides yet. So I'm going to give you a little bit of the dream now, but there's a lot more than this. I was at a club or hotel. There was a huge celebration getting started. There were some seedy-looking dudes around too. Everyone was getting ready for this gigantic celebration. I think this is what's going to happen once the DS is defeated. That's the big party we're going to have. It looked like that the people might have been Filipino families. Well, so part of the celebration would be my company succeeding, and we do have an EV deal coming out with China. So again, they looked Asian, and I was partying with these Asian-looking people. There was a marriage. There was a wedding. That was pretty exciting. There was so much money surrounding this thing that I could hardly believe it. Oh my God. So again, all of the deals that we make are marrying our company to investors. Maybe in the future I'm going to have a relationship again. Maybe I'll get married, and if we do, it's probably going to be spectacular, just like my last one was. So that could be another layer of the prophecy. I'm in no hurry to do that, but it might happen. It will happen at some point, I'm sure. But again, the main thing is a marriage involving a lot of money, a huge amount of money. This is, if somebody's going to put billions of dollars in, you better believe that's a huge marriage. So that's what I think it's talking about. And we already have the EV deal. We have other deals with Europe, all kinds of stuff. Now, Michael says, for this prime time, and again, I'm going to be prime time once the Alliance reveals all this stuff, which I think is going to happen. Valor suggests that you might want to contact those who have the plates of knowledge firmly encased within them. And then I was doing a very quick review on November the 9th. I was scanning through it really fast, and there was a dramatic fall of snow off of the roof at that exact moment. Then I wrote more recently that this is prophetic of the fact, or the likely fact, based on how the alliances keep signaling me, that the Michael work will end up leading to worldwide exposure. Prime time. Contact those who have the plates of knowledge. I think this is talking about the Alliance, and it's also talking about people with soul information, soul knowledge. And so I am working with the Alliance. It's going to go prime time. I would be very surprised if it doesn't at this point. Because everybody wants to know that there's good ETs and it's not all evil. And that's what I can teach. This material itself is of a way better quality and very sound nature when you strip away the impediments and instead focus upon the bright currents of magnetic earth energies that make themselves available to you as the wind blowing into your conceptions. Well, this is prophetic of the ongoing difficulties with the wind, including the disaster I was in that had already started yesterday. Before tomorrow's show, I woke up again, 2 o'clock in the morning, could never get back to sleep. And this is caused ultimately by magnetic currents of earth energy that blows the atmosphere as the wind blowing into your conceptions. But Michael has also said that as I'm exposed to the wind, that it builds up my light body, and therefore people in Tibet, they hang out in the mountains 8,600 feet like I'm at. All that wind exposure you get in the winter, it's actually going to really build your light body very quickly. There is something very interesting about the movement of the wind, and like I said, it doesn't matter whether you hear anything or not. It's the motion that wakes me up. That motion creates some sort of activation in your soul, and you can't ignore it. So this is, again, very prophetic. He says, again, I never hunt world hunger because unless we die, the taxpayers will never relieve their karma as such. So as I say here, verbalizing the beliefs of the DS, this is the way they believe. They are not going to stop world hunger. They want the deaths to happen because they believe the taxpayers have karma and that this is how they're relieving the taxpayers' karma. So that's a funny thing that Michael will do because all is one. Sometimes he verbalizes the beliefs and philosophies of the negative. It's kind of like splashing your face with cold water to get you to wake up. That's what he's doing right here, so please don't take it the wrong way. We still got 5,500 people, and wait till you see this stuff, you guys. This is some amazing stuff in this one. Don't think about death as the horrifying conclusion, but rather as a necessary lift to divine beingness along the way. And again, the drones were lifting, so that's part of the message there again. But also, people died, but again, you're going to have an afterlife. You'll be lifted into divine beingness. This stone that we build our edifice upon is worth more than $300 million or any other amount of money. And so the stone edifice is the Great Pyramid. That's my past life as Rata. That's why I showed you again the pictures. That's why I read you the prophecies again, that Rata will return as a liberator of the world, that he will be paving the way to introduce others to those who pave the way for the return of the Lord, and he will return even as you saw him go. And we also had that quote from Daniel, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will return. The righteous shall then shine as the sun. So again, they say they're building a stone edifice. That is the recall of the Great Pyramid. So let's read that again. The stone that we build our edifice upon is worth more than $300 million or any other amount of money. And this blew me away because when we first unsealed this, Stavatti's first certifiable deal was exactly not any higher or lower, was exactly $300 million. And I was all excited about it, and I was also frustrated about how long I've been broke. And Michael was reminding me that we're building a new pyramid. This Michael Prophecies work now is like the Great Pyramid was, but it's a physical, tangible thing we're doing in these videos week after week. And this is worth more than $300 million or any other amount of money. So he was almost kind of showing me like, oh, you thought $300 million was great. No. The wealth that you have here in terms of spiritual value is worth more than any amount of money. So it's very humbling, and it's kind of made me be more content since this came in. And I've read this one to you many times before because I had done a very quick unsealing, but that one jumped out at me so much that I put it in several earlier shows because it's like, wow, how did he know I had a $300 million deal? But it turns out $300 million has several other layers to it as well. So let's keep going. This has a fascinating direct connection to the subpoena that I cannot disclose at this time. Maybe in the future you'll know what it is, but I give you some clues. Superman Returns is out in the theaters now. This is when I first unsealed this in July 3rd, 2006. The movie Superman Returns. It was very publicly stated that the movie cost $300 million to make, and I have wanted to go see it. Therefore, when they say that the edifice is worth more than $300 million or any other amount of money, this was prophetic of the financial collapse of Hollywood that we are now seeing and the burning down of LA. Superman Returns was a failure compared to its massive $300 million budget. And I didn't catch that one before, but now I was reading it more closely. When I did the final unsealing, I'm like, oh, it's actually talking about Hollywood's collapse. Wow. And another corollary clue is that CNN recently announced that they had lost $400 million. So this is a multidimensional clue. If I'm winking at you, you know what I'm talking about. So $300 million collapse is what we're talking about here. So sure enough, Superman's Return is the most expensive movie ever made. They say the final price tag for the film may end up being in the range of nearly $300 million. That's right, $300 million for Superman's Return. Now, it did okay in the box office, but it didn't really do that well compared to its budget, because you got to make back at least twice as much as it costs just to cover your basic expenses and make a profit. Because again, movie theaters get a cut, foreign countries get a cut when they play it. So the film was essentially a bomb. It didn't do terribly, but it was the beginning of the collapse of Hollywood. This huge gamble that they took did not work out, just like the Star Wars films didn't work out. So then I made another analogy here, which is Superman Returns, as they keep saying, may allude to Casey's reincarnation, which is me, and the fact that, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will return. The righteous shall shine as the sun. Superman Returns. So it has all these nuanced layers of complexity and depth as a prophecy. And I love that. This was so wonderful. And thus the point of this dream, he says, in illustrating that a bald head and a great deal of age, he's talking about Edgar Cayce, can then be translated into a youthful body, reincarnated with new vigor, prepared to carry forth its duties and responsibilities before ascending as such. That's obviously talking about me. Rata will return as a liberator of your people. Michael, the great prince, will return, prepared to carry forth new duties and responsibilities before ascending. See then the close connections to the need not to focus on the money portion therein. Remember, they mentioned $300 million or any amount of money. And there was that big wedding that was so lavish. See also the celebration that comes about. This is the dream of the wedding, where the announcement of the reunification of self in the higher planes is finally accomplished. Amazing. Obviously, we have watched you for some time as you've held on to your copy of Cayce's CD-ROM that had all the readings on it, and yet you never once bothered to read it. And this is because I just, I didn't want to be somebody's reincarnation. I don't want to be an Elvis impersonator, And I knew I was going to get trolled and heckled, and I didn't want that. But yet the face is great, the astrology is great, and now the Michael prophecies are really dazzling. So okay, I'll just man up and accept that this is part of my life now. But I don't really go back and read about Cayce's life. It's not like I'm getting some type of ego boost off of this. Your decision to go through and read each of Cayce's life readings one by one, and he's number 264, so that's what I was doing at the time, it does indeed represent a significant step in overcoming toxicological warfare within the self against your true purpose for why you have arrived here. Well, guess what, folks? This is prophetic of the fog. It's prophetic of other things that we've seen. Toxicological warfare is the main thing that we are going up against, and I am here to help fight that with the Alliance. So how interestingly nuanced that is. That's my ultimate job, is to overcome that warfare. Also, we do feel that there should be some themes that you resonate with, specifically from 264-67 and upwards, during that period of time. I was not able to find this reading online, by the way. It doesn't exist online right now. These readings were quite coercive and very authoritative. So again, the reason why there's a 67 after the 264 is that Casey had given himself many readings, so you'll almost never see the second number that high. Hardly anybody had 67 different readings except for Morton Blumenthal had even more than that. So 264-67 was specifically about the Casey Hospital. Maybe I can find it. If you guys have a copy of it, please send it to me. Send me a link to it on X or send me an email off of divinecosmos.com. We have a contact us link on that website you can go to. But I'll find it one way or another. Anyway, it was about the house, and it's very interesting. So here's what happened, you guys. Check this out. I go to Google and I type in Edgar Casey reading 264-67. I wanted to see what would happen. Well, one of the main things that I got was quotes from this book, There is a River. This was the book that made Edgar Casey a worldwide sensation. Late in his life, he was already very old when this book came out, and he only lived a few more years after the book came out, but it did make him very famous. He got a huge demand for readings after this. So, this is what it went to. It went to the appendix at the back, and it said Hospital 264-67. So what's going on here, these appear to be the pages in which the hospital is discussed. And so it's actually pages 264 through 267 in the book. Okay, well that's as much as Google's going to give me right now. Michael already knew this because he's got omniscient intelligence, so it seems. So let's go ahead and click on 264-67, and it will take you here. So this is chapter 18. It was a young spring day. The tide was running high, the wind from the south, when they broke ground for the hospital. And this was something that Casey got financed, just like what I'm doing now. A whole hospital for him to do his readings in. It was breathtaking. It was the foundation of his work. But sadly, they did it in 1929, and he would lose the hospital just 2 years later because of the Great Depression. So it was very short-lived. And the financier then pulled the money out and made Casey homeless. Casey lost his house. Everything was so horrible. So they broke ground for the hospital. The site was a high dune on 105th Street, halfway between the Cavalier and Cape Henry. And you know what's so funny? I was so detached from the Casey story that I lived right in this area, and I never actually went to my old house. Never once did I even visit it. I could have walked right up there. I never did it. I just realized that right now. Standing on it, looking toward the sea, Edgar felt fulfilled. But looking at Morton, which was his investor, he felt frightened. Here was all that he had ever dreamed of or desired, yet it rested for security on the whim of a single man. What went through Morton's head, what thoughts stirred his mind and heart, governed what would happen to the hospital and the readings. So in other words, if Morton got a wild hair, which he did, then everything would be lost. He wished it were not so. There'd been others, Ketchum and No, Frank Moore, Dave and the Texas People, Friends of Birmingham, and the Lammers. All of these people had tried and failed. Was this slight, frail Jewish man who looked so placid, smoking a cigar as he watched the workmen, to succeed? So again, the whole point here is 264-67. Casey got everything he dreamed, but it all rested on the whim of a single man. And this again directly correlates with the subpoena that I got, because a major part of my life was put into that company, and now I'm still fighting all these years later. So that's part of it. Now, interestingly enough, the other main thing that showed up that was very weird when I put it into Google was references to Satan, 264-7, Edgar Casey reading. Really weird. So check this out. These are in the top search range. You could go do the same thing now until they rig it up so you can't see it anymore, but it would work right for the moment. The first thing is narrowgatebook.com, Illuminating the Narrow Gate, a commentary on the, oh, look at that. And here we are in the times of Revelation. A commentary on the book of Revelation based on a study of 24 psychic discourses of Edgar Casey. 666-264-67. Beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. So 264-67, they said the message was strongly coercive. It's talking about Edgar Casey. Here I am, fighting against satanic forces on earth. And then look at the very next reference below that. Academia.edu, imagine there's no Satan, Well, first of all, there's a 666. Imagine there's no Satan. How Satan got into the New Testament. Satan, pages 264, 67 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Bible and Theology. So 2 different references to Satan, both associated with 264, 67. That's really crazy. Plus the idea that your future rests on the whims of one man. Not this time. We've got a whole company. Stavatti Aerospace cannot be destroyed by the whims of one person. There's no single point failure. Thank God. But again, how freaking strange, you guys, that Satan is mentioned 2 different times with that code number. And in this case, it's page numbers in the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Bible. Wow. 2 different unique references to Satan on the first search term page. That one right there, and that one right there. It's unbelievable. So what we're going to do now is we're going to read Illuminating the Narrow Gate. Let's see where that reference shows up. It's in the bibliography, or the table, whatever you call it at the end there. My mind is starting to fry. But there it is, Revelation 666, 264, 67. So this is what Michael is talking about. And then, lower down it says Great Harvest. That's the Bible's Ascension metaphor, 271, 72. And it says Story of Our Evolution. The 7 seals, the 7 trumpets, and, archangels blow the trump. Isn't that interesting? The blowing of the trumpet, they use the word trump. This definitely seems to be a reference to you-know-who, 47. The idea that the trumpet blast is a vibratory change coming out of the sun. We're expecting that this year, 2025. So look at this, man. 264-67 directly ties in Revelation 666, the harvest, and the story of our evolution. It's staggering. So here it is again, just so you can now remember all that stuff. We do feel there should be some themes you resonate with, specifically from 264-67 and upwards. Remember, it was 271 where they had Great Harvest during that period of time. These readings were quite coercive and very authoritative. So in the present, this is time looped to 2 different references to Satan, i.e. the DS. It's dazzling. You can hopefully see the difficulty you have faced and the feeling of perpetual incompleteness with regards to your fulfillment of this mission is indeed simply another karmic shadow that fits the pattern quite admirably well, unfortunately. So as I say here, this was deeply calming to me. I was always supposed to feel this incompleteness. So honestly, I wanted to explore this one a little bit more because it's so deep and fascinating. I've really suffered quite a bit. As you know, I've been broke. They say, well, this work that we're doing is worth more than 300 million or any other amount of money. Like, okay, fine. But still, I'm like, I'm suffering high winds. I've been alone for longer than most people would ever be able to tolerate it. Could you imagine living in a house with disaster conditions all the time for 3 years, totally by yourself, totally bankrupt, constantly struggling financially? Sometimes you can't even afford food, and you're alone. And that's literally what I've been living in. So yeah, it has a feeling of perpetual incompleteness with regards to fulfilling the mission. And they said, unfortunately, this is the pattern we needed. They needed me to be broke. They needed me to be alone. They needed me to go through whatever codependent patterns I had in my mind, whatever self-defeating thoughts I had in my mind, whatever types of non-loving thoughts I had. If you spend 3 years alone in the top of the mountains in survival conditions with no money, believe me, you're going to get real about yourself. And so, unfortunately, they say this was the pattern. Kim Nilsson just donated. Thank you very much. We're still holding true, 5,500 people. So this is an incredibly large audience, and you're all here with me now. We're co-creating this performance together, and I'm very, very happy to be here. So yeah, this really has set my mind at ease. It's like, okay, you know what? I mean, the Alliance would know this if they're monitoring all the stuff I do. Sometimes I don't feel like doing a show on Sunday. This week was really rough with all the wind. I mean, it's not windy now, but my God. I got up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't get back to sleep. I couldn't even finish all of their slides before the show. I was building slides right up until the moment that we went live. 5 minutes before we went live, I broke. So, and I do feel incomplete. It's like, nobody else really covers this stuff. I've done a little bit with David Nino Rodriguez. That's about it on Nino's Corner here on YouTube. Nobody really seems to talk about my stuff. They kind of allude to it. The Alliance seems to really like it. They make all these coded communications, but it's been very lonely, you know? Living alone is not easy. You have to provide for yourself. You have to keep yourself busy. The normal benefit that you get from social interaction, having somebody around to talk to, I haven't had that. So this really made me feel good. It's like, okay, they needed me to go through this. They needed me to be alone. They needed me to be broke. This work is worth more than any amount of money. I get that. And I have to extend my own faith in the hopes that, this is all going to work out. I mean, I don't really know if this is going to work out or not. I'm just on the leap of faith. Argonian Black Ops says, you ain't the only one suffering. I know how you feel. John Shadow says, happier than ever. I can think of a name, says, you've always inspired me. Thank you. So, hold on. Maria Anderson, I have lived alone in a house in the forest, unemployed and broke all alone, but I've had my cat. Boy, there's some really bad trolls in here. Okay. We just take care of that. Thank you for bringing us all this key intel, says Jack Frost. Georgia DeLarge, please know, David, you are special. We love you. Valentine Puppy, you have us, David. Cynthia L., I'm on the East Coast. We have the storm you have. It's been raining since 4 p.m., 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Yeah, we get lots of surges that are above 50 miles an hour. Being alone myself, I find my German Shepherd dog is a wonderful companion. She makes me laugh, smile, and loves me endlessly. Yeah, my dog died, dude, in June. I've been totally alone. Sally Ritchie Color, we love you and appreciate you. Paul Cannon, faith is required to create anything significant. Hang in there. Bella's Patio Garden, I've lived alone for a very long time. Light Ray, I just saw 555K watching. Cheshire Cat banned the trolls. Yeah, we just did a couple of those. Resonance says, same boat, friend, alone, broke, and spreading your message, sending love. Frank Barter, you are not alone, David. We are all with you. Scott Opper, great fan. Love you, David. Maria Anderson, I'm not a troll. I know you're not, Maria. Thank you. John Shadow, we love you. David, there are moose and turkeys who keep you from being alone. Yeah, that's true. I'm in a city in the mountains. Love you, David, says Cynthia L. I've been alone for 9 years, Tez Brooks says, and broken. Got smashed up and still have my old dog, but probably not much longer. Get angry, Daddy, on your trolls. We definitely do. But again, when I'm so tired like this that I can barely even keep my eyes open, it's hard to do comedy. So I apologize. These so many trolls. Where are the moderators? Yeah, I guess the moderators are temporarily offline, but I'll do some of that. Anyway, we're almost done. So thank you guys. You are being very supportive, and I really appreciate that. I don't know how many people even read the comments anyway. But hopefully my team is still there. We're on a shift change between people working. Anyway, let's keep going, because we're almost done now. We're into the Alliance section at least. The 5th level demanded the atmosphere surrounding the entity work properly. We have to have the locomotion, they mentioned that word again, necessary to move forward into higher realms. The only fear we might have is of too much success and not enough grounding. So this makes a lot of sense. This is a prophetic movement of the hover car, right? The locomotion to move into higher realms would be like a spaceship. And we have a fear that you might have too much success without enough grounding. Well, that could be where Elon is at. I mean, if you get too much money, you go around being a horny guy and, having a sassy mouth. But, I love what Elon is doing. I'm not trying to insult him. But again, back in Rata's time, I had the same problem. Michael and his people now reside in 5th density. So it says the 5th level demands that the atmosphere surrounding the entity, in this case me, works properly. So apparently this isolation was an emotional detox, giving me the locomotion I need to be able to ascend. And their main fear was that I would have too much success without enough grounding. And I've certainly seen that. If you have a lot of money, everybody wants it from you, and people try to manipulate you and they try to take it from you, and you got to really have maturity, because people are trying to lie to you and get into your life, and the temptations can seem very nice, but you just got to resist all that stuff and stay true to your mission. So I absolutely believe now that I'm ready for this to happen, and that I've been through this utterly profound initiation, including isolation, wind disasters, all this stuff that I've been going through. You have come in with all of these same strengths as well as many of the same weaknesses. Remember Rata. He had sexual weaknesses. He was promiscuous. 12,000 years ago, that's where I was, building the pyramid. That was the whole problem. In fact, the Edgar Cayce reading said that the obelisk was meant to indicate his phallus, and that the original reason that that was made into that symbol was because of his philandering. So it actually all got mythologized into a religion, which then became the DS. And it all got perverted into something very negative because they took his actions as being something you're supposed to do instead of a major spiritual failure, which is how the Law of One and the Cayce readings described it. So, in other counties and countries, it might have been different, so please understand that you are where you are, and that is important. All things have coalesced into a pattern of vibration that is now easy for you to recognize. Your writing, deep in the basic fundamentals of how this story comes about, shows your own ability to begin accepting this mission as such, and that realization greatly takes off the pressure. And that is true. I mean, just to be able to get to the point where I would even run these slides at all. Look at all this hair, man. It's just so much hair. It's like, whew, yeah. This is a party, but it's all going away on Tuesday. I got to get a haircut so we can make money, you guys. So you're just going to have to deal with the short-haired David Wilcock. But I'm now finally learning to accept, okay, this is what I'm about. This is what I'm doing. And yeah, we'll do the Cayce past life stuff. I didn't want to read this, man. I'm like, ugh, do I have to talk about this Cayce stuff? Well, yeah. And I'm finally accepting it. I'm finally coming to peace with this, and it takes off the pressure. The Great Pyramid still awaits its capstone. Now, remember, this was originally a positive symbol of the ascension of humanity. The five-sided object is created from a six-sided object. When you put the capstone on the top of the pyramid, the flat top goes away, so you got bottom, top, and four sides. That's 2 plus 4 is 6. 6 means evil and imperfection. When you put the capstone on, it becomes a five-sided object, and that's the ascension, okay? So it says, the Great Pyramid still awaits its capstone. That's the ascension of humanity. Through this work, we are symbolically doing just that. To me, that's a huge honor that I'm actually able to help us all usher into this amazing process. As we built the pyramid with you and with Hermes, David, so too do we now reconstruct the edifice of the brotherhood of everlasting love, such that it might then be realized in the physical sphere yet again. We will all become ascended beings soon enough. So this is dazzling. And they're definitely acknowledging my past life. So this is also a potential callback to last week's prophecies, in which it said, the child who leads them comes completely out of the ashes to be reborn in the light of the dawning of the new day. Once you understand and accept this proposition, which they're now telling me I'm doing, it no longer seems so difficult to embrace the basic distinctions we would have you make. And I said again, this is very prophetic of the aftermath of the LA fires, coming completely out of the ashes to be reborn. So now we'll pick up where we were. They talked about the Great Pyramid still awaits its capstone. This work is doing that. See this work as a form of living material within the self that you can draw upon as a failsafe for accurate and timely guidance in other matters. When others around you finally get wind of this, now he's making fun of the wind again that I just suffered through last night, the plant and animal will become one, and you will find yourself in a much different position. So again, this is a possible prophecy of the wind activity. So I'm like, whoa, the plant and animal become one? What in the heck does that mean? Like vegetable animals? What is this? So I'm trying to figure it out, but it has to do with quantum entanglement and consciousness, that we're all one with the nature around us. And you will have a much different position. You will be ascended. So then I said, what do you mean by plant and animal will become one? Because I heard that part, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Exactly how the next 24 hours will take place should help illustrate some of that for you. Namely, understand that all you are will fuse together in a way that you cannot now foresee. So then I said, I'm unsealing this 24 hours before our next show, where the first part of this reading will be presented to the world. This is amazing. So again, exactly how the next 24 hours will take place. In 24 hours, I was going to be delivering the prophecy that I was just unsealing. So that was another pretty dazzling time loop, like got wild hair, got the time loops, it's all happening. So again, the plant and animal will fuse together in a way you cannot now foresee. It all becomes an extension of yourself. Like in the Matrix, it is not the spoon that bends, it is only yourself. That's what they're talking about. So then I say, this is very curious when I first transcribed it. In the next 24 hours after I transcribe this, I will be having a meeting with the man who wants to launch a cable channel for metaphysics and to put me in charge of it, and I registered the name Conscious Network, as I said last week. And I was scheduled to meet a potential investor for our movie, but it appears the investor wouldn't be coming. And now I'm on the brink of meeting investors in person. So it was even time-looped when I first transcribed it in 2006 in a very beautiful way. So this is certainly a situation where I find myself in a much different position. The Science of Convergence, which was the title of our movie, proves how signals easily travel telepathically between plants and animals, just like Michael said. Ultimately, this seems to be talking about a spontaneous ascension, and that I will have a very different role once this happens. That's for sure. So Michael goes back to talking now. Stating this as such, we meant that areas of the creation, or rather lives in the creation, will be fused together as one in a way that could not have even been comprehended before. Do you see? And I say, yes, I understand it now. Thank you. Michael says, all is well. Take each step in the further direction of unfurling this work as being a very positive one. What about that unfurling? Well, flags are what unfurl. That's one of the main things that unfurls. And the flag symbol appears a bit later on, so because we're out of time, we're going to jump ahead to that. He says, take each step in the further direction of unfurling this work as being a very positive one. So now we're going to jump ahead. Remember, unfurling is like a flag. There's another very obvious reference to 47. It says, your post-hole digging in the higher realms has indeed given us a large enough hole that we may begin to insert the flagpole. Well, this is an obvious reference to the golf game, because the whole point is that once you get the ball in the hole, you take the flag out. The flag is what allows you to see where the hole is from a large distance. So as you get closer, the flag is still in the hole, but once you get the ball into the hole, then you remove the flag. And so it's totally a golf reference, and of course that's his favorite game. So this is pretty incredible. And it also talks about being the President of the United States. Pour the necessary concrete into position. This again could be like the pyramid. So it might then harden and form a foundation as such. So this is again a prophetic reference to building the Great Pyramid and the culmination of our ascension in the present moment. The flag that we fly is that of the one true republic, which is the creation, and it honors the one infinite creator, which knows no boundaries or distinctions. So they clearly know that they're talking about the President of the United States, and what they're saying is they're doing this for the whole planet, for the whole creation. And this honors the one infinite creator, which knows no national boundaries or distinctions. So this is where we're going to pick up from next week. We're through the time loop now at 3 hours and 47 minutes. We've done an amazing job on this. This reading from February 21st is colossal in size and time looped. And then right after that, we get into the Uruel reading, which we already read. So this is kind of the end of the loop. I mean, there's other stuff that's in March, but it's already in the Michael books. So we got basically 1 week left of new material, maybe 2 if we go to the end of March. And then we're going to be reading stuff that if you've bought the books, you've already seen. So again, this is a totally dazzling amount of prophecies for just 1 week. He told me to get it out as quickly as possible. That's what I'm doing. And the time loops do continue on through February 99, so I'll be reading you more of them as we go. But again, after the 22nd, those readings are in the books. So if you want the books, you can still get them now. We have 7 books, and they're all dazzling. It's beautiful. Words from the higher forces, from Archangel Michael himself. I didn't write this, but I just facilitated the books. And we have 35 hours of amazing video. So again, we're having a $33 additional discount. It's the best deal we've ever done. You get the whole suite for just $144. See how all of the dots connect to reveal this ascension process. So I want you to go to thedisclosure.com. We have 2 amazing video courses. It's a $189 discount with over 35 hours of high-quality video. Definitely worth taking the time to actually sit down and watch. And the discount code that you type in is Concrescence. It's also in the comments below this video. It really helps me out to buy this. I mean, I did get a business loan so that I can defend myself if I need to, but your help is very much appreciated. The only reason I'm still going is that you guys have been buying this, so thank you very much if you buy this. Again, thedisclosure.com. Now, wait for it. Here it comes, the latest Alliance posts. This is one of the most important parts of the show. We got 5,500 people watching right now. You guys are with me. So let's hit the ground running, because I don't want to be here. I mean, I'm already tired as it is. It's 4 hours in, but we're going to do at least another hour to get through all this, probably. So let's do it, and then I can go and probably I'll pass out as soon as we're done, go back to sleep, man. I've only had 3 hours of sleep last night. Here we go. The first thing that they alert us to is another one of these very sad events of a woman from India who collapsed on video at her wedding, or somebody's wedding. Her name is Paranita Jain. She tragically passed away from cardiac arrest after collapsing while dancing at a wedding. And it's really sad if you watch the video. She falls face first. The celebration takes a heartbreaking turn. Family members, including doctors, rushed to perform CPR, but she didn't make it. And this isn't the first loss for her family. Her younger brother also died of a heart attack at just 12 years old. Well, they're talking around something, but we know what that is, so it goes without saying. That's what they're referring to. 3.4 million views. And the video is 11 seconds long. So again, they always give us coded messages in the number of seconds that the video takes. Then you go back and read one of these original posts, from 2017, and the post reflects on what they're talking about. So this is clearly talking about these unexpected accidents that people are having and what might be the real reason behind that. So what are they going to say? Well, they're talking about the president imposing military intelligence takeover investigations for three-letter agencies. That is now well underway. So this has become very prophetic. They lost this very important power, the one area of the government that is not corrupt and directly serves the president. Military intelligence versus these three agencies you see at the top, who do not have approval or congressional oversight. And in the Michael loop, they were saying it's not going to be done through federal lawsuits. Now we see how it's happening. So this is interesting, that they will no longer own this particular strip anymore. And I think he was very pissed off about that. So the first thing I want to show you is this classic post, 916. None of this is going to make sense if you don't read this first. So let's zoom in on that. It says, whatever happened to this guy who worked with the DNC, he asked in an interview. A grand jury in August returned an indictment, the U.S. District Court of Columbia, charging him and his wife with a total of 4 counts, federal bank fraud, conspiracy. He pleaded not guilty to all charges. Whatever happened to them, he continued. With the 2 servers, they broke up into a million pieces. Whatever happened? And then they say, what about him? Is said small country involved? And then they say, we are saving small country for last. There is a very specific reason. We have never mentioned it a single time. Why? Because they are watching. So this is the key quote. 916 is the key post. It says, we are saving this for last. So taking over that strip is a very big part of the plan, and it ambushed them because now they can't do anything there that would enable this thing to drag on. I mean, this war has been going on since, what, the 1960s or something? It's crazy. It needs to end. Well, now we're in the last phase. They saved it for last. So now with that in mind, I want you to read this. He has just confirmed his intent not only to purchase it, but to take full ownership. That's not really true, but at least it will be security. The security will be monitored, but there's going to be private investors involved, all that kind of stuff. He hinted that while he may oversee the acquisition, there you go, other Middle Eastern nations will handle the reconstruction. He did not mention anything regarding them owning it. So this is saving them for last. That's what we're seeing, folks. 916 is finally coming true. You got to not be fooled by the optics and look behind the scenes. What are they really telling you? So then this brings us to 19, which is all about the idea of the enslavement of this particular population, as said in the first sentence. Why are they kept poor and in need? Why is racism being projected on a daily basis? Why do they do the crazy talk? How are they covering historical facts of forming confederacies and opposing things that help these people? What would happen if they lose this slave grip on the population? Well, we're seeing that. And they prop up and install Hollywood and media assets. And why they gain all these historical advantages by having famous people peddle the narrative. They are exposing this network in Hollywood, and you will laugh when they disclose the details. The network that controls the false narrative, keeping this population under control, is now being dismantled. These leaders will be exposed as shills and follow the money. How do you end up with a $4 million house and $6 million in cash? That's a total of $10 million on a little government salary. That's one example. These questions paint the picture. So this is very heavy stuff. And again, the small country apparently has a lot to do with this enslavement of these people. So then we see that before the Super Bowl, there were 12 that were found. Law enforcement and nonprofits have successfully found 12, and they were reunited. The majority are from New Orleans, and this is a major concern. And we saw Black Hawk helicopters flying overhead for security purposes. That's the Alliance doing their magic, folks. So then we're up to post number 25. This is a big classic that we've seen many times. This all has meaning. Everything stated. It is big picture stuff. Proof to begin, 11.3. Keep up the good work. This flow of information is vital. Then what they're talking about, this connection, I mean, that's really, really weird. This far in the game, with how many people are awake, they say, why are they posting about this connection? So here's the tweet. It's so crazy. Why would they do this? What do the FBI and this National Day have in common? A connection. And then they show the emoji. I mean, really, you guys? Seriously? Dive into the incredible true story of how an undercover agent went head-to-head with a real-life Sicilian mafia godfather, in this case known as ... Whoa. So that's pretty on the nose. I mean, they're not hiding anything. They have to do that. So then we have Representative Anna Luna, who slams FEMA. Elon just exposed they handed $59 million to certain individuals just last week. That's only the tip of the iceberg, you guys. Oh, we got some donations. Sorry. I just caught that. Leanne Boudreau donated. And then Joy Berman, say hi to Trama for me. Trama loves you, baby. It's all good. I just got to keep going or I'm never going to get through this. So thank you guys for the donations. All right, moving right along. So she didn't hold back and slammed them after the Helene disaster. Over $1 billion was funneled away from us to others that you shouldn't be funneling it to. Should they just completely get rid of this organization? Yeah, that's what they're implying. Wow, isn't that crazy? $1 billion for that? Holy crap. Post 57 says, once again, we're talking about the infiltration of the United States government. And we've read that one many times. This is a big part of it. Saudi Arabia, they keep mentioning this every week, and they're going to do it again this week. So now we're hearing that the European elites will soon be listening. They are not going to be sassy much longer. He just posted this video on his account of the president saying that the elites will soon stand at his feet and gently wag their tails. It's kind of an impolite metaphor, but whatever, I get it. He says, quote, "You'll see it will happen quickly. Soon they will all stand at the feet of the master, will gently wag their tails. Everything will fall into place." This sounds like a warning to Europe. Yeah, things might still get kinetic, folks. We don't really know where this is going, but something is going to happen that's going to make them want to behave themselves. So, whoa. I mean, again, they also say disinformation is necessary, but you heard it here first. So 2.3 million views, post 56. Once again, the Brotherhood and to this country, SA. And, we've read this one so many times. It's like, dude, I'm never going to read this out loud. So you can read it if you want to, but when the Alliance puts this in, it's like, next. I just don't even want to take the risk with my channel, so we're not going to do that. So then we see the Fed. Apparently, there's over $1 trillion that has mysteriously gone missing. Former World Bank president sounded the alarm, revealing that they have lost over $1 trillion and counting, making it a massive hedge fund for rich and powerful. borrowing money at 5.4% interest, pouring it into bonds, creating the illusion that the financial situation is better than it really is. And this is not just in the U.S., it is happening in central banks worldwide. Oh my God. 3.1 million views. They are kicking butt this week, huh? These are amazing numbers. I wish I got those numbers, but in time. So, post 122, what does money buy? How do you prevent tampering? The media is mostly left-wing. The narrative is important, and they defer to racism without any proof. No proof. And then they're talking about the party that was affiliated, forming the Confederacy. Why are they attempting to erase history? This is interesting. Is this population truly free today, or have they been enslaved? And then they say at the bottom here, operators are active, operations are underway, and pray. So we do pray for the success of the Alliance. There's big, big stuff going on now that we don't know about, rescuing children out of tunnels, all of that. Next, we see the UK, and I can't really even read the rest. You can read it for yourself, what's going on here. Tucker dropped a bombshell. Up to half of what they get from our money is then being sold. And he further reveals that our own people are fully aware of this and making money off of it. Even the New York Times could go online and make these orders. That is so crazy. That's the kind of stuff that people are not going to be able to believe. It's going to shock them to their core, but it also triggers the Ascension. 2 million views. Whoa. Post number 71. This is one we don't usually see. It's very, very long. And again, it talks about all the same stuff. Saudi Arabia, the Muslims. And it goes on and on and on from here. So I really can't read any of this, as you know. Planes carrying the cash, landing in the same location. Congress was not notified about this. It was billions of dollars. So you're seeing how the bribery works, the inside stuff. And why is this country so important? They had all the money. And then it says flying objects. So maybe we're getting ready to see flying objects. Maybe there's going to be some type of blue beam. And what U.S. operators... Remember, there was a revolution in Saudi, November 4th, 2017, and the whole thing got overthrown. They keep reminding of this week after week. This is going to be a major part of the disclosure coming up because we hear it every single week. They keep pointing us to the same thing. So now we find that this murder was actually, this attempted murder was actually coordinated. Are you surprised? You shouldn't be if you've been paying attention. Whistleblower filed a criminal complaint implicating the governor of this state. This is very significant. The governor of this state, PA, and the former director and the administration in the attempt. According to this whistleblower, the governor and top officials, including the state police commissioner, coordinated this as a larger political scheme. That is crazy, right? It came from the top level? Wow. It also claims in the complaint that the administration actively blocked multiple attempts to rat them out and report it to various agencies. He has already ordered the Secret Service to give him every and any detail related to these attempts, and now they're telling you, when people find out that this came out of Pennsylvania, they are going to be so shocked. So we'll talk about Pennsylvania a little bit later, and you're going to learn some interesting things. Then we have Ron Paul warning about our getting involved militarily in the Strip, and I agree with him. An urgent warning, cautioning him about the dangers of this involvement. The message comes as it was declared. Oh, you guys are like giving me all this money, and I'm ignoring it. But I see two of them right here, and the bright colors have lured me in. So thank you. Thank you, guys. We got one right there. Ex-Falco Music sending love and protection through Jesus Christ. Amen to that. And then Kaylin Robinson, our dear friend. Thank you, David, sending you much love from New Mexico. Woo! Yeah, New Mexico is a great place. They stole the PA governor's race. I don't know if that's true, but, you know, maybe so. I'm in Pennsylvania, says Cynthia L. Happy Sunday, David. Thank you. You guys are still holding in there. We still got 5,411 people. This is great. So thank you for being here. Let's get back to the slides because this is so awesome. All the things we're learning. The Alliance is ready to do the final moves. Friday is when the list gets released. This is the moment of time that we're in is so exciting. So Ron's message comes as he declared that these people will not be able to return right away. Well, I think they'll be able to return later, but obviously it has to be rebuilt first. He urges him to cut all military aid to this country, says it is a wasteful expense and it only fuels more conflict. Remember, 916, we're saving them for last. He warns this move could push the alliance further away from the U.S. and could actually collapse the petrodollar. Yeah, that could be true. His solution is, and this is obviously what the alliance believes too, end all funding for this situation and for the blockade of this happening before it's too late. So you see, it's 5D chess. Maybe these things aren't really going to happen, but what it does is it gets people upset and it leads to people realizing that the funding needs to be cut off. That's, I think, the point they're making here. So then we go up to post 179, which has all this interesting code stuff in it, stringers, bunker apple, yellow sky, keywords. I'm not really sure if any of this means anything, but look at that at the bottom. The past provides the future, questions provide answers. And then it says Lord DR. We know who that is. We know who that is. Cross cross means, he's a target. Those are crosshairs. Who was the pilot? Green. What was countered? Unknown to us. Who was on the ground before it collided? Remember, we just had helicopter collisions recently. Unnamed R. Who was in the home shortly before this crash happened? It was a dog grooming event. That doesn't sound good. Learn to read the map. We're trying really hard. It's like herding kittens in here sometimes. And what that means is a lot of people are not figuring out what the Alliance is really trying to tell us. We may have overestimated your ability. You came to us for certain strengths. There are weaknesses as well. Some being exploited, not enough focus. This is a troll writing the Alliance. Answer the questions, build the big picture, break it back down, make memes for normies to be calm and educated so we're ready for the storm. And then they respond. Shadow War. Act 2, Scene 4. It's a movie idea. The good guys are pilot of the helicopter, the bad guys are pilot of the plane. Didn't we just have a crash like that? Yeah, we did. Good guy flies during a blackout window provided by an unknown agency with unknowns, ordinary people by the look of it, to a select location, highly classified mission. He was given the go order to execute some type of delivery. The bad guy intercepts the message from a rogue operator embedded in a tactical observation unit and takes out the good guy with a top-down invisible attack. So I think this is talking about how they're dealing with the small country and all of those things. So now they're showing you that Mitch has a boot and that this is the end for him. He had it on his left leg. He was disoriented and unaware. Staffers had to assist him. He has reportedly suffered multiple falls down the stairs. This is the end. The boot may mean that he's got some type of tag on him and that he's already, on notice for an arrest of some kind. It's very interesting. Post number 43, they say, resistance will be dealt with swiftly. We're not trying to scare you. We just want to inform you. Our core focus, as they just showed you with the boot, is to remove the entrenched and fortified bad actors within the government, past and present, as well as others. Now we're into the mass arrest thing. Listen to this. Be diligent. We will provide you with phone numbers. This is probably on the emergency broadcast system. If you witness an uprising or any other domestic violence, any military you see, is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. So you better believe that when they start doing arrests, they're going to need to do this, folks. It is still coming. It's coming in hot. Could be even this week. I have no idea. I'm so excited about it. Once again, Tucker is saying that these people wanted to take him out. He dropped a bombshell saying that they were complicit. We already heard about that with Pennsylvania. Wanted him out of the picture. It's impossible for every agent to have missed the clear line of sight that was going on. They wanted this done. Wow. People are going to be shocked when they learn the truth. I think a lot of people already kind of figured it out. Even my dad, David, this is very, very strange. So post number 16, get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday will deliver on our promise. And what's going to happen on Friday? Oh, that's right. That's when they said they're going to be dropping that list. Okay, I believe you. Friday will deliver. He has to clean house to free up and demonstrate who has authority to pass legislation. This has always been the priority. The Attorney General cannot look like an impartial player, out to get all of the former team members. We need him for other important work. All will come into focus. Anyone who thinks he is not in control is kidding themselves. He's 100% insulated with zero risk of impeachment. Now, this next one, guys, is so freaking creepy. You watch the video. She's literally sitting there with this very, very weird, racist-looking doll. First of all, it's extremely objectionable. And she keeps poking a needle into it over and over again all the time. And they're calling this witchcraft, which then they corrected it later and said it was voodoo. It's not witchcraft. Using a voodoo doll of the quarterback. I guess it had his number on it. His name is Patrick. He had one of the worst games of his career. I wouldn't give her enough credit that she did it all herself. But again, he's Philadelphia Eagles. She was a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles, and they won. And again, we're talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, the same place where the governor was involved as we just saw. The game took place in New Orleans, but she might have come down there from Pennsylvania because she was a fan, obviously. The game took place in New Orleans, a city known for its deep ties to voodoo and witchcraft. This woman is now going viral. You watch the whole thing. She just stabs on it like crazy, and it's very, very, objectionable, ugly little fetish doll, to say the least. It's disgusting. So post number 6, this is another big whopper, big, huge post. We come here to drop crumbs. He is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's a target is false. This is the important part right here. He will not be addressing the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted. Oh, it's already starting. He must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. So for what I get to do here, this is all the stuff they want to tell you, but they can't tell you any other way. And I'm very honored to be the messenger, and it's all tied in with Rata and the Great Pyramid and Ascension and Archangel Michael. And again, I'm very honored to be doing this role. So he's not going to be talking about it. That's my job right now, to give you the voice of the Alliance and Archangel Michael. So he must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. That's also getting back to the small country. To suggest anything else is false and should be common sense. Focus on military intelligence and why we have to use that versus other agencies. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for a sitting president to activate? Well, I don't know that, but they have to show certain things so they can actually invoke this military rule, which they've done. He is surrounded by generals. There are a lot more good people than bad. Have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players. Don't fool yourself in thinking these people have more power in the present day than he does. That's something I see in the comments all the time. Follow the money. It's key. Look at her net worth and why, coincidentally, is her memory going away. This is a cover for a possible future indictment. She's going to plead insanity. What if John McCain never had surgery and he lied about it, so he had a future out if he was going to be prosecuted? That's interesting, huh? Transferring bulk public funds into nonprofits, massive slush funds. And the truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. So remember, the game that won was the team that won was the Philadelphia Eagles. Once again, we're back to Pennsylvania. So this is very significant. Remember, Pennsylvania was also where they orchestrated this murder attempt that we were just talking about. So now I want to hit you with some new stuff, folks. This is the East Coast capital of our dear lovely friends. So I'm going to read you something they don't want me to read, but you're going to love this. This is her interview with Greg Szymanski, which happened in 2006. It's on that website. It's still there today. At the top levels, this organization is headquartered out of Rome. Remember I said they captured Carthage? They got the technology of demonism and Satanism. That is the power center or heart of the organization where their power base is. And this is still true today, folks. They had the most money in the world. That's why all the leadership must swear fealty in Rome, because that's considered the core and the spiritual center of their universe. That's how they view it. From there in Europe, they have 12 fathers, one for each European country. When I was younger, I had to meet with the fathers and kiss their ring and go through another ceremony of allegiance to them as well, which is very horrific. She doesn't talk about it on the show. In this group, the European fathers rule over what they call the different houses. This is a very important term. For instance, if you are from Germany, then you belong to what they call the German house. If you are from France, he belonged to the French house. UK, Russia, Poland, Belgium, Spain, Italy, and others. Although Russia got overthrown as of 1999 with the new guy, as we know. They're not in there anymore, and they're pissed off about it. From there, America was considered a mission field for them. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. Check this out. In the actually 1600s, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, became their first port of entry. That's where they first landed and set up their command system. It's where they first settled, as she says right here. That's why it is still considered their spiritual power base on the East Coast. It's like the equivalent of Washington, D.C. So isn't it interesting that that's where the murder was concocted, and that this is also the team that just won the Super Bowl? Maybe that's a coincidence. I don't know. From there, it spread out across the Atlantic seaboard and then throughout the nation. But Pittsburgh is the center, not Washington, D.C. This is very important, folks. This really matters to them. The nation is divided into many regions, multiple regions, 7 main regions, as we said. East Coast has the spiritual power base in Pittsburgh, but the administrative power base is in Alexandria, Virginia. That's where they administer finances during the day-to-day operations. The West Coast, or the West region, west of the Mississippi, has its power base in the San Diego area. Isn't that interesting? And he says, that's where you spend a lot of your time, correct? She said, yeah, I was sent from the Alexandria Council to San Diego in order to help them out. Then she repeats the thing about Pennsylvania here again. The top Freemasons were also top members of this organization. My maternal grandparents were both high-ranking Masons in the capital city for our group of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, president of the Eastern Star and a 33rd degree Mason, and they both were also leaders in this cult in the same area. And, you know, we have another donation, Kaylin Robinson. I love all the behind-the-scenes donkey information. I've always hated the vibes in Pittsburgh, LOL. But one of the things that I find very noteworthy in light of all this Pennsylvania stuff is that the main troll that I've had all this time, the guy who's been causing me all this trouble, lives in Pennsylvania, in a suburb right near these power centers. So I don't think that's a coincidence, and I think all this stuff is going to come out. So anyway, very, very fascinating stuff. Oh, no, actually, I like Alexandria, Virginia, but I won't move there now. I mean, look, they're everywhere. Why is nobody discussing AI, says Stanley Kurtzman. I've done that on many other shows. Science Geek says, David, thank you for having the courage to present this information. We had no way of knowing if it was real. I wish I could speak with you regarding AA. It's likely time sensitive. I don't know if you mean Alcoholics Anonymous or what, but thank you for the positive vibes. David Savage, the Vatican means channeling snake energy, R. Ephraim Pavlinov. And Vatica was the Etruscan goddess of the underworld. Their high priest was called a Papa, 2 Alexandrian popes as well. Very, very interesting. So let's hear Jam. No, I still haven't practiced guitar enough to be able to do it, although because you guys keep asking, I am getting my chops together. But again, I've only had 3 hours of sleep. I'm actually doing pretty well. I'm not as tired as I was on another show, but I'm way, way behind on my sleep now because of this attack that I got by the wind. So, isn't that interesting? All these Pennsylvania connections, including my own troll. You know, and, you know, once we file the lawsuit, you're going to learn all that stuff. So apparently there's a difference between witchcraft and voodoo. Voodoo is a belief system rooted in African customs centered around spirits, ancestors, and ceremonial practices. Witchcraft is a wider practice involving magic spells and nature-based rituals, not linked to any particular religion. Did anybody else know this? Well, obviously he got trolled, and that's why he was mentioning it. So now they want to create an impeachment against Elon. Jamie Raskin reveals his colleagues are considering an impeachment, accusing him of undermining the authority of the president. Well, no, the president's who appointed him. That doesn't even make sense. Joe is not the guy anymore, you guys. Some of them believe he is secretly acting as a shadow president and pulling strings behind the scenes. No, that is clearly not true. Remember when we actually did have a shadow president? And we're at post 18. Once again, it's interestingly timed because they just mentioned McCain and Pelosi, and this is the one they talked about that again, that their money did not come from their given salaries. There's some other weird grift going on here that we don't know about. So now here comes the big countdown, folks. 10 days until these very controversial files will be released, as revealed through Glenn Beck. He claims on his very first day as director that this individual will demand that the list and files be made public, and therefore he needs to be confirmed. And he says, believe me, I know. So he's got very good sources. And now they're telling us this too. So Friday is the deadline. I am so excited. Now also they have 48 seconds here, which brings us to this post about Q clearance and what that explicitly refers to. So yeah, we can't really read any of this. That's okay. It gives me more time to keep going. So then we see the next one that I highlighted at the beginning, Representative Anna Luna. One of the main things I wanted to orient the show around, UFO files will be released among many others. We already read this, but her task force is declassifying the list, the files, and other top secret documents, the truth behind MLK, and various other things, including UFO disclosures. Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. The House Oversight Committee appointed her to lead this task force. This is great. And then the next one is that she says there were at least 2 shooters involved. Public statement from an official. This is crazy. Did you ever expect this was going to happen? She shatters the magic theory, declaring with confidence that multiple individuals were involved, claiming the original hearing that backed the theory was fraudulent, and they are now uncovering even more shocking details about what occurred. This is so exciting. Post number 16 again. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday will deliver. Well, that's the day that the list is supposed to be declassified, as they just told us. So, wow, he has to clean house and free up, demonstrate who has authority to pass legislation. All will come into focus. So, wait a minute, what? They lost $21 trillion just in the Afghan war? Oh my God. The financial records were plagued by countless bookkeeping issues, irregularities, and errors, making any reliable audit impossible. They've been fabricating figures in annual reports to Congress. Unfrickin' believable. $21 trillion. That's such a staggering amount of money. Post number 124 is a bunch of crosshairs. Ooh. Yeah, so some people might be taken out with force. That's what that means, you guys. Yikes. Now, we found out that the fog is parasitic. That's the main active ingredient, apparently. And I got to tell you, I mean, honestly, I smell like this weird, burnt, nasty smell all the time. It's been going on for, I've noticed it for like a week now. And I have all the symptoms that they refer to, the fatigue, the sore throat. So yeah, and I had a dream where it was being enacted around here. So that's probably why I keep smelling this awful smell. So again, you take your magic paste. Where is it? I really feel bad for you if you can't afford this. It's like $9. I get it from Tractor Supply, and they send me 4 at a time, and now I've changed my address, so pretty soon I'll have a massive stockpile of this stuff. I'm going to travel anywhere. I'm going to take a bunch at once. And again, I just goo out a little tiny dab of it like that, just a little tiny glob on the top of my finger, just about enough to, like, you know, look like about as much toothpaste as you'd put on your toothbrush if you're doing a very small little dot like that. Okay, that's all I'm doing, not a whole lot. But you want to take it every day if you think that something like this is going on in your area. And it definitely, I mean, shit, I can smell it right now. I smell it all the time. It's crazy. I don't like it. So, mysterious fog with a distinctive chemical odor has been creeping across Florida, leaving residents puzzled and concerned. Many describe variations in appearance and odor, sparking speculation about what the hell it is. Health issue reports are on the rise, experiencing coughing, sore throat, and unexplained fatigue. Check, check, check. Some even describe unusual gut problems. That's me too. I'm constantly constipated. I can't take a crap. It really sucks. And a strange metallic taste. Well, I don't have that, but again, I smell this. I just smell this burnt smell all the time, and I hate it. So again, keep taking your paste. So they say, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. So this is what they're doing. The adversary is doing this in the final stages. We're going to be okay, folks. But it's tough. It's tough right now. This is so funny. I mean, it's hyper cringe. It's a PR video for these particular individuals on TikTok. Oh, I'm a Freemason. I could spend a long time making fun of this, but I'm not going to because I don't want them to totally hate me. They are taking to this platform in an unusual bid to lift the veil of secrecy surrounding their Grand Lodges. Their goal is to debunk long-standing myths about the organization. They insist that their infamous handshake is nothing secretive, but is a ceremonial symbol of trust, unity, and fraternity. Do you believe that? Nah, there's something else going on. The goal of these new videos is to normalize themselves with everyday people. Well, it's so cringe. It's so funny. It's inadvertently hilarious because the sound is bad. The acting is terrible. They all have a hilarious British accent. Oh, I'm a Freemason. And it's like they're doing these skits, these little weird comedy skits, but it's so not funny that it's actually very funny because the way that they're trying to be funny is not funny. It becomes funny because it's so bad. And I do like that kind of comedy, by the way. So I just consider this to be absolutely hilarious. You should go take a look at it. You will laugh and laugh and laugh. Post number 78 is huge. Again, they say disinformation is real, distractions are necessary, and Saudi is the primary country involved in all this. And they're talking about tweets being taken down. Military guards, but here's the really interesting one again. What flying object was recently shot down? And this was after we had 2 plane crashes. So, and that also might refer to UFOs. They say everything has meaning. Then we see he has the authority to freeze federal funds. The judge granted him that. This is a huge win. Ruling was that he has the authority to freeze or restrict certain federal funds. The first major court victory for this administration. It's wonderful. The government can legally limit access to federal funds based on applicable laws, regulations, and terms. This decision strengthens his executive power over federal spending. MSM is going to have a meltdown. Ooh! And look at that. 1 minute, which gives us 60. Once again, they're flagging me because we talked about this last week. And then the week before that, they did it 3 times. And there's your gold star. You can count the people who have the full picture on 2 hands. And less than 10 of them exist, and only 3 of them are not in the military. Nobody else has the information. Operators never divulge. And they featured it 3 times 2 weeks ago to get my attention when I missed that the original dream I had was about reading post 60. So yeah, they're very, very in line with what we're doing here. And I hope this all becomes public in the future. I do think it will. So now we have a petition for the arrest of said individual here. Representative Brandon Gills rallying his supporters to sign this. He's already made headlines on CNN reaffirming his stance that this should occur. She was advising various people on how to make evasions. That is as un-American as you can get. We'll see if anything happens here. Post number 102 gives us these funny coordinates. That is in the Philippines. I'll show you the exact location because they repeated it twice. So somehow all of this stuff that is happening may be coordinated through there. I'll show you the location in a later slide here. So now he's doing a great revealing. Again, that's our main title, of the criminals. The word reveal. He is set to reveal the criminals who've been stealing billions from taxpayers at a press conference tomorrow. The team has uncovered massive fraud, and he's going to name names. Quote, I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to, and people are shocked now. Everybody's learning the truth. It's so exciting. This is exactly what we predicted would happen all along. Post number 111. Again, I'm never going to say the H word out loud because I don't want to. So, we're pretty much stuck on this one. What presidents would be funded pre-political days and who was giving them the funding? That would be MB. I don't know. I can't read all this stuff, you guys. So who are the bad actors and who is funding the majority of these senior politicians? Was the former president of the United States in line to become the commander-in-chief? Did they line him up that way? Yeah. Is this election system corrupt? Absolutely. And they never thought that she would lose. The complete picture, this is the thing I really think they want us to get. The complete picture would put 99% of people in the hospital. Pray, operators are active. We are at war. So yeah, this is very intense stuff people are going to learn. $20 billion was laundered through the EPA. Apparently, that's one of the things we're hearing. It's a shocking scheme that he uncovered. They secretly parked it in outside institutions, and it was designed to rush through the spending with reduced oversight. The entire amount was handed to only 8 groups, which then distributed these funds to various non-governmental organizations and other groups with minimal transparency, and one entity received $7 billion. That's $7,000 million, in case you don't know. $7,000 million. Imagine if you had $1 million. Now imagine 7,000 million. It's unthinkable, right? So post number 215 says, focus on his wife. And then the very next thing they do is give us our weekly shade post, which, you know, comedy is all about callbacks. They love this. They keep calling it back. This is what Elon's father stated. He referenced the comments on the same topic and said, yeah, she died within 2 weeks of making the statement. Again, I don't want to get in any trouble, no lawsuits, so I'll just say I don't believe this, and we'll leave it at that. Post number 30, they're talking about devices placed in the White House that could be undetected to cause harm to other people. You can't imagine the steps that were taken prior to they losing power to ensure future safety and control. I can point and hint things out. I cannot give too many highly classified points. Next, we have RFK confirmed as the health secretary, Health and Human Services. He revealed that the DOJ is going to launch organized crime, that's racketeering, influenced, corrupt organizations, or RICO, investigations to prosecute this collusion between boards, journals, and the others. Ooh, boy, it is on like Donkey Kong. It says right there, investigation of these medical boards. Wow. Post number 66 says, let's be clear, you're telling us he is currently under attack by our own intelligence agencies? And they said, yep, they just attacked him, and it was immediately detected by military intelligence, and he was alerted. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If you see immediate action at their headquarters, you'll have your verification. So yeah, this again shows you kinetic action could be very close, folks. This is really great. North Carolina is not taxing the victims of this horrible Hurricane Helene. They have Tennessee has officially, I guess it's not North Carolina, I'm sorry, Tennessee officially abolished property taxes for the victims, ensuring every affected family not only receives a full refund on their property taxes, they get an additional 30% bonus. Ooh, that's what we need more of, not restricting everything. Their properties will remain tax-free until they are fully restored. And you remember, we were talking about what was happening in LA, and that people are getting slammed with these holding fees just to hold on to your burned out piece of land. You got to pay these taxes every year, and it becomes cost prohibitive. You don't even have enough money to rebuild your house by the time you can access the property again. So this, well done, Tennessee. This is fantastic. Way to take care of the people. Post number 20, again, military generals on a White House list attending a separate closed meeting. And again, they mentioned the renovations in the White House, which they just did before, so you can clearly see the pattern here. And phones are not allowed in this room. This is a skiff, right? So then he says, if you try to crush the dollar, we will give you a 100% tariff. Ow. I think they already know on the inside that he was going to do this. It's not really a war. This is just for the public to see for optical reasons. He declared this officially dead. Most of the leaders are too afraid to even mention the idea of trying to sink the dollar. If they tried to do this, there'd be a crushing 100% tariff. Ooh-wee. Host, that's some sass, man. That is brass sass right there. 42, we serve at the pleasure of the president. Amen to that. Then they tell us that there's soon going to be many secrets coming out. He told RFK Jr. at the swearing-in ceremony they will soon reveal many secrets that have been kept from us, providing solutions to major problems, and that things have been stolen, and da-da-da-da-da. So then post number 13, think about him traveling to China and South Korea. I've said too much. Again, they're all working on the inside together. That's what the alliance is. Then we have this Iowa bill banning these sky activities. The bill aims to outlaw any intentional release of contaminants that could manipulate temperature, weather, or the intensity of the sunlight. Numerous residents say the state is being poisoned and that this could be the result of what they're trying to do. Then we see that there's going to be a reporting system created for injuries. It will be more accurate than the current one, which has long been criticized as ineffective. Congress, Institute of Medicine, and National Academy of Sciences have repeatedly called on them to improve this system, and he's moving forward with immediate action to address those concerns. This brings us up to post number 72, which once again says the Saudi family is running everything, and that's the one that got taken out. And sure enough, he says, I remember this doesn't make sense, and then they say, very smart. Disinformation is real, distractions are necessary, SA is the primary. So we're going to have some big learning curve on all this once they declassify what happened, and that's coming. So then this actor blasts their efforts and says that it's very negative. He jumps to the defense of these individuals, claims police are targeting them under this new law. He claims that they will be sent to Guantanamo and calls it a concentration camp. He urges us to resist. Well, I really feel bad for him that this is the way he sees it. I hope in time that he can find the truth. But anyway, post number 49, the really main thing here is secret sessions have been underway. You can read the rest if you want to. Then remember we heard about this horrible incident at Chernobyl, and then they're trying to say, oh yeah, these guys did it. Well, no. They claimed last night that this was actually done by the same usual suspects, not them. They alleged it was deliberately timed ahead of the Munich conference, just like what happened last year. And she concluded by saying that their goal is to portray themselves as a victim and ask for money, and we just saw they want another $250 billion. You lost 100 out of 170. I don't think we're giving you any more. Sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. We just don't want to give you the money. You just got to end this and bring peace. And that's what my dream was about, the bear corpse that was being cleaned up. So then, post number 102, and as I said, this is in the Philippines, so here it is. This is what you actually see if you put those coordinates in on the maps. So again, I don't really know what this is. It's next to a couple resorts. Valderia Brothers Residence is up at the top. You got the Big Rock Farm Resort there. So that coordinate is in the middle of nowhere, and I would imagine we're going to find out that some very dark stuff has been coordinated out of that worldwide, and we're going to learn the truth because they did it twice in one show. So then we have good old Lindsay talking him up, saying, oh yeah, we got to give you whatever you want. You are the ally I've waited for my entire life. Ugh, no. Nobody has died defending them, and we need them to kick ass. I'm very proud to have you as our ally. 2.4 million views, post number 15, is one of the really, really amazing, shocking ones. There are more good people than bad. Wizards and warlocks, an inside term, will never allow another satanic evil POS to control us. All of these groups are controlled by three families, and the fourth was removed after his first victory. That would have been SA. The other three families you can probably guess. They talk about indictments coming in, and it says the corruption that will come out is so serious that we have to cut deals. Otherwise, 70% of those elected are going to have problems. The deep cleaning is occurring, and the prevention and defense of pure evil occurs on a daily basis. They never thought they would lose control. Godspeed, Patriots. So then this engineer says that there might be a leak going on. I don't think that's really happening, but he says there is a possibility, and they're trying to blame it on their enemy. That's not what it is. So then we got post number 38 here, and actually we're crawling back up towards 6,000 viewers again. Marcus Seaton says, do you recognize Yahweh, the self-existent one? Sure I do. But, you know, Yahweh has a whole different meaning. You got to specify. In the law of one, there's two different types of Yahweh. There's the original Yahweh, and then there's the fake imposter Yahweh, who was the angry God that wants to take your firstborn. So yes, the original Yahweh in the law of one was benevolent, positive ETs that used their own human DNA to seed the original humans on Earth 75,000 years ago. You could call it the original bloodline of Christ. We're all descended from them. So yes, that Yahweh is the good Yahweh, and that's what we want to focus on. So here it says, 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific to prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition. Think logically about what is happening. So yeah, dude, prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here. The calm before the storm, it is going to get really intense. And again, once they drop these big pieces of data, you're going to get the full-blown pushback from the usual suspects. So anything could happen. Now we see an executive order cutting off any schools that make these mandates. That is exciting because that forces them not to do it. Once again, we get post number 15, which we just saw, and they actually do it 3 times in a row, so I don't need to read it again. I think they're giving me a break at the end of my show. The defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. They never thought they would lose control. Then, right before this list is going to drop this weekend, Friday, supposedly, let's hope it happens, the exclusive Chiltern Firehouse. The same man behind the notorious Standard Hotel, it is now going up in flames. Luxury hotspot was a favorite among top individuals, hosting close associates, members of the royal family, da-da-da-da-da. And there are plenty of fires happening as we get closer to the list. Sure enough, and again, for the 3rd time, post number 15, never going to allow another one of these people to control the country. And deals have to be cut, otherwise 70% of them would be in jail. And then I think this might be our last slide. I can't remember if I got any farther. I think I jumped ahead past one to get this one in. She claims to have his child. And again, you know, we're not going to go too far on that one, but we already covered that. And now that brings us to, thank God, given how tired I've been, our global peace meditation. Woo! But I want to read some of your comments first. Oh, Science Geek says, David AA is Archangel Michael. I believe he himself is on social media. No, that would be a LARP. There is no angelic being posting on social media other than, you know, if you want to think about the messages I'm getting in the time loop. But again, it's sad that there's so many groups out there and individuals taking advantage of us and our naivete. Ashley St. Clair is male. She has straight clavicles. Bones don't lie. Says Ninja Mayhem. I don't think that's true, but that's funny. Marcus, it's not funny. I mean, she shouldn't be trolled, but unfortunately, she's really stepped out in front of everything right now. My AI told me right now you would not mention Yahweh, not good. You did. Love you. Well, yeah, Yahweh is the good guy if you go back 75,000 years. That's the important part. Love you, David, says Dolores Cornia. Rest well tonight. Lorijo Sigil, thanks for helping us all to ascend. Love you and Archangel Michael and the great beings of love and light, the White Hats and the Alliance. Tina says, we love you, David. Archangels wrap you in their light. Big hugs. We are the White Hats as well with our positive consciousness. C-Tint, David, my name is John Michael. Thank you for spreading out the wheel of 17. Thanks, David. You rock. And Tramma, too. Well, thank you, baby. We love you. We love you very, very much. Anyway, you guys, I'm so tired. It's almost ridiculous. But we're at 5,700 people, so we've held true. Let's go ahead and do this meditation so I can get on with my life. Because, again, I got attacked so badly. This wind was so freaking insane. It's a miracle that I showed up for you guys, and that just shows my dedication. All right, here we go. I'd like you to close your eyes now. Let me get seated in my chair properly here. Put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. Let yourself relax. Start the breathing process. Let yourself breathe however you feel comfortable for you. Feeling a strong sense of relaxation. Finding yourself going deep into the stillness. and just let it be easy. Let the stress melt off of your body. Let your breathing follow a path leading you into calm serenity, deep relaxation, no strain, only peace, love, positivity, as your breathing lets you go deep, deep into stillness, lets you relax more and more, feeling the presence of these beings of light that are always around us, but only now are they really starting to let us know what is going on, where this is taking us, the glorious events that this great revealing is bringing to the forefront. Finding the peace in this moment, finding the stillness, feeling the love of these angelic beings who've always had our backs and want nothing more than for us to be peaceful, to be smiling and happy, and for our planet to be free of pain, violence, suffering, and tyranny. Think back to the many wonderful statements that we heard in this week's time loop. What an incredible gift it is that we are getting this time loop information. What an incredible gift it is that we are so close to the stunning events that are anticipated and to the great revealing of what's really going on in the world, who we are, and where we are headed as a civilization, as a planet. The Galactic Family reunion, the second coming of Christ, the glorification of all those things that were considered to be religious theories or conspiracy theories. Maybe not. Maybe we're learning that these beings really do exist. So imagine right now the light being standing in front of you, human looking with a smile on his or her face. Imagine this telepathic interaction, no words are spoken, and imagine the deep sense of peace and calm that you feel as this being is looking at you with total love. And you realize that any judgment or criticism you had of yourself was never necessary, for karma always balanced out anything that you did that was not in alignment with the light. And the being loves you just the way you are. You are loved, you are supported, and now you realize the full commitment that you made is of such great significance. All of these different lifetimes you've led, coming into a whole now, a new, higher calling for you, a reorientation of your life, the final understanding that all of these seemingly sappy, spiritual, lovey-dovey things were actually the main point of why you were here and what you were put on earth to do and to live for. And you feel that sense of renewal, that sense of appreciation, that knowingness that you are a good person, that you belong here. You deserve love, you deserve to be respected, you deserve to be treated with kindness, you deserve to have your needs met, and there is so much love for you. These beings have always felt this way, and it was only you who may have failed to see the true glory and the spiritual wonder that you are as a being. Feel this love, take it in, look the being in the eyes, and understand that the promise has been kept. The words that we have heard in the Michael prophecies go far beyond the level of the rational mind. Time loops in July 2006, time loops in February 2025, far beyond any possible extension of the idea of coincidence or happenstance. The reason these time loops are so accurate is to tell us that the future prophecies we have been given will also come true. We are going to go through renewal. We are going to go through a spectacular dimensional shift. Apparently it will be this year. We now have 8 different prophecies all pointing towards the year 2025, including the glorious Prayag Mahakumbh Mela, or Mela, festival that's coming in from India, the 144-year cycle, culminating on February the 26th. And wouldn't you know, it's this Friday where we're expecting many things to occur. The list will soon be dropped, and we are so excited we beckon with gratitude and open hearts the coming of all of these angelic beings, the fulfillment of all the promises and all the great spiritual teachings, and the knowingness that we are not alone. We never were alone. We never will be alone. Breathing ever more deeply into these silent corridors, hearing the gentle footfalls of your shoes on the marble as you walk these corridors of the divine, the ascended world, to know once and for all, truly and forever, that you indeed are the light, you are the love, you are the infinite mind of the cosmos manifested into a perfected human form, and it is only your own sense of limitation that prevents you from seeing how you are truly one with all others, the plants, the animals, entangled in a beautiful quantum communication leading you to the greatest understanding you've ever had, that in fact it is time to assume the mantle of the Christ, to walk as an ascended being, to share your glorious gifts with all of humanity, to shower others with blessings, with healing power, to show them the art of levitation, telekinesis, telepathic communication, remembrance of past lives, and the full activation of your ascended body potential, such that you will shine like the stars forever and ever. And so it is. And now let's drift back on into the room here. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. We're at 5,000 viewers right now, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is David Wilcock. I hope you have a great week. Let's buckle up because anything could happen, and we will see you next week. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll be back here next Sunday, barring anything crazy. Bye for now. We'll see you soon. Thanks for watching, everybody.